This is why this stage is so important. 10 teams, 50 players. But let me tell you something. Best player is going to be...
Hey, Anne. Anne, it's Doki. D-O-K-I.
Doki?
Write it down. King of the chicken burgers. No debate.
Come on, please, and 4 times MVP in kickoff. The best Dutch player you know.
Okay.
You already know the name.
Well...
No, trust the history. I'm best here.
History? Did you guys not watch kickoff?
Seriously,
I was the best
what?
rated. And surely I get a little bit of a style bonus.
Guys.
How am I not even considered here? Everyone knows I've got the best stats.
Tune in on June 8th for EML Stage 1.
Leo, where did Anne put the EML script?
I don't know, man. She just went that way.
We've got to find it.
Look, we've got to find it. It's somewhere here. Wait. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Maybe it's under here?
Yeah?
Yeah, we can have a look.
No.
No?
It's got to be somewhere. Jack.
You found
There
it?
we go. Script. The best team of EML Stage 1 is going to be...
It is EML Stage 1, and we're going to find out who the best team is, who the best player is, who's going to qualify to EWC, and who is going to fall short. Welcome to our beautiful new studio. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me we have Fresh Alfama. Guys, the studio feels and looks new, but it still also feels like the old and trusted.
I feel like we're in the future with all these pieces of rock flying around. I mean, look at this. It's
kinda nice.
Like a space station.
It looks very modern.
And do you know what? We have to have something to celebrate because of how badly EU and EML did at the Salt Lake City Major, you know? We can't say we're the best region anymore. We did try and apologize and say that we were for a long time, but no, I think that's firmly in North America's hands right now. So, you know, at least we've got a nice new studio.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, like, you know, NA currently holding a trophy of the best team, or the best region, rather, when it comes to international events. When we look forward to the next international event, at least we will have 5 shots of winning that one, right? We got Secret going to EWC as the contenders, as the defenders of their championship. And then we have 4 teams qualifying to EWC through Stage 1. That is essentially what we're playing for. And the most important thing that comes with that qualification is the shot of winning EWC and therefore qualifying to the 6th Invitational. And you would know that you're going to the biggest event by August.
Yeah, and that's absolutely huge. I think every team, you know, you've been on teams, Leo, I've been on teams. When you're setting your goals at the start of the year, what's the one tournament you look forward to? 6th Invitational. How do we get there? Because that is the World Championship. That's the one everyone wants to be at. So that's what makes qualifying to EWC so important this stage. And, you know, ultimately, if you can win that, then you will book that ticket.
I think it's multiple things. It's first, you're going to be the first team qualifying to the 6th Invitational when you win this. So that's the first one. Second thing, it's a $2 million cash prize at EWC, and it's in Paris. So it's going to be here in EML.
Of course.
It's important. So for our EML teams, you know, it's winning in front of your region,
Yep.
your crowd. It has to have a lot of weight to it.
Falcons might get a shot to do it in Paris again, maybe.
Maybe, finally.
Yeah, they begin with a wild card with that one. I mean, when we dive into the stage, though, we have to look at the player changes, right? Because when we came in here for kickoff, we thought, okay, we've seen the craziest player changes happening with kickoff, with some of the big teams making moves. But now when we look at the roster changes for this one, again, interesting stuff has happened, but I think it's more curious to see who kind of left our region.
Yeah, I think so. We've had a lot of players leave. You know, after kickoff, we didn't think there would be that much change in EML, but no, there has been. And as you can see, there are some big hitters that are leaving. These are all the players and coaches that ended up leaving EML teams. Of course, the second player on the very front row, my favorite player, Hungary, has now departed, unfortunately. But the big one really that we should talk about, we've highlighted him specifically, is Savage. Leaving Team Secret, going across to M80. That's probably the biggest transfer of the entirety of this Stage 1 transfer window.
And look at certain teams that have lost 3 players. GK losing 3 players, Secret losing 3 players. That's massive shakeups with massive impact on the rest of the league. Because if you look at all of the players that have left their teams, it means that all of these players have to be replaced. And so if we look at all the players that have entered new rosters in EML, you'll see that we've had enormous amount of roster changes.
Yeah, we have. And I mean, some of these players, of course, went to different teams, right? That's going to be making a big impact as well. You got to play against your former team, your former organization.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, if there's players out, there's got to be players coming in as well. And here's a lot of the new players coming in. The guys highlighted in the orange, you know, the front, you've got Drills, you've got Flexi, and then you've got Smith there up on the back corner. These are rookies into Tier 1 leagues specifically. Of course, we have seen Flexi at the 6 Invitational, but in terms of playing inside of EML, it's rookies making those step-ups, Leo.
Yeah, and if you look at all the way on the right side of your screen, another import. And it's been a weird one because we've seen Ask during kickoff being brought from Brazil. Now we see Yoga being brought from 100 Thieves, all the way from NA. As soon as Brazil is the best region, we grab a Brazilian. As soon as NA is the best region, we grab an American. Do we really need all of that? We'll see.
You're getting a bit ahead of yourself because that's not going to be our third game for today. We'll get to that in a bit, but I understand you maybe want to skip because there's one thing we have to talk about before we get there. Leo, you remember when we sat here about a year ago and you made this like power ranking thing and we bullied you with that?
It went really well for you,
actually.
I had to get a tattoo because of this stuff. No, it's the wrong arm. That's the arm. So because of this guy that's pointing directly to him, I had to get a tattoo because I lost the power ranking.
Yeah.
So at this point, I thought, what better way to start EML than to do another one?
Oh, daring. Very daring.
I'm glad it's you doing it, put it that way.
So this time, we went for tier list. So that way, I take less risk. And we start with the first row, qualifying to EWC. I selected 4 teams. Falcons, G2, Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds. I'm not taking much risk here. When you look at kickoff, these are the 4 teams that clearly were the best ones.
And I think EML's, you know, before we've played a single round, I think EML's shaping up like that. We've got the 4 favorites who look very established, no roster changes on them, and then the rest who are going to be challenging for them.
Now, with the real surprise, with the contenders I put down, Team Secret and Shifters. Shifters make sense because they're the teams that was the most consistent out of EML, but are always kind of missing the top 4, you know, that last step. Secret, they've just changed 3 players. And okay. So I can
Putting them in contender!
yeah, but the reality is they still have Twister as the head coach and his vision. They still have Noah, who was the best rated player, you know, at kickoff, who's still performing incredibly well. They still have Brooklyn, one of the best entries in the world. And they have players that have been picked up that I believe showed great potential at SI, Flexi, for example.
Yeah.
And if I look at you know, Vidrils, beginning as a rookie, he was dominating tier 2. So I have a lot of hope for Team Secret.
It's a little bit docile from you, that, Leo. I will say, I spoke to Twister, and he said, as long as we have some good competitive games this stage, I'll be happy. And you're saying they're a real contender.
Listen, I'm a believer. Now, if we go to the dark horses, the ones that I'm not expecting to make it, GK, Fnatic, 3 changes for GK, and although they have an American import, it's the same story for me. So many different ingredients. Can it really mesh well? Can they really bring chemistry? I'm not sure, at least not in the short term. For Fnatic, it's the same recurring issue. They make a lot of changes, and they're always disappointing, Jack.
I was just about to say, both of those teams that you put in the dark horse category have both actually made quite material roster changes to their rosters. Maybe speaking that they've got a bit of ambition, but we don't quite know where they're going to be at. So, you know, as much as I'd like to disagree with you, I do kind of agree with those 2.
And finally, you can guess who I put in needs a miracle. The reality is it's 2 teams that just were promoted. It's teams with the most amount of rookies in their rosters. Heretics, who were really disappointing, let's be honest, at kickoff, not winning a single game. Rebels showed a lot more promises, but still, I believe that they're very inexperienced, and there will be a massive, massive dark horse if they were to qualify to EWC.
And zoom out, big picture, for those 2 teams. Let's just zoom out, think about them in their journey. Stage 1 was always going to be a kind of development stage for them. So I think expecting them not to qualify to EWC is pretty reasonable right now, but we would expect them to improve on kickoff.
Now, with keeping that in mind, I would take a glance at our schedule because what I feel like what we're seeing today is a lot of baptism by fire. We're talking about these new, improved squads, and they already got to prove themselves against a rather big titan inside EML. I mean, I'm looking at, for example, at that rebuilt roster of GK having to go up against G2. That's certainly not an easy matchup for them, but the same goes for Fnatic, right? You put them in the dark horses, they have to go up against a team that we expect to qualify in the likes of Virtus Pro. By doing that, that they would duplicate their result from last stage, right? Like Kickoff, their first team as a roster, they qualified, and Fnatic feel that with these roster changes, maybe they have a shot at it as well, right? But what we see with Fnatic is there are a lot of changes being made constantly.
Always the same story with Fnatic, right? Every single stage, replacing at least 1 or 2 players. I mean, look at that, Jack. It's actually insane.
Yeah.
And from that, by the way, players that were extremely impactful, I think, in other teams. I think if you look at this, you see Sarks, who, in my opinion, was one of the best players in EML last year. You see players that were added like Noah, for example, who was sent back, who was the best rated player in Kickoff. They had great ingredients. But in Fnatic, it seems that it does not work.
Yeah, Noah actually never actually got to play an EML game with Fnatic. He was in and then he was out for SI quals. That was it. The most recent transfers being minus Halva, minus Croc. I think particularly the Croxton transfer, a lot of people didn't really understand why, but they then picked up Citizen and Smiths. And actually, when I did speak to Tristan about why Citizen, why Smiths, he thought that Citizen brought a big wealth of experience, a very, very cool head. He's obviously a very, very experienced player. And then Smiths in an IGL role plays a lot of shields for them as well. And I think that's the one thing that naturally Fnatic have been lacking for a long time.
Exactly.
We're like broken records saying, where's the natural shield player? Where's the IGL? Where's that consistency? And I think Fnatic's hope this time is that actually that will build that consistency with this lineup.
On paper, they're fitting the meta now because they have the IGL, they have the shield player, and they have experienced players that can frag out. So if you look at it, on paper it makes sense. In the server, they have to prove it against Virtus.pro.
It's going to help them get a direction, that is for sure. And getting a new IGL in, we saw how well that went for Virtus.pro in their kickoff, right? They got the French players on the roster. Big improvement with that IGL coming in the side of Nako, and then they made it to the first international event. Now, if we look at Virtus.pro, we kind of have to like grade them as teachers looking at their first international event. What kind of grade would we give them?
Do you know what? We went back and forth on this actually, didn't we? We agreed, we disagreed. We ended up giving them a B in terms of the grading. Obviously, A+ would be the absolute best that any team could get. We gave them a B because while Virtus.pro didn't make the main stage, and maybe we'll be a little bit disappointed with that, we actually feel that they exceeded the expectations. And the context you've just set up there, Anne, is that they are a new roster, and we didn't know exactly how it was going to go. And they rose up to that challenge, and they played really well. They got to the event itself, which I think was great, and then they just fell short. And the middle point there, no best of 3 against an international team. That's maybe why they fell short. They played up against EML teams in the best of 3s to qualify for the main stage. And I think that's just where they fell short.
And I think it's the necessary learning experience. I think it's a roster, like you said, that was young, that just brought on a new IGL, that brought 2 players that had only 1 event of experience, which was EWC 2025, where they got battered with Genji. That was Nako and Skies, obviously. And the 2 of them had to come up and gain experience. And I think as a whole, they can be happy about that performance at the major. Yes, we were expecting main stage for a team that showed so much promises. If it wasn't for G2 Falcons, maybe we would have seen it.
Feels like a really nice platform. Nobody wants to fail. Ultimately, nobody ever wants to fail. But that failure, I think, will be a good learning experience, and it feels like a platform for them to grow. I think now we are very much firmly considering them a top 4 team in this region. They've got great quality. They've got Skies in that backline. They've got Nako as the IGL, and they've got a great coach alongside it. They've got seemingly every piece of that puzzle, and it's just about putting it together now, consistency. And I think actually EML is going to be a great way for them to show that. I firmly am agreeing with your power ranking, Leo. I firmly expect them to be at EWC because I think they are a very, very high quality team.
Clip that, please, chap.
Yeah.
I need that.
You're going to use it as evidence later in the stage.
I solemnly swear that I agree with Leo's power ranking for Virtus.pro.
No, but for Virtus.pro, it would be good as well if they could maintain that position inside the top 4, right? Because by not making it to the playoffs, they lost out essentially on 250 SI points. And thinking of how competitive all these regions seem to be and how well fought for these spots at SI are going to be.
Do you know what that's even massive? It's because they lost it to G2 and Falcons.
Yeah.
They've lost
the
both of them.
Yep.
So you know how much competition there is within regions to get those spots to SI. And last year, we were the region that got the short hand of the stick. We sent less representatives of our region to SI. So by not only missing main stage, but missing main stage when G2 and Falcons both made it, that's a huge lot of points against direct rivals.
It's going to be something that we're looking forward to for Virtus.pro if they can stay inside that top 4, but also a shot for Fnatic at being that dark horse, like you said, and a good first see at what they are going to be bringing with this new roster. I want to take a look at the map veto as well, right? Because this best of 1 is going to be testing a lot of things for these 2 teams. What's the honeymoon period like for Virtus.pro? What's this Fnatic roster going to do? We're going to a very basic map to test out these basics.
Yeah, it's a map that was, I would say, middle of the table for Virtus.pro. It's a map on which they destroyed Rebels during kickoff, and they lost it It's 5-7 to G2. It was a close game.
Yeah.
It's a map that they can, rely on, especially when they are supposed to face a weaker opponent. When you look at Fnatic, I'm surprised, Jack, to see that one because I feel like I've not seen this map from them in ages.
And that's because you haven't, because it has been their 9th preference out of 9, because it has been their power ban for a very, 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 very long time. But let's think about Fnatic. What have they changed?
New IGL.
New IGL,
New
Shield
map pool.
player, new map pool, all these brand new things that they've been working on behind the scenes. If they've got a natural Shield player, they've got a more balanced composition in terms of their team, you can see why Clubhouse would be a map that they would bring into their map pool, maybe even try and surprise a couple of teams on, and when better to do it than right out the blocks, game 1 against VP. It seems like it makes sense, but that's completely speculative from my point of view.
So you're telling me by changing the IGL, you can expand your map pool?
Maybe.
I wonder which team has done that before. Wow.
Wow.
Might it be the team that they're playing? It makes sense.
Sometimes, it's better to steal something and have like a good result with it than try something and it turn out really bad.
Yeah, it just reminds me of another topic, but it's the same thing. It reminds me when Denari was brought on, and Savage in interview said we didn't even bother looking for stuff with Denari. We just screamed G2 and just stole everything from them.
We're not suggesting that Fnatic have stolen Clubhouse from anybody, but maybe some inspiration. I will say that with the Fnatic, just because we've got a little bit of time, is that I saw people not responding too well to their roster changes, but
I think one roster changes in particular, removing Haova after the performance he had.
Yeah.
To bring Smith, a young rookie who could be an IGL, who could play your Shield players, makes sense. Croc versus Citizen. The youth, the hunger, and a player that had decent statistics against Citizen that has, yes, a lot of experience, but also has been on a decline for a couple of years. I understand the point.
Yeah, I think the proof will be in the pudding ultimately in terms of their results because, you look at Fnatic over the last year, they ended up in a relegation spot, right? Like, it couldn't necessarily have got worse for this roster. But I will say, as an Englishman, that's 2/5 of the ENC roster on that team that we're sending to Esports Nations Cup. So I do hope that it does well.
The British team is your hope.
Sorry, the British team.
Wow.
We're kind of getting like the
British
angel
team.
and the devil on the shoulder kind of situation here with you two either validating
He just
these
knows
roster
that Team
changes.
France is really strong, that's all.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of
the British team.
I think in general though, like the qualifiers that we had with ENC are going to really help these teams feel a little bit more confident with themselves, right? We're going to see that later today as well with certain regions, certain countries having already played these games recently, because essentially if you didn't make it to the Salt Lake City Major, there's about a month of downtime in period where you could either learn a lot of things or rest or rebuild things like we're seeing with these rosters.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a time where teams that have struggled have time to rebuild. A roster that would make 2 roster changes, I believe, should have tried to do that really early so that he could have time to prep. But yet we learned on Twitter that Croc had played ENC and had discovered he was benched after playing ENC. So that gives us an information publicly available. It means that Fnatic had not time to practice with this roster, this Rule 5, at least not a lot of time, at least a couple of weeks, because Croc was still playing ENC a couple of weeks ago. So it is tricky for Fnatic, again, to make a huge roster change.
That's the big call.
And then, again, just have only a few days to prep before the start of the stage.
Yeah.
I feel like with all these talk about the regions, I think it's time we bring in our casters as well, because we're joined by some representatives from Australia and Denmark, joined by Devmarna and Pengu. Guys, welcome to EML Stage 1 for you two. I know for you in particular, James, it's really, really early. Despite that, how's the energy levels?
He's gone.
Not quite high.
Hi, James.
EML
I believe the energy level
always wakes me up.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad you're with us as well, because your camera maybe caught out a little bit there at the beginning, but I see you just woken up and you're ready to go. For you as well, Pengu, I mean, we're getting a glimpse of some changes behind you as well?
Yeah, I'm in the process of moving right now, so I'm in a completely barren room. I got some random paintings behind me. I got some like duvets and pillows around the room because the audio is crazy, so I apologize for any inconveniences, but I'm trying to make it work.
I love that. We're looking at our first game for today. I kind of called it like a baptism by fire, right? We're seeing this new roster with Fnatic going up against Virtus Pro, who, I mean, Leo thinks they're going to qualify to EWC again. We're going to bring this up many times, your power ranking. How are you two feeling about this game?
I mean, come on, dude. I have Fnatic. It's like, what's it called? Coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb kind of vibe, you know?
And welcome to
First game
EML.
of
Play day
EML.
one.
Woo!
Come on.
Dude. If
Nobody's
you want
played
to have
around
the team
yet.
get better, they're making changes every single stage. It's not how you make them better. You gotta get some consistency in there. I'm looking at you, GK, looking at you, Fnatic. Keep a goddamn roster for more than 30 days. Please.
If I am allowed to play devil's advocate here, I do want to point out Virtus.pro obviously had a lot of hype coming into stage 1 with the massive roster revamp they did, and they looked great domestically. But to be frank, like when they were international, only beat 5 Fears and Weibo. They didn't have a great performance against G2 and Falcons. They didn't have a great performance against Shopify Rebellion. I feel like VP have a bit of a chip on their shoulder, and they need this win.
Yeah, they might have to. I mean, there's a little bit of a delay, of course, so thank everybody for their patience.
Chip on the shoulder.
Chip on
Like,
being dealt a bad card and kind of like,
yeah,
just like, oh, I've
you've
been
got a
doing
little
it
bit of
wrong.
a little bit of
I think a
attitude
crisp
because
on your
of
shoulder is what you would say, Jack.
A crisp.
a crisp on the
Who would have a crisp on his shoulder?
Okay, you know what? We'll continue with some English lessons with Leo whilst you two take it away for our first game of the day.
How does that make it?
I love Leo.
Thank you very much. Can I just say, Nick, it's a pleasure to be back. I haven't seen you on camera until right now when we go live. What's going on, man? The beard, you're looking more Viking than ever. I am loving this.
Dude, after SI, I checked my calendar and it's like, I don't got work on camera for a while. I'll just like see what happens. And I forgot to shave it. So honestly,
You're doing
we're
a bit
trying
of
to make it
grooming.
work,
It looks
Viking
great.
style.
It's very good. I love it. And I really love that we get to get back into the EML. Pengu, it is a chance to show the best that Europe and MENA has to offer. And we're kicking things off with what could be a very one-sided game. Virtus.pro, the Bears, coming in hot. 78% of you back home think that they're going to take this one. But Fnatic have a new roster, a player with so much history, a Pro League championship under his belt, Citizen, making his way back home and now onto Fnatic. What will they be able to achieve in their first game of the season?
I really love and respect the fact that Fnatic are going to Clubhouse, right? We also talk about like what kind of maps have what playstyles, border being in-your-face aggression, shutting out the attacks from entering the building. Clubhouse, on the other hand, is all about fundamentals, understanding your 1, 2, 3, your ABCs, how to get the first step done with 5 players actively working together, and then get towards that next step, and then eventually go for a bomb site execute. That's how you play Clubhouse at the highest level. Well, when you're a new roster with little experience together as a 5-man, versus VP, who, yes, they were formed during kickoff, you know, right before that started, I feel like it's a bold statement. If Fnatic can come into this game with a good result on Clubhouse, it's gonna be a really great sign for this stage to come.
Very much so, and of course, Pengu, I'm going to be so keen to see how all of the changes in the balancing. We've seen the Year 11 Season 2 designer notes come out, some changes in various operators, and of course, a huge one, the big elephant in the room, is an operator rework that may well shatter the foundations of the way that Siege is played from a casual level to the professionals. And at the moment, Citizen is sitting on it. We can't not talk about Dokkaebi and the Jago payload as opposed to the Logic Bomb. The rework of that gadget is insane, and I can't wait to see how these guys are using it.
Yeah, so essentially a very brief TLDR, right? Is that Dokkaebi got the rework, as you mentioned, James. It works. Oh, don't go Ash, man. What is going on? No, okay,
are you kidding me?
Still gonna talk about it, I guess. I mean, Ash is the OG, now Solid Snake, fair enough. But Dokkaebi essentially works more like Deimos. You gotta get a red ping information on a defender, then you can, you know, make a call to a targeted member, no longer global, no longer calls all 5 defenders. You choose your target. When that call goes off, you can either answer it or you can let it actually go off and it explodes and doing 40 damage, leaving a little bit of a fire trail like a mini Goyo canister beneath your feet for a few seconds. And if that call goes through, you'll take the damage and you'll actually lose access to your phone. Then if you're playing operators like your Fenrir, your Maestro, your Echo, you lose your gadget activity. You can still pre-place Fenrir mines, but that's about it. And secondly, you can't shoot the cameras anymore until you die. So, bit of a payoff, you know, do I let it go? Do I answer, etc.? A lot of pressure in the server, and she has like 5 of them. She just like spam call people if you don't want it to be annoying. But regardless, Dokkaebi not played this round, but I'm sure in future rounds to come that will be the case. For this one, we got the key operators of Solid Snake, the Grim, and the Monty instead.
Reloading! Cover me!
And for now, VP just playing a little bit of a soft roam. After 1 minute, they've almost fully fallen off. Unless you count Skies, who's on the main stairs, an aggressive position for a smoke to play. I quite like this. Got a mute jammer to support him as well. He is completely protected. The drone now muted up. Such a good position to play with a shotgun. He's got the shield as well. Sorry, the barbed wire as well. They can continue burning time with these smokes.
Yeah, it's all about min-max right now for the staircase player of Skies. The longer you stay alive, the better a job you're doing. You're supposed to die eventually or surrender the map space and fall on back. We see the vert here from Deadshot. He's locking down the angle. Flashbang's coming out, and it's a matter of how long can he stay alive for? A few more seconds. C4 goes down for the fallback enablement. The Deadshot also goes down. No more vert player on the block.
That is really awkward now for Fnatic. The key to clearing this position is creating the vertical above this position of the smoke. Eventually, that vertical angle from Deepek is able to confirm that kill on Disguise, and the numbers are even again. However, Fnatic have really dropped the ball in losing a player.
They got information. Solid Snake with the scanner. Citizen knows one player is stuck in that blue hallway towards Pit, so they can isolate somebody here possibly, but they're not sure where they want to execute. Is it going to be Moto drop down the main stairs? Are they going to go for a 3-man blue take? They're not sure just yet, but once you go in Moto door, either that's going to be the bait or the real push.
Yeah, and there's so much time here for Pasha to burn with that Vulcan canister. Less than 30 seconds remain for Fnatic. As soon as that Goyo is popped, there's not going to be any time for Smith. That's going to be burning until there's 2 seconds left on the clock. It will come down to a last-minute push for Fnatic, as VP know they don't need to make a move. They can sit back, Nako on the floor. Pasha now repositioning. The fire still keeping Fnatic at bay, and a backstab from Citizen isn't going to find what they need. Pasha goes massive.
Beautiful. I mean, it comes down to, I think, the Goyo being the MVP. The fact that you pop the Goyo fire, Moto door, and by Church triple breach, meaning there's like 2 seconds left when that fire is gonna disappear, no real push can really happen there from the side of Fnatic. And who can we thank for this? Well, Skies on the main staircase being assisted with that C4 as well. That gets them the opening kill, it buys them enough time, and the timer will get them a much stronger position because they have less angles to worry about. When you're playing on that blue position, you gotta worry about the pit, the hallway, the blue stairs, the hatch drop, and of course the motor door backstab. So many things happening here for Rorik, but because the Goyo fire, he can worry about less angles and worry about his individual gunfight, which he then wins in that prone position. So it's these very small things that gives VP an advantage, and of course great individual gun skill. They all win their ones. Fnatic. One of the classic things about being a new roster and playing a map like Clubhouse, it's about hitting your timers. Being quick enough at step 1 to have enough time for step 2 to then not choke on step 3 on the clock. And that's the thing, if it takes you more than half the round to clear one guy in the main staircase and you lose a player to a C4, your speed is just too slow. But if you speed up too much, we all know that the risk also increases. So that perfect midline of fast enough but also cautious enough is what Fnatic kind of trying to figure out for these upcoming rounds.
A good team knows that it's all about reading your opponent, and VP know Fnatic very well. They know that if you just put a very difficult to clear obstacle in their way, they will waste a little bit too much time trying to clear it. And that's all it took. Aside from that, VP were very conservative. They didn't overroam, they didn't overstay their welcome, and that's why they won the round. But a completely different bomb site now, as we go to Gym and Bedroom for Virtus Pro. I really love this new UI change, by the way, where we can see where the yellow pings are coming out from the teams in the all chat. It's really cool. I like that. We get to see what Citizen is actually looking at.
Small adjustment. I keep being distracted by it, to be honest, but it is a nice change as well. You can double tap the set key as well in game now and do the different fast configurations as a player. There's a lot of cool stuff that they're kind of like quality of life upgrades that came with this season. And they keep making those systems better and better. There we see Deadshot ping in second floor construction. This is our keto barrier. It also, if you're a player in the server, will show you the operator that is pinging. So it'll show like, you know, Deimos or Blackbeard or whatever. So that if you don't know the player name from your team, if you're solo queuing, it'll show you the operator icon from your teammate so that you know like what position they're in. It's actually a super cool feature. Oh yeah.
Well, which is very nice. You can see what operator dies and gets the kill in the kill feed. So one less thing to need to call out. But now the Fnatic, they've done some pretty good work to reload. A little bit of presence, and then they peel away. You look at the setup between the Warden, the Mira, the Azami. You've got some killer anchors, the Mute and the Ella too well. It really calls upon Fnatic to be extra deadly, but Smith, the Blackbeard, low HP.
Oh, that's awkward.
Keep us secured.
The fire, Grim Beast, Black on the windows. You're in so much trouble, my friend. If you just stay alive, you're gonna run away towards bathroom instead and just try and keep the numbers even. But there is no goalie this time for Virtus Pro, but somehow Dan finds a nasty shot through the window. He finds one and maybe a second, but no, gets shot down by Deadshot.
Yeah, good trade from Fnatic, but Smith still low HP and he cannot figure out how to get in and clear this position. Pasha has retaken control of Cash as well, and he's about to be on for a flank. Wizard is not watching. He'll find one.
No.
Second one for Pasha. Citizen is down. And now Deadshot and Smith have pretty much no hope. They might have Mako on the floor, but it doesn't mean anything. The round is done. Deadshot will find Skies, but surely that's going to be all she wrote. Smith caught off guard in a 1v1. This should be an easy finish off for Pasha. Big round for him with 3 massive kills. And Rorik to finish off what was left of Fnatic. Another dominant round for VP.
I mean, again, VP just looking like the better team, both in terms of like the 5-man cohesion of covering each other's angles, but also, again, individually. I mean, that was actually a pretty good round for Fnatic until Virtus Pro felt like they were stuck in the corner. Dan lashes out. He gets a kill on that master bedroom window, goes for a second, but then dies. Pasha, nasty flank from CCTV, finds 2 kills. The guy watching the flank here in construction, and the guy watching the window on CCTV to give them that window peek control on the balcony. I mean, that's where the round falls apart. So round 1 Fnatic, they're simply too slow. And then round number 2, they miss a step. There's a gap in the flank ward, some sort of weird timing, a lack of a drone, or not understanding where that flank might be coming from. So they lose 2 people by getting flanked. And then Pasha, great discipline. He's hustling off 5 kills and 0 deaths, doing a great job for his team. I think the good news here is Fnatic are struggling at 2 different things. I would rather see that than them struggling with the same thing twice. This time they weren't too slow. They had plenty of time, but they made a mistake somewhere else. You know, if they can keep working through their issues and improving in these small areas and whatnot and finding themselves in this game, anything is possible. So, small improvements, step by step, and Fnatic can start playing inside a clubhouse.
I hear you.
I want to incorporate a player like Citizen, of course, a very experienced, very talented individual. He likes to be on the front line. He's been playing the Solid Snake. Now he's on the Deimos. He's given up the Snake to Wizard. When first Solid Snake was released, people were very excited for what he's capable of, and taking ground like this is his specialty. Gets info. Knows exactly where that player on the main stairs is. As Rorik starts to fall back. And we're really in the meta of who cares about drones, aren't we? Shields, Deimos, Dockerby, Solid Snake. Who needs to drone?
I mean, it's a good point. There are so many ways to kind of get around it. And I mean, with this, you also get the map control, not just the information of where a defender is playing from, but you also know that now half the map is clear, and like, you know, bars, strip club means that, what is this? Gunfight, Pasha gets shut down. Fighting his shield from beneath is very awkward because you can pretty much only shoot his chest and his toes to cover by his shield. It's a freebie. Virtus Pro still fighting. Back to advances somehow. They're just getting kills everywhere. 3v2 favoring Virtus Pro.
Chenka lands a hell of a lot of damage on Smith as well. Finally, Citizen will catch Rorik. Got a little bit too antsy. Even the 2v2, in theory, winnable, but it's very, very low HP for both Fnatic players. Look, if you just count pure util, maybe there is a way in it for Fnatic, but the Tachanka combined with the low HP, these 2 FNC players, makes it a little bit extra awkward.
Yeah. And you know, they're droning it. They're really respecting the fact that they could just walk in and get caught by a Molotov. Aruni, you know, DMR posted up on red wall, good crossfire established. Again, Virtus Pro have been so disciplined in equal number fights. You know, the 3v3s, the 2v2s. They know that, hey, we can hear them if they vault the windows. So all we gotta worry about is construction, because we'll get sound cues for the rest. Fnatic either gotta double up and go together for a singular fight, or try and spread out. But mind you, they're so low on health, a singular bullet will take them out. Great name.
It goes out, it baits out the position, and Smith will finish off Nako. Sky.
Ooh.
As Rookie Bullet Fnatic makes his debut, and only 1 shot is needed from Skies to find this kill. But Smith has a shield. He's also got that diffuser. 15 seconds to play, but the headshot to come through. As the Blackbeard went to take the fight, he wasn't ready for the swing. And Fnatic remain roundless.
Again, it's another issue for Fnatic, right? I mean, it comes down to great use of information and utility in the 2v2. They recognize, hey, Tashanga is stuck on radio door. We have 2 frag grenades, and they don't even bother Deimos tracking. They just chuck in a grenade, they hold the angle, they get the kill. 2v1, Blackbeard Deimos, phenomenal position, right? The Deimos tracker goes out, it's gonna be free intel, but then Citizen swings maybe 1 or 2 seconds too early before the track fully goes through. He's caught in a bad position, he dies, leaving it just up to the 1 HP player of Smith on the BB, who started off this round right here in the office edge, getting the opening kills to the top fragger of Pasha. So again, 3 rounds of Fnatic, 3 different ways they've lost it, but that one was by far the best and by far the closest.
This was such a pivotal moment, wasn't it, as well? The nade to come through from Citizen and then the pre-fire from Smith. He didn't wait for the peak to come out. He just went for that swing straight away, despite not having the info. Credit to Smith. He's got an awkward task, being the new player on the team. I mean, alongside Citizen, but particularly there's a bit of a clear difference in terms of experience between the 2 players. On top of that, he's playing a tough role. You know, Shields, they're very punishing, right? If you make one tiny mistake and you die as the Shield, you've kind of failed as your team. You don't have as much, I guess, flexibility as an entry fragger that might, you know, sometimes be accepted that you're going to lose your entry fight. The Shield can't afford to make any crucial mistakes. That's why he ends up the last one alive. Unfortunately, just doesn't quite have what he needs to get his first clutch. But Fnatic have taken their tactical timeout. Maybe this is where they lean into the document.
It's time, boys. Bring it out.
Do it for the content at the very least, Citizen. Please. I beg you.
Everyone's like, oh, the operator's so broken, so bossed, so strong, but not played once so far. Like, is it actually strong if no one's playing it? Come on. Let's show it to us.
It's tough
Yes,
playing against
Clubhouse.
Virtus Pro, and it's also kind of tough being Fnatic. I mean, they've been in a bit of a rut. I mean, we hate to say it, but this team has been fighting against everyone else's plot armor for the longest time. I think ever since this organization entered EU. Even prior to that, back in the good old Koi/Rogue days, I mean, this team has had a bit of a curse. They've tried so hard to shake it. They've made 10 gazillion roster changes, and yet nothing quite sticks.
There's an exact moment in time where this happened, right? It was when Spoit abandoned them. When he went to North America and left Europe behind, that's when the Koi Rogue into Fnatic roster change shuffling and failing to get results have happened. I'm telling you. Because originally they were trying to replace Spoit, right? Which is like unreplaceable, irreplaceable. And then after that, they're like, well, what do we do now? And now we're here. It's hard when you lose a star player.
Of course, Spoit has won so many majors since then as well, of course.
Oh, SIs, EWCs, the whole thing.
He's on everything. Hey, we just got Dirty Bash's phone. Damn it, he elected not to answer the Jago payload.
So now his phone is dead. He can't check any of the cameras at all until he dies. And you'll see that the red icon as well. He also cannot be called again by Dokkaebi. So you're tanking the calls that you're safe in the future. As Snake. Wow.
Oh my god!
Trade! Okay.
That team kill came through because it made it worth it. And guess what? It was the Dokkaebi who died. So while the Dokkaebi did, in a way, get Fnatic 2 kills, it also ends up being wasted. Sorry, 1 kill and a decent amount of damage on the Pasha. It doesn't feel like it was worth it. I like the Vert coming out onto Sky's position. That's going to force him back. Fnatic have learned from their mistakes of the previous attack onto this long side, but I think they're going to be frustrated to find themselves in a similar 4v4 position.
Yeah, also mind you, there is still the active version of the Dokkaebi gadget where you hack the cameras. It is now like a limited time frame where you can access them as an attacker, but that's also gone. Not just the frustration of the call, but the active utility too. Again, Fnatic are setting up, they're getting ready, and Dan finds another massive kill, just like on the gym bedroom defense. Right before they're ready to go for that 4v4 execute, boom! Now they're playing 3v4 and have lost another Pivotal member in the Thatcher. They can't stop the Ele mines, the Fenrir mines, etc. The Denari lasers, they gotta go in kind of just dry here. Some flashes, some smoke, some Grim Beast, but nothing that makes this a whole lot easier. They can try and go for a YOLO plan, but Dan finds another again.
God. And the shots coming through from the pistol of Smith are not going to be enough for Fnatic to get this across. It'll come down to Deadshot having a miracle or nothing at all, as he is now the last one left. 1v4. The consolation frag, but straight into the fire. Out of the frying pan and yet into a 1v3, and he's not going to find anything unless they feed him. They're just waiting. They're not even going to overswing. Couple of shots, Rat-a-tat out, but Deadshot will save the KD, and Virtus Pro remain unscathed.
Oh, it's hard. I do think that the basement bomb slide will be the most difficult for Fnatic. So in terms of like the copium, I think the worst is over. We didn't really talk about the operator bans a whole lot, but it has been, of course, both the Electro-Bros, Kite, and Bandit. That's going to make the upstairs bombs a bit more difficult because you can't deny the walls anymore. Asami affects everything. That was the third choice ban. On the other side, we've been banning Thermite and Ace, which of course is kind of like a counter to the Bandit Kite ban because that's how to open the walls in a way. But I think the Monty ban here from Virtus Pro was a genius read. Smith has been playing Monty, Blitz, Blackbeard, and just kind of swapping between the operators. Monty gives you the most like information, stability, planned opportunity, and also hard reach naturally built into the kit. When you're banning Thermite and the Ace, it's going to be a bit more tricky to get hard reaching. We see Bana maybe for basement sometimes. We see the can opener secondary gadget for the upstairs bomb sides. Monty has secondary can openers. That's also gone. Plus a more safe operator for Smith for IGL from as a support player. So I think VP's done a really good job from the operator band selection. You know, getting to Clubhouse in the best of one, also phenomenal. I'm not sure how they got there, how Fnatic let that go through, but they did. It just feels like, you know, expectations so far has been met for me. VP being the better team, if Fnatic with a new roster. This is just the result of Meta Clubhouse, genuinely.
Well, they've got 2 more chances to get around. Hardest bomb site. Back to Gym and Bedroom. The last time they went and played this Gym Bedroom bomb site, it looked like they were getting close. They used the Capital's Fire and the Grimsby's to clear some positions, but a huge flank from Pasha is all for naught.
Oh, Gavin's playing.
Hell yeah.
Gavin's screaming at this hour. Early morning time
for him in America at this point.
Yeah, exactly. It's midday, man. It's peak gamer hours. Wake up at 11, boot up rank by 12, peak life.
Love that. What do we think about this time around? Now they've got the Dokkaebi. This time on Wizard with the brand new XK23. They've also got the Blackbeard who has forced Pasha back. You can see though Pasha, he's retreating, he's shot a drone, and he's completely unaffected downstairs. There's no one ready to catch, and I think perhaps that's a missed opportunity for Fnatic.
I like the kind of counter that we see right now, right? Virtus Pro playing fallback C4s with the Valcams. Fnatic has obviously read into this, and they're playing the IQ team step by step, not entering the building in scary areas until the Valcams have been spotted by the IQ. So this is Fnatic in a 5v5, thankfully. Just a little bit less than half round to play with the counter operators. But there's a trap. If they just jump in the windows and go for a default plant attempt with the Blackbeard, that could just be the round over to single C4. I really hope they don't take the bait here and just try and go for the simplest approach. They have to deal with Dan here, staying by the mattress, or they have to clear out the bathroom portion where Nako is playing. They can't just simplify this. It's a trap.
Yeah. It's the problem with leaving up that mirror is it becomes so difficult to flood the site because you can't just take direct gunfights with these anchors. Add to that the layers of the fact that we have the Valkyrie down below who has been spotted. Citizen's got to make sure that this Valkyrie does not get off her C4, and indeed, he will find the kill on the skies. It feels like it's been far too long since we've seen Fnatic with this kind of an advantage, and it might be their first chance to get around the board. Big Nitro Cell, though, will take down Smith on the Blackbeard. It calls for desperation from Fnatic as Deadshot gets that diffuser back up, goes for the kill, and now looks to replan. Passion misses his chance, and Deadshot will conjure up the first round for Fnatic.
Really, really good. Again, it looked like for a second they were gonna get trapped, but they had really good cover. They found 2 picks before they went for a plant attempt. They're jumping in with the safety of the Blackbeard, then getting a bit of chaos, getting a couple of kills, and then re-establishing where the plant was gonna go down and who was covering which angles. And just like in the prep phase, they got the IQ, the counter to the Valkyrie, the counter to the verticality, and then they also recognized, guys, if they're playing that kind of Valk style C4 below, we have to get pool table or bar control as well. And they did that. playing off that double window downstairs. So they had a checkbox list and they said check, 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 and they hit their shots. Phenomenal round, they're on the board. That first kind of game jitter nerves should be out now. They can play a bit more freely, thinking, okay guys, we're not gonna get flawless.
But two would be perhaps achievable. I mean, we're certainly not expecting Fnatic to win this game, but if they do find a second round, on paper that's winnable, right? You just have to have a very solid defense half on Clubhouse, and then probably get your 4 rounds. Probably don't get 5. I mean, that would be miraculous if Fnatic do end up making a comeback and actually winning this game outright. But even an overtime would be an achievement at this point, knowing how good VP have been, especially domestically.
I am seeing a bit of a cook-up here, James. We're seeing the Blitz, the Glass, and the Sense. Now, if there's a Thermite in the mix, I know exactly what's gonna go down, right? You pop that main wall, you go crazy. But with a Thermite ban, and only bring out the Hibana and can openers, this cannot be a quote-unquote quick, direct rush. It's a bit more, you know, you're showing your cards before you do it, kind of, because you got step 1 breach, step 2 cover, but it's gonna go for it. Never mind, they can go fast.
Wow, I like this. Very cheeky with this check. Fire might stop a deadness track. Smith is taking a hell of a lot of damage. Still amongst the fire. He will burn to a crisp. It comes down to the gas as well. The double up from Virtus Pro. And they stop this rush dead in its tracks. Wizard is going to need to put a spell on Virtus Pro, and Citizen is going to need to make his presence known. A 2 versus 4, and all of the wind has evaporated from their sails. A shot from a narrow angle, and Wizard will go down outside the breach. It's Citizen in a 1v4.
They still got reinforcement on Garage. They thought, you know, we can go for a straight attack. We got the smokes, got the cover, but it wasn't enough. The fire and smoke combined there from VP shot down any attempt of a plant position. Citizen, the new kid in the block, but a veteran player, has to try and find a couple of kills. Won't find a single one. VP, another lockout of a round for them.
Unbelievable. What a half from Virtus Pro. 5-1. Fnatic, they managed a single round on the board, but that is all they will get for the entire half. VP asserts dominance.
I'm gonna say it. Hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. Just one more time. Just final time there, okay? It happened.
Mic drop as we go to the halftime break.
All right, that was the first half of the EML that we're seeing so far. I think the one thing I'm really curious for is, Jack, you've noticed a few things with Fnatic when it comes to their new attacking style.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, new players, brand new map, they're playing their permaban. You know, Pengu might have said it best, I'm not going to repeat it, but it was clearly a terrible half. If we look at one of the rounds, round 2, you can see here, 50 seconds left, 5 versus 5. They've got utility, they're trying to trap Naquo inside of the fire and punish him when he runs away. Do they? No, they don't. And it's very, very scripted what they're going to do. They lose the entry pick. VP are just chilling, they're ready for it, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at one mistake they do here. Do you see Jacuzzi Breach open? No. Everyone is holding construction and the windows. And so therefore, look, this player is in cash. They haven't checked for flank drone properly. So when Ella comes in, a first free kill, a second one, that's Pasha for you. And so here's my issue with the way that Fnatic has been playing so far. They're trying to play the right way. And that isn't a mistake in itself. The problem is they're playing the right way, the wrong way. Because they're doing steps that are extremely predictable. Yeah. And then on top of that, they're not doing them the right way in the sense that they don't set up the flank drones, they don't take the control that they should have in order to play that way. If you look at this round, and you just look at the time left here, 15 seconds left, they're still attacking, you have Goyo canisters, you have everything to slow down. VP's playstyle is all about burning time, and they're the king at this.
Fnatic are almost playing like the VP of a year ago.
Exactly.
They're very readable, you know what they're going to do, and then you can punish them in the late round. I do agree with you, though. It's nice to see them playing with a shield, playing off the back of a focal point, but the level of that play currently is not there, and they've been absolutely slapped. The one round that they strung it together, it was basically flawless. It was really, really good. But aside from that, it's not been great from Fnatic.
Teething issue or further concerns?
I think it's just that they lack the depth so far.
Yeah, I think so.
They lack the depth.
It screams of a roster that was put together only days ago, right?
Yeah.
Which, you know, we know it was.
Versus a team that just excels at punishing players and teams that don't do the things properly.
Are you getting a bandit, Ben?
I mean, Bandit breaches on Clubhouse. You always want to get rid of your breaches, make it nice and easy. Bandit and Cade is not particularly uncommon. You get the walls for free when that happens, but then you do have to play into a lot of late round utility, the Azami, the Clash potentially, Denari, any kind of Goyo setups, all that type of stuff you've got to play into, but you will get the walls for free.
And you can see that Fnatic is very aware of that because they ban Ying, they ban Glass, they ban the execution-heavy operators, which is going to limit the potential of craziness from VP. But I'm not too worried. If there's one team that has experience here, it's them.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see what Fnatic can salvage in the second half.
Say it again, James.
Oh no, they banned the execute operators, Ian Glass. I guess we'll just play the other 10 execute operators, the 5 fields, and the 20 different free info operators that allow us to
the glass, the token B, the solid.
absolutely execute any poor defender.
It's so rough being a defender right now. It's like if you want to go far enough back, the roughest part I think was like playing SMG 11 on Coastline, like you're like the smoke or mute player. That was a nightmare because everyone's got ACOGs, DMRs, whatever. You got SMG 11. But nowadays, doesn't matter what gun you have, they have crazier gadgets.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, just the number of gadgets that we have that create space that really just negatively affect these defenders, especially with the damage that's caused by Dokkaebi if you don't answer the call, and the free info that you get from Solid Snake. We don't even need those 2 operators picked this time around. It's actually a much less oppressive operator lineup from Virtus Pro, but a much more fundamental one. We've got 2 hard breaches, we've got a shield, which is always good, and we've got the Grim, which is great for executing whatever you want. It's kind of a nice little helper. And then Ashe, because, I don't know, I guess it's got Ashe. I'm not really must have, but
that's the odd one out.
I guess.
It could have been, so obviously there's a clash in the mix. Maybe they're hiding the clash and they only saw 4 defenders and thought it could be a mirror that they're saving, so we're gonna bring the counter in case of. Because if they have a clash, you're gonna bring the Sophia, like not just like that could be like the instead of the Ashe. But with the mirror, Sophia is useless, so you bring the Ashe. It could be one of those, kind of back and forth. But yes, to your point, Virtus Pro, their goal is to get to the bomber side, 5 attackers alive. They could lose the Ashe early for a trade. That wouldn't be the end of the world because Ashe doesn't bring anything for the late round but verticality. But they need these gadgets to hit the bomber side and get effectiveness out of it. So again, I guess the question comes, how long can Smith stall for here in the main stairs? He's got Barbed Wire and a Razor Bloom from Thorn pre-placed in the middle of that staircase. If they walk on down and get slowed by the Clash or the Barbed Wire, they will die to a Razor Bloom. So there's kind of like a fake kind of, they're debating it, right? It's like, oh, come knife me, but actually, you'll die if you do it. Here comes.
Oh, they are going to go for the knife, and a lot of damage done onto Dan. However, he survives. Look at the way they push him down. It's insane. From Virtus, do not stop, they do not slow down. They are so fundamentally sound. They created so much vert, there was no escape for Smith.
No cover, C4 spin from Wizard on the 2 brow way earlier in the round, and I mean, Dan barely lost any health to the Thorn Razor Bloom either. Now they've dropped the Moto Hatch, completely swung inside the Moto itself because there are 2 separate cancel barricades, and guess what? There is no destruction from skies. No X-Kairos left remaining, no secondary soft breach. They gotta use a Selma charge on the castle door to get him out of that room. He's completely stuck otherwise.
There's an Ashe charge left from Dan that could be used to open up. Oh, and we do have
He's in Kidston.
There must have already been.
Almost 3 plays Jammer then, I guess.
There's a free kill here. Really awkward spot now for Wizard. He's trapped in 2 angles, and Nako finds a double. Walks straight inside of Church and immediately looks for the plant, but Deadshot has come to life. Him and Citizen now look to try and clutch up for Fnatic. It's a 2v2 as the plan is confirmed. And Pasha is the last one with a gun up to try and cover, but Nako's already down 2 kills this round. Don't count him out, finding another one as he unshields and threatens to go for an ADS. He doesn't allow Deadshot the fluidity of taking the fight against Pasha. He's protecting his teammate. He's trying to bait it out, and he's playing it so well. He lets him get past, wants to go for the kill again. Pasha support, and in a 1v1 trade, the Monty should absolutely win this. Unless Citizen can have a miraculous clutch moment for his new team. I don't think it's likely. He tries to find the shots onto the feet, but Nako has so much HP remaining. Guys is having a laugh, and Nako doesn't even need to find the kill. He controls Citizen, and there's nothing that Fnatic can do about it. It's all happy times for VP in the chat as they find match point.
Oh, it's such a slow burn. There was hope. There was a moment there where Fnatic, they get 2 kills in quick succession. They even the numbers in a great position, but there's a Monty planting. They have nothing that can stop it. When Virtus Pro, they play in defense, they often have, Goyo, Smoke, Tashanka, 1 or 2 of those operators. There's so much time and area denial. There was a lot more, I guess, like soft utility there from the side of Fnatic, right? That the castle barricades, that the clash shield, they're playing kind of like the layers, but then without falling back or surviving and getting a kill early on, losing the clash so effortlessly. I think that was a turning point for me, where I'm thinking they have a minute and 20 seconds, or I guess 15 when the clash died. They have double castle barricade to work with. That's the only thing that stops them from going for a plant, and they got the Monty. And to make matters worse, Neko just walked in the breach on a crouch Selma hole and just ADS the castle of D-Pick in the corner, and they just win the round. And that's all it took. You walk in, right click, left click, take care of the one player on the bottom side, boom, round over strategically. VP make this way too easy, and it does said it the best. Like Mr. Leon Fresh, right? It's about depth. Fnatic, they're missing that depth, but it's expected because they are a new roster. These are the exact fundamental issues you should be having when you haven't had a ton of time together, and it's showing.
For me, the most incredible thing about Virtus Pro is that they achieved that without operators watching.
Yeah.
Aside from the Monty, if you want to count it, but it was just all about fundamentals. They 2 hard breaches.
Mirror trick.
They had a Monty. Okay, here's a little cheeky. I love that. Great way to counter the Thermite. However, it might not matter. You can have a nice cheeky little idea here and there, but if you're losing players, especially Deadshot going down so early on the Scopos, it's a little bit questionable. And VP will get this wall open as soon as this Zoto canister stops. And then we'll have pretty significant map control for VP.
Yeah, and I mean, when you get an opening pick this early on, for Virtus Pro right now, you just slow down. You have Nomad, Kali, Heartbeat, or Monty. You only have Dokkaebi that says, let's go get aggressive, but they can use Dokkaebi as a support operator by simply just saying, hey, let's target call this person in this position, and then push forward with the other members. So again, it's all about just taking it nice and slow, and you see just the pressure. Fnatic are sprinting back towards the bomb side, they see the Monty, they hear the Dokkaebi call, they do not want this fight.
And if you notice, Wizard tried to answer his phone, but he didn't think he was safe in that position, even hiding behind the wall in Con. So he decided to tank it just to try and escape. It cost him a lot of his HP. Inch their way forward, you're right, they have so much control. And now 1 exothermic charge remains. Pasha can try and detonate this on the wall onto Jacuzzi, and Citizen is not nearby to deploy his last Dodo canister. Great shot from Dan. Dan always loves his sniper rifle, but Wizard with the C75 gets him straight back.
Sniper? No, Iron Sight pistol. Can they win it though? Pasha gets another kill. Here comes the 2v1. They're forcing this gunfight with the Monty working together.
You say 2v1, but it's a 3v1 now, as VP are on the edge of finishing off Fnatic in such a dominant fashion. And the Bears in season, they overwhelm Fnatic and dominate them 7-1.
Phenomenal showcase. Fundamentals, strategy, coordination, and discipline from Virtus Pro. You said it yourself, James. Didn't get the results they wanted internationally. They got maybe a chip on their shoulders. Well, they showed exactly what they're made of in their first game here for Stage 1.
Fnatic had no way back into it. VP have dominated in their debut back into Stage 1, and we'll break it down after this.
Bada boom. I got the
And just like that, our first match of EML Stage 1 is over, and that means we get to speak to the victors. We have Nico on the line. Congratulations on your first victory here. Good evening. How are you feeling?
Good evening first, and yeah, feeling good. I think it's a very good way to start the stage 1, so yeah, I'm happy.
Nico, a nice easy one there. We were a little bit surprised when we saw Clubhouse. Fnatic don't usually play it. You guys are pretty good at it. What was your opinion on why they went there?
I have no idea, to be honest, because we were not really expecting that map, and when we saw them banning like maps we were supposed to play and it ends up on club, we were like, okay, and we start defense like they pick the map, so why not?
What did you think about starting defense? Because obviously they've picked up Smith, and you know he's a shield player. You played into that perfectly well. Was that the game plan? Was to just target that?
I mean, we didn't scream them with their new lineup, so I had no idea he was shield player, to be honest. Okay. But it was just yeah, planned on based on like what we know from them, how they play style wise. I don't think even with two change like the game style will change so much, so we just played based on what we knew about them.
Nico, I think reflecting back on Salt Lake City, it was your second event, personally, attending a big one. Well, you know, what's the main takeaway for you as a team? Were you disappointed with the results? Are you happy that it was a big learning experience? How do you feel about the major overall?
I mean, kinda. I don't know if I can say disappointed because it's first event of the team, but of course we would love to go to playoff and just play the other teams, the best team on stage and everything. Like every team who don't want, like no teams don't want to play on stage and playoff, of course. But I think it was still like good experience to learn first event together for this new team. We have like 3 players like me, Skies and Rorik who almost didn't play any S tier event, so I think there is a lot to learn from it, so it wasn't that bad.
It's a good way of viewing it, I believe. There's also a big difference that we're noticing right now in your background. I mean, you went from playing a bootcamp together with Verse Pro to then playing in the same room at the major, and now you all seem to be playing from home. How is that different for you?
I mean, playing at home is not bad. Like you are full comfortable, so I don't think it's an issue. But it's just more about like vibing with your team in bootcamp. It's just like way better. But playing home, like I don't think you will get worse if you play at home. Like you're supposed to have your comfort. Except like for me, some months ago I had some very bad PC, so playing on bootcamp and event was the best for me because I was like, oh, it's amazing to play on this. But right now, I have a very good PC, good setup, I'm comfortable at home, so no problem.
All right, awesome. That was going to be my follow-up question if you upgraded your PC in the meantime, but I'm glad to find out that has happened. So thank you so much for your time and good luck with your match tomorrow.
Thank you guys, goodbye.
I feel like there was a lot said there, but a lot between the lines as well, right? About the confidence they have as well.
Yep.
The map choice maybe not being that right, but still playing their own plan, and it worked out.
And I think, you know, for a lot of teams just playing their own thing, what they know, being in their own systems, they trust those systems. That's why you create the systems, the processes, the strategies. It's why you have big map pools, ultimately, is when you do get surprised in a map veto. Like you said, they were surprised, but in a good way. And they managed to just absolutely capitalize on it. VP are looking like a very, very strong team and a very balanced team as well.
And the reality is that we mentioned that Clubhouse is supposed to be the baseline of any professional team. Everyone knows how to play it. Everyone knows the steps on how to play it. And it's about the execution. How good are you at executing it on it? There isn't that much innovation that you can do on it. And so, therefore, when you're trying to surprise a team going on Clubhouse, is always a big question mark, because yes, they can be surprised or going on that.
It's just a limited,
realistically,
the ceiling of the surprise.
Everyone plays it, and everyone plays it in a good way. So, you know, if you're gonna challenge a team like Virtus.pro, a team that has proven that they can go to the major, contend with the best teams in the world, having surprised everyone, and you're also gonna do that on the weaker side, that was a big gamble on the side of Fnatic. Like I said, I think that the game plan was you know, to some degree, it was smart. They were trying to play the right way. They were trying to play beyond Smith, who was sacrificing himself, both on attack and defense. The poor guy had played Monty, Blitz, Blackbird, and then he goes to defense. What does he play? Clash.
The only shield he didn't play was Fuse Shield.
Yeah. So, I mean, at some point, you can't really judge him on that, but realistically, way too readable. Way too readable. Not there with the depth yet.
Even on the defenses, they were hitting roams, falling off within 10-20 seconds. Like, they were just giving VP the opportunity to win the round every single time.
So there is still a lot of work to be done for this Fnatic roster, at least if they want to be the dark horse, if they want to at least find themselves inside, you know, the 7th, the position kind of inside the EML. That was their first matchup, though. We will move on directly to our second matchup of the day. We got Shifters and Twisted Minds. Now, if you remember kickoff, this was a very storied matchup, right? This was a qualification game for the major. Shifters winning that first map 7-0. We thought, okay, this is over.
Yeah.
But eventually, it saw Twisted Minds make it to their international event. It denied Shifters a chance of qualifying, and that led to quite some changes on the side of Shifters as well.
Yeah, it's the common story of Shifters. Supposed to be one of these teams that finally fills the top 4 and then never quite achieves to do that. They achieved it in Munich, but then after that they struggled. And I think that's the biggest worry I have with Shifters is that, you know, they lost that spot to Twisted Minds. That team went on to the major to place top 4. Right now, they're not in that position anymore. They're not the heavy favorite. And so what do? They do the one big change that they needed, which was removing P4, a struggling IGL, to another IGL that has more experience and is a native English speaker.
And it's been a long time coming, right? If we talk about, you know, this, we love talking about this roster. We think they've got a really high potential, but P4 felt a little bit like the weak link statistically, I think it's worth saying. So they've removed P4, they've added in Nath as an IGL, and it seems kind of smart on the outside of things. I don't know, you view it, Leo, but, you know, Nath's very, very experienced. Been to international events. Not saying P4 wasn't, but having spoken to Freck before this tournament started, he actually, you know, he said to me, actually, P4 wanted to, you know, not be on the roster before kickoff. They couldn't really find another IGL. They couldn't really make it work. So P4 stepped back in and had a good stage, nearly got them there. But now it felt like the right time to move that IGL on. Maybe Nath has a slightly different view. He said, especially in terms of comms, he's very, very different to P4. So that's what they feel can progress the team on.
Yeah, I had a slightly different take, and I posted it as soon as I saw the transfer. I think it makes sense on paper. I think they needed that. I think that P4 was caged in a role where he could not really thrive. He had to play the worst roles. He had to be on shields. He had to call in French instead of, you know, he had to call in English instead of calling in French. A whole lot of things. At the same time, we look at this guy. They're all in the bootcamp together, and I see someone that has failed with Dark Zero. I see someone that has failed with Team Secret. And I feel like he has a lot to prove because he used to be one of the players that we looked at and felt like he was the next big IGL. Yeah. And then he's fallen over in the last 2 stints.
Especially on that Dark Zero move. When he got that Dark Zero move,
we're all expecting it.
Guys.
Wow. Okay, and the first few months were amazing.
Yeah.
You can't be saying that. It's his birthday. It's Nate's birthday today. Happy birthday, Nate, by the way. Excuse what you just heard
Leo's
from the guys on the couch here.
365 days a year.
Let's be honest, it was not negative in the sense that I felt like he was looked at as one of the next big IGL. He maybe still has that, but he has a lot to prove after the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And from my point of view, I'm also hoping he proves it, you know, for England at ENC.
Yeah.
Great Britain.
Yeah. Okay, but he has a difficult game to prove it, though, right? On his birthday. We're talking about Twisted Minds, who saw themselves make it to that international event. I feel like they got dealt a bad card, though, right? I mean, they had to play with a sub, but despite that, they made great work of it. We can look at a class report for them as well and kind of see how we would rate their performance at their first international event, or their first international event in just over a year, that is.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually thought they were really, really good, you know, to be fair, in terms of the expectations for Twisted Minds. We'd seen them at so many events, but we did give them an A+ because they reached the first ever semi-final for MENA in terms of an international event. And that is a massive achievement in itself. They obviously went undefeated in the Swiss stage as well, and they were the best performing EML team there.
Yeah, obviously we're mentioning the official circuit because there were some big upsets at Gamers 8 before where they reached a semi-final, but when it comes to the official circuit and a major, it was the first time for MENA. I think it's the way they did it, like you said, absolute dominance in a Swiss stage, how entertaining they were, and in the end, the best performing team of EML, despite playing with a sub. And so there were many things that I felt were things to be proud of. We would have loved to see them all the way to a grand final, but still, not that many people expected them to do that.
We've seen this roster under various different organizations. We've seen them under Falcons, we've seen them under GK as well, at international events. You know, various players on this roster. Whenever they play on the live stage, especially, they have a way of capturing, the minds and the love, and they absolutely come alive. It feels like home for them. So I was proud to see them do so well at Salt Lake City. Thought they were a little bit unfortunate not to go all the way, to be honest. But in terms of the expectations of this roster, it was their first, tipple back into Tier 1, into EML, first time ever. And they go all the way to the semifinals of the major. That was phenomenal.
And that's the thing as well, right? First time semifinals for that region is absolutely huge as well. It must be such a stark contrast going from playing a semifinal to playing a best of one inside the EML here on day one of stage one as well. I want to look at the map, Vito, because maybe Shifters go into this with a bit of confidence, right? If that was a best of one back in the day when they played in kickoff, it would have gone their way.
It would have.
But this time we're not going to Chalet. It's going to be Fortress instead.
Leo's got is that a grimace or is that a smile on your face right now?
Like you said, I think there is a consistent story with Shifters.
Yeah.
Trying to target maps.
They like comfort zones, don't they? They like teams being in the comfort zone of maps they play often.
They like to know which map they're going to play. And so what do? They look at one of the best map of their opponent and they're like, okay, we're going to take you on that one. And it's exactly what's happening here because Twisted Minds on Fortress is a team that defeated Team Secret, Team Falcons, Furia, Enterprise, and only lost it to the major runner-up, Shopify Rebellion. It's a map that they absolutely love. They were one of the first early adopters. It fits their aggressive playstyle, and Shifters decides on the first play day of stage 1 to take them on that one.
Why do they love it? It's massive. The map's massive if you think about it. There's 3 staircases for flanks. There's so much open space. There's so much unique opportunity potential. Hasham's a player that we think about every single time we talk about Twisted Minds. We think about Hasham. How many different spots and corners and tables and whatever can he hide behind and do things on that? I think that's why the map suits them well, and their record on it is sensational. They've only lost it, like you said, against the team that was in the final in terms of Shopify Rebellion.
And you're telling me Shifters is going to test that with a new IGL today? That's
and also an IGL in terms of Nave, who was on Secret, who played against Twisted Minds on this map and got absolutely spanked in kickoff.
Yeah, that was the first play day for him. At the same time, I do believe that it's a smart move. It's always one that it's not always paid off, but it's one that made a statement every time for Shifters. The fact that they're ready, that they're brave enough to take a team where they're not the favorite. They're playing against a team that is supposed to beat them. And to take them on one of their best maps is a statement every time. They always make it close. That's the important thing. But they do need the points, though.
And the big thing is, Shifters will be starting on defense. We can see them in the lobby. They're starting on the defensive side. Why is that strong? Because actually, when you looked inside a kickoff, it was attack for Twisted Minds that was a bit more of a struggle than their defense. That makes sense because when you've got individual players, individual prowess, the attack, when you're attacking, it has to be together. It has to be in sync and it has to be unified. Twisted Minds weren't always the most in sync team, but they get away with it because of their individual ability, and when they're on defense, they've got utility and power positions. So the fact that Shifters start on defense for them will be massive because it means they can get a few rounds on the board before inevitably they will then put Twisted Minds on their strong side.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time here because we don't have all the players in the lobby just yet. I want to go back to the interview that Neko just had with us, right, where he talked about being together in the same room with the team helps you vibe better with the players. I mean, we're looking at that right now for Shifters. Playing on booth camp is going to help them as well in those first games with their new IGL, surely.
Yeah, I think it's an investment worth it when you are bringing a new IGL, when you need a lot of these theory sessions to try and get that vision behind the players. We'll see if it pays off, but I would not judge them on the first match. Yeah. I think it's a something that you can not expect a short.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's important as well for team camaraderie because when you've got an IGL, you have to trust whatever they call in the moment without hesitation, right? When you're changing out that and it's material to your team, you need to develop a relationship with them and quickly. So what better way to do that than to put, 80% of the team on a boot camp together? They will of course know Nave, but they'll spend a lot more time with Nave and then they can subscribe to his way of thinking. They can do the theory sessions in person and there's so much more context that can happen when you're in person, when you're doing those theory sessions. So I think for Shifters, the fact they're on boot camp is actually really, really good for them right now.
It is. It's absolutely going to be. Any expectations that we have for this match? I mean, the best of 3 ended up being really close. It was a very one-sided first map, and then it got really close afterwards.
I think looking at the playdays today, I'm seeing a lot of players that are a lot of teams that are facing heavy favorites, teams that have made a lot of changes, challenged some of the best teams in EML. If there's one matchup that I expect to be close, it's that one, because I believe that Shifters always makes it close. Their game plan is good. I think the change in IGL, despite all of I've said with Nave, I believe that is very experienced. And I think it is for the best of Shifters. And I think, Twisted Minds, they come back from the rush of having had a semi-final at the major.
Yeah.
You know, it's the moment where they're going back down. It's they had a break. If there's one moment you can catch them off guard, it's at the beginning of the season in the BO1.
I think for Shifters, I think losing this game won't define their season, but winning this game could define their season. You put them as a challenger in the power ranking. If they come and beat one of the established top teams here, it could set them up for some big success.
It would be a great way for them to start here. Testing the waters, though, on Fortress as the match is ready, so we'll send it back to our casters.
Time to get stuck into it. I hope you brought a nice big sun umbrella, Pengu, because it's about to get scorching hot in the desert at Fortress. Is Twisted Minds taking on Shifters, a matchup that we've seen quite a few times this year in such pivotal moments. Everyone remembers back in the 6 Invitational qualifiers where Twisted Minds ruined Shifters' day twice and took their spot in through those grand finals to eventually fall to another team. But then even in kickoff, even locally here in the domestic league when we came back for 2026, Shifters still couldn't beat Twisted Minds. And this Twisted Minds roster, this MENA team made it all the way deep in Salt Lake City to those semifinals. The first time we've ever seen a team from MENA do such a thing. And now surely they are hot off of that performance and ready to do even more here in stage 1.
They're ready, and also Shifters, like the Des was talking about, they have chosen to take Twisted Minds to Fortress. A map that Twisted Minds are excellent at playing. Fits their playstyle, they have insane results on against different teams internationally and domestically. While Shifters can do a lot of prep work and counter strategy because they can like really expect what map will get picked if they leave it open, it still begs the question, can Shifters actually, you know, go into this with a realistic victory here? Because it's gonna be one of the strongest maps of Twisted Minds of that heating performance, like you said, with Shifters that is a bit of a question mark in terms of skill level right now.
So for Twisted Minds, I've got a lot of questions. What are you going to be like coming hot off of being one of the favored teams in Salt Lake City? Obviously top 4 performance, very big. But has that just renewed their fire inside them? Are they thinking, well, we know we can go that deep. Of course,
10 seconds left.
Aim even higher than that. Twisted Minds, remember, only just made it through to Tier 1 this year, technically, if you think about it, right? Oh, nice to see Diaz is back online.
Attackers must locate
I kept
and defuse
inviting
the
him, he
bomb.
wasn't joining my lobby for some reason.
Oh man, bummer. It's funny because like during the off season when like roster changes are happening, I know some people that are friends with like a lot of different pro players as like fans. They try and figure out like who's scrimming with who based off who's in a custom game in like round 5 out of 4. Yeah, exactly.
Right, but these two players both on round 9 and then it switched to round 10 at the same moment. They have to be scrimming together.
Oh, it confirms this roster change rumor that I've seen on like, yep. People do that, and people actually genuinely figure stuff out this way. It's incredible. It's
And then some people just check the official rosters on the Esports tab. We have that feature now. Sometimes that gets revealed before the orgs have announced.
If you haven't, as an org, announced your team on your roster a few days before the season start, you had your chance. You genuinely had your chance, and you didn't take it. That's on you.
I mean, roster lock is like, it's a published thing. If you look up the rulebook, you can find out what day the roster's locked.
Yep.
If you haven't announced your rosters by roster lock, like that's on you to the teams, in my opinion. But just to focus up on the game, Jalad has had a huge amount of impact already on his Twitch drones. He managed to pop a mirror. I believe he might have got some other util as well. But pivotally, Freck's mirror windows are high-value targets for Twisted Minds.
He's waiting for them. Great bit of damage. Nave for the second one to the floor just for safety. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble here. Fall on back. No real support. Gonna be stuck in the corner and should become a free kill maybe. Once the drone checks, yeah, there he is. Can he cross to safety?
The only reason he's taken this much damage is because he was caught in his own thorn trap and unable to sprint away. And P9 eventually will finish him off. Great help from Dove on the Monty. And now Freck is in a bit of an awkward spot. He wants to try and take the fight with the player behind him. But oof, hello and goodbye to Hasham from down below. Freck wants a little bit more. 1 HP, feeling the pressure. P9 finds a second. Numbers advantage to Twisted Minds, even though it did look like it would slip away for a brief moment. P9 out with the nade. Shotgun comes to life. Second nade over the top. C4 finds nothing, but caught a mid-sprint Robbie finds his head and brings a glimmer of hope over to Shifters, looks for a little bit more. Blaz has helped him out as the pistol automatic comes out for Trix. The prone pick might not be quite it, but never mind. Robbie has his deagle in hand, and Shifters steal around from right underneath Twisted Mind's nose.
I mean, great counter aggression. I mean, they were losing the bomb site. They saw the Muncie, they saw the Ying. They knew that a plan was being threatened. They didn't go for the gunfights. And Freck, great vertical shot, starts off the battle. Everybody else said, okay, we're gonna follow through. We will either win or lose this round, fighting the main breach and fighting the main hallway. And honestly, if you're up against Twisted Minds, I think you kind of need to battle back. Because Twisted Minds as a team, they are fearless. They will take any fight you present to them. They will take any risk inside the server. You cannot play scared and just let them run over you. So they're fighting back off the rip. They shut them down round number 1. And that's going to give them a bit more confidence going into this remainder of Fortress. Because mind you, this is going to be Shifters choosing where to go on the map. But this is also going to be Twisted Minds' strongest map on paper. So getting off a strong start, super important.
Very much so. Back in stage 1, if you look at the stats from kickoff in MENA, a lot of these Shifters players actually made their appearance into the top 10. We had Robbie, the 3rd highest rated player, Freck, the 6th, and Blaz, the 7th. There's a lot of firepower on this team. You look at the KDs, I mean, Robbie, 52 kills, only 37 deaths. That's a 1.41 KD. A lot of these guys know how to fight. They know how to fight back even when Twisted Minds are marching towards them with that Monty.
Also, just double checking my facts here before I say something wrong. I believe Freck underwent surgery. Is that correct? Just double checking. Yeah, he did.
No, that's news to me.
So I believe Freck, when they didn't qualify, I think he tweeted something along the lines of like, oh, with this opportunity, I can now get like my wrist surgery. I think him and Iconic might have had a similar thing. But I found the tweet actually. He did tweet about it. He said, surgery went well. I've now been recovering for a good 4 weeks and everything is going as planned. See you for ENC quals in stage 1. So,
wow,
and a picture of his hand with a pretty gnarly scar, if I gotta say so myself. So he's had wrist surgery because he had a ton of pain.
Yeah, so I'm reading his tweet prior to that. As some of you know, I've had pretty bad pain in my right hand for a couple of months. So I got my nerves tested and I got diagnosed with carpal tunnel. Got in contact with a surgeon. He told me the recovery time from the surgery wouldn't be long, so due to us not making the major and to prevent actual nerve damage, I've decided to take the surgery. And you're right, like if you guys look up on Twitter, it's at @notfreck. He has quite a significant scar, a lot of stitches, you know, halfway up his palm. That is a huge operation, and I'm glad it went really well because that must have been so challenging to do.
Scary.
Especially when your livelihood is primarily, and it's your right hand as well. Like obviously your keyboard hand's important, but this is your mouse hand, man. Freck is a fragger. He needs to be at his 110% for every single game day.
And he hit a nasty shot, like that very first round. That's kind of why it sprung to my mind. I was like, wait, why was I more impressed with that shot than usual from Freck? I was like, oh right, because like his right hand is not supposed to work, but it is. Yeah. Thankfully.
Look, he had a little bit of a warm up after the ENC quals.
Yeah.
For Team
It's
Netherlands.
Scary. They did pretty alright, no? Did they? I actually don't remember. Did they do alright?
I think pretty alright is a pretty solid way to describe it. I can't remember exactly how far they went. I'll have a look.
I was watching Alpha Leo. He was tweeting every day during the qualifiers, like, you know, expected matches, hype matches, who his like top 4 teams are, and he was doing really good on predictions. And I was following along just like passively on social media. It's pretty good. Thank you, Leo.
Yeah, I mean, I did work the official ENC broadcast for some of it, but just the nature of how that tournament qualifier went is we jumped around. I did like 3 or 4 different regions in a single broadcast. Just there's so many games going on, we're jumping around. But I mean, for EU, aside from the teams, for example, France and UK, that obviously were invited, the obvious one that you looked at through the qualifiers that were going to be really strong was
Finland?
Italy. Well, Team UK is... England is a part of that, and they were already invited, Pengu.
No, Finland. Finland. Like Finnish.
Oh, I thought you said England. I mean, Finland did win, but I'll be honest, I didn't think they'd be that good looking at them on paper. Not
I don't know,
compared to
dude.
Italy. I mean,
I played them in
look at
ranked
Italy.
a few times.
It's Sarks, Robbie, Lolo, Dora, and Akwi. It's basically just an actual literal pro team, but with 2 players added to it.
And where in the standings are heretics on the ladder?
Look, they're not doing too great, but at least they have the team chemistry, right? I mean, on the flip side, obviously, Freck played with Netherlands, which was Freck and Deepek. Obviously, both of them play in Tier 1. Then it was Choco, Flauncy, and Leonski. So,
oh, wait, Leonski played?
Yeah. Good.
No shot. Yeah, that's an OG right there. Okay.
Can't help but notice that Team Denmark didn't do particularly well. Where were you?
I wonder why, man. There are
Why'd you dunk them?
Oh, no, sorry. There are 4 Danish players that most people can name, right? If you've been watching for a long time. Myself, Benjamasters, Saronic, and Thompson. Thompson played a singular stage with Team Mirage, went 0-10 as a team, then disappeared. Saronic went to a Pro League final against Troy Canadian. It was playing Dogs as CTM in Year 1, Season 3. That was it. And there's me and Benja. I didn't play. Benji didn't play, and Thompson and Saronic have been retired for like 7 years each. So like, who's playing James in Denmark? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. You did not step up to your country when you were needed. Right?
Don't do this. Fabian already did this. He's like, where were you when your country needed you? It's like, man, come on. I didn't want to scrim and play just to get completely destroyed. Also, I'm not sure if anyone's thought about this, right? I've never played Siege in Danish, and Benjamin is probably similar. So, like, would we speak English despite being 5 Danish players? Like, I don't know. It's hard.
Doesn't feel very patriotic, if you ask.
It doesn't. So it felt wrong. I couldn't do it. I couldn't justify it. So I watched instead.
Well, we were talking about Netherlands. Netherlands ended up getting eliminated by Spain and Belgium, which were both pretty strong teams, particularly Spain. They went quite deep in the tournament. Ended up just 4th place in top 2 to make it to ENC. But let's focus up on this game as we're finally through that tech pause and back into it. Shifters, of course, Dokubi hunting down Freck. The Dutchman does manage to hang up his phone before it detonates.
We've seen a lot of players kind of tank the calls here, because once you tank it, like you will right here, you can't get called again. So now Frick can no longer be a target of that phone call, but he took 40 damage from the explosion, and then he took a fire tick or 2, so he's half health now. Is that worth it out having like a Thunderbird? I'm not sure, but I do think Thunderbird could actually be a low-key count, because you let the phone blow, you get healed, because Blast also tanked 40 damage, also letting the phone go off. So, a lot of health is kind of disappearing here from the side of Shifters.
Wow, you really want Thunderbird to be better, huh?
I could see it. Also, Rook gives you 25 health. That's over half the damage that you would gain. Just saying.
Oh, I like this. The fire comes through. Husher might be in a bit of an awkward spot, but no, Blaz doesn't miss. Monty coming through here, clearing some of the tripwires from the Denari.
Ooh.
To make his way forward. Oh, patience is a virtue for Husher. He waited so long. Yeah, unfortunately for Blaz, he missed it. Second call now as Robbie hangs up that phone.
Oh my god,
then he can just pull him straight again. Poor Hashim. Hashim is really just giving poor Robbie a bit of a headache. The 5 Twisted Minds, 30 seconds, they're getting very close to the side.
Yeah, they are. And the thing is, they got no more calls, they got Solid Snake for information and Monty as well. They can go in for a plant attempt, the smoke comes out as a final toxic bait. They could just wait 10 seconds here and go for a free plant. There's nothing that can stop them.
But knowing Twisted Minds, they're going to try and go for kills. Lasmo finds one, but he's traded back by Jalad. 3v2 now, but Nath, in the dying moments, gets active. Good trade again.
1v1, take
now Robbie in a 1v2, and he hears that case open up as the plan starts to go down from Dove. Jalad has to hold down the line, and he does with the F2. Firing up. Twisted Minds take control.
I felt a bit like a bait and switch right there. Twisted Minds, they were being patient. They were holding their angles, and they were just kind of doing nothing for the majority of that round. And Shifters felt like, again, they need to punish them like in that very first round. And it started off with the most important operator dying first in the server, right? Blast thought he checked the corner with the Tashanka fire and was thinking, no one can be in that corner to my hard left. I'm gonna push on through. Because he missed the fire by like a centimeter, he gets shot down immediately. Had Tashanka been alive for these final dire 10 seconds, planting is impossible. Pushing becomes so much more difficult, and you have one more gun for a crossfire. So losing that first member from the set of shifters, it's gonna cost them every single round. They really want to try and trade 1 for 1 or keep even numbers as much as possible up against a team like Twisted Minds. And we saw the Dokkaebi rework, right? Spam calling people, there's no cooldown. Another small thing we haven't talked about in the very first game between Fnatic and VP is that when Dokkaebi calls someone, they can actually tell when they're answering the phone. There's a little UI indicator on the icon on the bar of who you're calling that'll change if they're answering. So you might think, oh, they could just answer the phone and the enemy won't know if they're answering or baiting it, but no, the Dokkaebi player can quite literally see if they're answering the phone or not. Which means you can actually bait swings and you can bait going for peaks with that information. That makes Dokkaebi rework even stronger than you would think.
Do you think you could also use that as the defender getting like pretend that you're answering the phone and then get off and go for
You can, but it's tricky because it's like there's a whole animation, right? That you go on your phone, beep, boop, boop, you put it away, gun back up, and at this level of play, when gunfights take like a quarter of a second or less, that can really make a difference. It's like getting hit by a goo mine. You can't sprint and you take like 8 damage. The damage, it doesn't matter. But the fact that you're a little bit weaker than usual, you can't sprint, etc., sound cue goes off, that makes all the difference. So anything can help you win a gunfight, even that small bit of information.
I don't know how Hasham has fallen. He was trying to take control very early using the snake, no doubt, and gets caught off by Robbie. Perhaps it was from one of these windows. Robbie now has done all that he needs to do. This is very ambitious from Twisted Minds to try and take control from here, outside of the map. It's such a rat race of maze corridors, narrow hallways.
You're just tanking
the phone, exploding. He does not care. Both him and Lasmo have done the same. It means they cannot be called anymore, as you said. Freck takes a bit of damage as the pistol comes out for Tricks. And Twisted Minds make their way inside, but it's becoming very awkward. Kill with the bailiff, but the trade comes through. And Shifters continue peeling back. Wow, it is just such a dominant showing on this roam clear. There's nothing to be said for Twisted Minds except to just lay down and die. A great defense from Shifters.
Yeah, I mean, again, counter strat, right? They force the aggression, they lock them out of the building before they can get a foothold inside the middle of that map. They lock the central staircase, they lock Hammam, and it's just 4 people committing together with 1 guy watching over the bomb site, and they're all tanking the Dokkaebi call. Why? Well, firstly, they don't need the cameras. They're just taking gunfights. They're forcing the issues. And then they're playing trap operators to get information instead, like your Fenrir, like your Thorn that got target bent away just now. And in response, of course, the Monty as well, being played every round by Twisted Minds. So great operator bends on both sides here. Now the question is, do you go the mute route, which Lasmo is currently hovering, to try and counter the Dokkaebi, Deimos, Solid Snake information? Because Dokkaebi does still counter, mute still counters Dokkaebi, but it's awkward. Once the phone call goes through now with the rework, your phone is now injected with like a virus. So you cannot go into a jammer after it's being called, during that phone call. You have to be in the jammer before the call goes through. And there's no indicator like Demo saying, you're about to get tracked in 2, 1, boom. So you would need to stand in the mute jammer before knowing if Dokkaebi is calling you. It's the same with Solid Snake, right? He takes on the scanner, he scans you. If you're in the mute jammer, he doesn't get a signal. But if you're outside the mute jammer and then walk into it right after getting scanned, he does know that somebody is somewhere. So it's really awkward playing mute right now as a counter operator. But the fact that he has 2 mute jammers in pocket when the round started could indicate that he could put some around the map on the roam.
Another thing about the Dokkaebi, which isn't played this round, but I didn't do a deep dive research into how it interacted with every defender, and one round I was playing a ranked solo queue the other day, and I just thought, you know what, I'm going to roam. I know they're playing Dokkaebi, I'm just going to pick Tuber out, and if they try and call me, I'm just going to freeze. It doesn't work, guys. Don't try it. I froze myself, and then my phone still exploded, so I would not recommend. Do not try that at home.
Again, I
might
guess
counter Deimos, but it does not counter that for sure.
Again, you have to, I guess, freeze before the call. But it's so tough because, again, there's no indicator of when it's happening. So it's like you're guessing when they're supposed to call you to counter it, you know? It's a tough position to be in. But like you said, no Dogi for this round. Instead, the Gridlock being brought, which also got changed, by the way. 3 of these track bangers, they can toss one out, but instead of 4, so there's only 3, but they have 35 health now. So it's not like a one-tap bullet from any gun and they get destroyed. They actually have health, and certain guns need to shoot more bullets, etc., making it stronger, but you have fewer of them. Kind of like, is it better, is it worse? Probably about the same, but works differently.
Yeah, the limping effect that's applied after you win one is certainly a problem, though. We saw in the past, people that have been affected by thorn traps have the limping effect, and that really makes
frost
it
mats
more difficult. The frost mats as well. I really like the way shifters have just played to shoot drones and then just be in awkward spots. I mean, Lasmo's likely going to die, but it doesn't really matter. He's burnt so much time. Twisted Minds don't really know exactly how they want to play this.
And I see different jammers here on the upstairs hold. I mean, I've seen 3 separate defenders now just like walk into them in the middle of the round to try and duke something, but fighting is happening. P9 gets one, Fractures by Jada with another, and all of a sudden, shifters are getting attacked from, it seems like, everywhere at the same time.
Well, the problem is Lasmo cornered, and then surely he will be eventually cut off.
Oh,
P9 falls, and wow, a big kill from Robbie. Lasmo is still in his position. I think he's finally left the tower, and he's back in sight. Him and Blaz now try and hold on together as Twisted Minds have to navigate this 2v2. Great shot from Trix. Hollow sight on that LMG is all he needs. Lasmo now, 1v2.
Beautiful.
Spots out Dove, finds the kill. In close range, this SMG-11 is perfect as he looks to retake that position. It's better in close range for him with his kit. Doesn't know if the diffuser is on the body of the play he's just taken down. We know it's in the hands of Trix, who goes for the swing. What a play from Twisted Minds to continue hunting. And for Shifters, that is a round that they are going to be disappointed to have let slip.
That's a bummer. I mean, it was kind of like a 2v1 favoring Shifters, right? I think they had Bandit by the rotate and that player in the bathroom, Lasmo. They could swing together on that player in Horse, but it's Bandit wide swinging. Lasmo doesn't swing off the contact. It's a little misaligned. It comes down to a 1v1, which we all saw they ended up losing, but there could be just a little bit tighter teamwork there from the set of Shifters. Are you gonna go for that fight, or are you not gonna go for the fight? Right here, Lasmo could swing the rotate with Bandit here in Blast, but no, look, Lasmo never left the corner. So even though that Twisted Minds had the correct read and they hit the flick, Shifters didn't even attempt to go for the 2v1. That's a bit disappointing. If you're gonna challenge Twisted Minds on the aggression, on the teamwork, in even numbers, it's very important that either everyone's committing or nobody's committing. That was Blast doing one play, Lasmo doing a second play, and the result, well, it seems like a round lost to me.
Time to redecorate.
Well, 2-2. We talked so much about how good Twisted Minds are on this map, but Shifters, is it just the fact that they're on defense? They've got their 2, is that... I mean, 3 looks like
the bar?
It's pretty light.
You know, like, we talk about maps that have been on for a long time, like, oh, you know, 4 defenses is good here, 2 there. I still am not sold fully on what the numbers are in Fortress. Is it a 3-3 that we're expecting from most games? Like, I don't know.
I feel like 3-3 is pretty typical for evenly matched teams, but the better a team gets, like if you talk about the 2 best teams in the world, wouldn't be surprised if they're going to get a little bit more on attack than other teams might.
Yeah, that's often the way the outlier is.
Oh, reload chance there, Lasmo. Fires off a few shots with the slug shotty, but hasn't found a kill as of yet. Wow, Freck is very aggressive here. Him and Lasmo together.
Oi.
Oh wow, that's a lot of damage from the gas pipe. Lasmo's down on the ground and likely to be finished off here. The support might try to the nade will finish him off. The nade might actually find the double kill, surely. Oh, Lasmo finished though. Frustrating position for the Frenchman as Freck still survives and falls back to the mirror position.
I was thinking they could go for reinforcement in the middle of that round, because the thing is, Twisted Minds are not bringing a ton of Heartbeats because they're going for the kills, and they keep finding them. Another one, a third, and this round is falling apart for Shifters. They got Goyo Fire by the bomb side, Mirror Window, Runic Gates, Ela Mines, but nothing is going to matter in a 2v5. It's gonna come down to the guns, the individual skills. But Twisted Minds, what they can do, they can flood, attack from every angle at the same time with the damage tracker on one player. It's gotta be Robbie to step up massively here, because Blast, he's targeted.
That's right, 5v2. Very few ways that you can lose this if you're Twisted Minds. Play it perfectly. Deimos track is perfect. And Dove to come in from behind with the Blackbeard. Exactly what Twisted Minds needed. They take the lead on the attack, no less, and they are giving us a real showing of how to make mincemeat out of Fortress.
It really feels like when Shifters can either get the first pick or just hold their ground on the extension, so like either away from the bomb site in this case, or when they just hold around the bomb site itself with enough bodies, they can kind of lock out Twisted Minds. But the moment they lose that first player is, look at the pace. This all happens off one injure, and Nate goes out, they push, they fight the hallway, they Deimos track, they backstab, they just get so much map control off that first initial pick. And it came down to Shifters being a little bit silly. They were triple stacking people on top of a fire canister that, I don't know if they forgot it was there, but they were very much in an exposed position. And then they get punished with almost 2 people dying immediately off the rim. And it didn't even have time to fall back. So again, I think Shifters, again, full commitment. Either you're all gonna fight for that, or you're all gonna fall back. But if you are gonna fight, it's very important to take the fights in a calculated area and a calculated way. Because fighting next to a gas canister on a staircase angle against a Blackbeard is just like, you're not supposed to win that fight. So, gotta take the fight elsewhere in the future.
There's so many different pieces to talk about in every round of Siege these days, Pengu, that I feel like we never get to talk about everything, sadly. But I know that you love talking about that elusive third operator ban and all the strategy that comes into it. Shifters ban the Monty. Obviously, Twisted Minds, they like their shield. Blitz and Monty both banned. But Dove is anything more deadly now that he's on that Blackbeard. It makes me wonder, the Twisted Minds actually play that Monty at the start just to perhaps bait it out to get banned so that they knew they would have the Blackbeard for the rest of the game.
It's hard because a lot of teams these days, not like every team, can play the shield. Like they can play like their Monty or their Blackbeard or whatever. Twisted Minds is the kind of team they can play any. If you ban 3 shields, they play the Fuse shield. They don't care. And it goes back to the conversation of, are shields a wasted ban against a team that has players that can play them all? Because you're banning Blitz Monty, but now they're playing the Blackbeard and it's all the same. It's a really tough conversation, I feel like, to have right now, because it's difficult to figure out where the values lie. Blackbeard gives you grenades, Monty gives you planting and breaching, Blitz gives you insane fighting 1v1 in close quarter combat. And, you know, defending teams can then play around the various operators. Like, if you leave Monty open, you play Plantina, like Shanka, Goyo, Smoke, for example. If they blitz, you play Trap or slowing operators to create distance. But at the end of the day, if you're against a team like Twisted Minds, they'll just bring out whatever you're not banning, and they don't seem to care too much. Dove's done a phenomenal job this game so far, just entering and getting information, regardless of the operator.
I like that Twisted Minds have changed their strategy completely from the last time they attacked this kitchen bomb site. Instead of going for a horizontal map clear through the narrow hallways of Hammam, instead they're going vertically top down, and they've really focused on opening up as much of the ceiling above the bomb site as possible. The Ram has opened up a lot of angles, but Shifters have done a really good job of dodging away and making sure they're not exposed. They're holding power positions, they're waiting for flanks.
Only thing they don't have right now, they don't really have anything to stop the push, right? They have Ela Mines, that's it. No Goyo Fire, there's no Denari lasers this round, for example. They got crosses, there's a free Beatrix, lands in the arms of Last Mo, and will get that one, the easiest kill of his life. Now can Dove make the magic happen? He's fighting 2 people on the door and also staring down the bombs at the same time.
He needs to have a big impact here, especially with Lasmo finding that kill. A third one for Lasmo, the Frenchman goes massive. Wants a little bit more, but Shalad finally gets a kill. Needs more than that. He needs to get this bomb down, but it's not going to happen in a 1 versus 4. He's gone for the pistol instead of the automatic Reaper as well, and Robbie comes in to backstab. That is one way to cap things off for Shifters to get back into the game and show that they indeed are here to play.
It's so solid. So solid from Shifters. I mean, again, they had a plan. They said, you know, we'll take the map, and they sent there, and they've shown us good confidence on it.
3-3 split here after the defense of Shifters, and looking at this though, it could have been a 2-4 as well. Like, Twisted Minds are doing a good job. It's just that they kind of threw away a 4v2 situation.
Yeah, it was very, very surprising to see in the very, very first round. Shifters managed to pick up that 2 versus 4. Might come in crucial because it was a free half for them. And actually, this is what we need to see a little bit from the side of Shifters as well, is some of their bigger names that we expect to be stepping up. You know, the Blazes, the Robbies. It has to be these supporting characters around Freck as the spearhead to be making these big plays. And that's exactly what they did. Robbie here, this huge play to swing out when the guy knew exactly where he was, get it back to 2 versus 2, and then the confidence of and composure between the 2 players to just identify the kills and then play out the 2v1 in the late round. That set the scene. And yeah, Shifters, you know, they did have a couple of rounds where they didn't look great on their defense, but that round particularly, it dragged them to a 3-3 split, which is workable.
The most important thing, I think, on the side of Twisted Minds is that I think they accomplished the job. I think it's a 3v3. It should have been a 4v2, like you said, but I think their play style is so annoying to play against. Not only do they keep on bringing the Blackbeard because both Mountain and Blitz were banned, but one shield was still up. But on top of that, what do they bring? Deimos and the new Dokkaebi.
Yeah.
And so the combination of all of this with their aggressive play style is so annoying to play against. And I just think that for Shifters, the real test, it starts now. We've mentioned Nave before. He's coming in as the IGL. If there is one moment to prove it, it's right now on the side of attack, on a different sided map, when in theory, right now, the first side was won by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it as well, like playing Dokkaebi, who's playing Dokkaebi? Heshom, sitting in corners, like it fits perfectly into that playstyle. The impressions that we have from Shifters though in this first half so far, happy, satisfied, work to be done?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be hard when you see a team on their defense first. I agree with Leo's assessment there that the real test will come when they're on their attack. I think they did just about enough. Could have been a lot worse, but it also could have been a lot better as well. I think the banning, Pengu actually picked up on it, and the Cassie said, well, is a shield ban actually effective against Twisted Minds? Because you ban away the Blitz, you ban away the Monty, they still play the Blackbeard.
Was still there.
So again, it's like maybe the operator bans could have been a little bit better from Shifters.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I do believe that it's somewhat positive. I can still see the micro plays in Shifters there. That chemistry between certain players is still very much there. That 2v3 in the first round was a great example of that. So right now, what I want to see is that evolution. The one step that was missing for Shifters was that ability to play together behind a great IGL in attack. Can we see it now? That's the question.
I was just very critical on the operator bans just then about the shields. I actually really like the Azami and the Aruni ban there. You get rid of so many power positions and long angles and ACOGs and Aruni gates and Kiba barriers. That's super good bans because breaching isn't necessarily as important on Fortress as it is on other maps.
Well, we call it a big test for Shifters. Let's see how they score on the second half.
Indeed, there is a way back into it if you're Shifters after going 3-3 at the end of the half. It didn't look like it was likely for a hot minute there, Pengu. Twisted Minds were pretty hot on it.
Yeah, as the desk also said, like, it could have been a 4-2, and maybe arguably should have been a 4-2, favoring Shifters. Like, that's a pretty good story. And, you know, we came into this thinking, okay, Shifters took a risk here, letting Twisted Minds go to Fortress, but I think they've shown us that they're super capable and had really good counter strats going into it. But I'm also on the side of that's defense. That's you setting up your paper of what you're gonna do based off their reactions and expectations for the game. Now you're on the attack. Now it's about problem solving on a fight when a player gets spawn peeked. You lose a member early and they do something that's unexpected. And the thing about Twisted Minds when they're on defense, they do a lot of things that are unexpected, and that some players might even say that was kind of silly of them. But they do it very often, and it works very often. That is the Twisted Minds way, and it's how they found so much success in kickoff and even on international rounds.
Deploying shock drone.
Talk about problem solving. That's a problem. How do you solve not having Nath, not having your Ying, not having that extra operator to throw a real spanner into the works in the late round? Yeah, you've still got your fundamentals.
They didn't have Nath last stage.
That's true. Who had Nafe last stage? How did those guys do?
So, you know, we're not gonna shame any of the European boys that came back to Europe. We can shame Sport because he's still in America. But if you left Europe but came back, you're forgiven again, okay? Citizen, welcome back. Nafe, welcome back. We love you, boys. But look at my boy Sport, man. It's about time to come back home. Fnatic's got a spot for you next stage, buddy.
Number one Sport Haywood over here. You know who I'm happy to see back again? My Polish girl, Zofia. Too long has she been in the shadows since becoming a 3 armor 1 speed operator. She's back as a 2-2 here with the new season. And we're already seeing her picked here by Blaz. She's such a good, well-rounded operator. The M762 rifle is actually quite good now. Not quite back to its former glory, but pretty darn close. Then you've got 2 concussions, the 2 impacts, and of course, hard breach. I love that we're seeing Blaz play it. And I'm curious if we'll get to see those concussions used like back in the old days. At the moment, you've gone in with the M762. Just look at that. The recoil, much more manageable these days. Big headshot onto P9, and the numbers are once again evened up.
That's the problem solved technically in terms of manpower advantage or disadvantage, but they still gotta get in towards this push. That's where the Ying is gonna be missed, right? Those Candelas, the smokes can get you way in towards the side, but that's gone. C4 goes out, takes down Frag, and Blast shut down as well. Go for 2 big kills.
Yeah, it completely dismantled the push coming into Horse, and it's enabled Jalad to get aggressive as well. Tricks to finish off with the gas, what was started, I believe, with the Goyo's fire, and leave Shifters remaining with just Lasmo. Yeah, it was, in fact, the fire and the gas together. Good kill from Lasmo into Hashon, but Jalad is there to quickly round that corner and establish that Twisted Minds will start running away on their defensive side.
I think Shifters have gotta get on the shield. I think it's just to try it. It feels so hard to push into Twisted Minds' setups. They're so confident in their gun skill, and they will just take fights wherever you give it to them. When you bring out a shield operator, like we saw Dove do with the Blackbeard, the Muncie, the Blitz, etc., whatever is going to be open, of course, because half of those are banned, you can get in the building. Because right here, Blast gets the kill onto Horse from P9. Phenomenal. How do you get forward from this door position? You don't. It's a blender. There's a double, triple crossfire, and your Ying is dead, and you don't have a shield. And that's exactly why shields have been so strong in recent history. Yes, they're maybe a little bit overpowered at times because they can ADS you very quickly, they can plant, etc. But it's the element of that you can walk into a room where guns are looking at you and you just don't die. And once you're in that room and you can physically see where the defenders are playing from, they know that you're telling your teammates that do have guns behind you. Oh, there's a guy standing height right side of the doorway. They can walk in and just laser beam you off the angle. You can no longer afford to hold it. But when you don't have that shield, you walk in and you'll die before you realize where that guy's shooting you from because they're ready for you. So Shift are gonna go into the second attempt here on the attack without a shield again, but they did hover the Muncie for a good bit there from Nath. And they're gonna try and say, guys, the Ying died last round. It's okay. This time I'm gonna stay alive. So we gotta see Nath this time make it to the building and help his team out.
Loading mag.
You want to use that Ying in the execute, if at all. So instead, it's the rest of the team who gets in the building first. Likely going to be Robbie to join Freck shortly. Blaz as well, perhaps. As the drones start to come out. Ground taken piece by piece, but we know Twisted Minds, they love to fight for it. Player in the bathroom, Tricks early on, takes down Blaz. If there's any util to lose, the Ash isn't the end of the day, but at least Mira might make things awkward. Speaking of, Jalad, 11 kills, by the way. He goes down. 4v4 now as Shifters try and bring things back, but like I was saying before, the lack of an Ash here, with Blaz getting picked off early, it means that countering these mirror windows is going to be much harder.
So they pause the round for a bit. They hold their angles, expecting that aggression, and Hashom is looking to make a play, but it's downstairs on Central Staircase. And because nothing's happening, Twisted Minds, they also pause because they know right now that we're playing defense, we don't need to make the first move necessarily. If we have a gap, if we have an opening for a fight, we will take it. But when nobody's making a sound, we could be walking into our own death here. So Hashom needs to get that summer charge to pop off and using it to cover his footsteps and then look for a play. There's a Candela and they can now swing together.
So they don't go for it as they're waiting. And still Hashom on the stairs. I can't believe that he's allowed to do that. The shotgun comes out from Dove, but doesn't find its mark. Hashom now decides it's about time that he retreats and goes and moves around to the other side of the map to return to the bomb site. 3v3, but the mirror window will slow things down. And how's Lasmo fall? The Trickster's got him. Everything's pretty awkward now for Shifters, and desperately Freck will try and jump on in, leaving Robbie all alone. Double digits now up to 11. 1v3 becomes a 1v2. The Solid Snake gives him info on where one of these players is. Doesn't know that he's prone, and Hashom gets the better of him. Another round on the board for Twisted Minds.
Again, such a great play together. I love when we see player synergy and communication, because Hashom had a really good play that could have turned bad. He was flanking central staircase, and then he realized there's no sound happening. If I move, they're gonna hear the flank. So he waited for something to happen, hard destruction, shooting, etc. Then made his march up, but he didn't commit to the flank. He was simply waiting to go for a swing off the contact of Dove on the door with that mute shotgun. So really good timing coordination. Those small things can win you around. And there's a tactical timeout from Shifters that can talk through how they're going to approach these upcoming couple of attacking rounds. For me, it's hard. The first round, the issue was the first half of the round. The second attempt here, the last half was the problem. They got kind of stuck before the bombs that execute, again with no real way in, with no real planned attempt. So they're again forced to fight guns versus guns against a really strong gun opponent in Twisted Minds, and it's not really getting the results that they want or need.
Lot to talk about here.
Shields.
Just look at the position here, right? It was a 4v4. Hashom finds a kill from main stairs where you should never be allowed to peek and find a player out on that window. I mean, this should have been a free kill on the Dove and then a conversion of the 4v2 on the bomb site while someone figures out how to keep Hashom at bay. Instead, it becomes a 1v3 at the end. You mentioned Shields.
He's got to stick it.
Yeah, he's going to bring out the Blackbeard. We haven't seen any shield play at all yet from Shifters, and from Twisted Minds on the flip side, we had 3 rounds of Monsane and 2 rounds of Blackbeard.
The only issue is, I think this is probably the weakest shield bomb side. I would argue, and I think it's a much stronger bomb side to play Blackbeard on specifically. The downstairs bomb sides, Mom and Kitchen, the 2 different ones that you have, there's just a lot of crossfires, there's a lot of long angles, and usually teams will go for a vertical take. You know, you go top floor, you roam clear. Shields aren't great for vertical play. They're great for the roam control of like clearing out the top floor to then enable, you know, your ram, your block, your to do the self-destruction. You go down a staircase or drop a hatch. Now you buy the bombs and a shield. That's great. But like I said, the entirety of downstairs is just hallways, crossfires, and long angles. It's an area where maybe Monty will excel because he's very safe and sheltered, but not so much Blackbeard Blitz Infused. So while they're finally on the shield, it is going to be on a tougher bomb site. We gotta see how Nave can do. Right now, Robbie's taking a bit of vertical damage, mid cheeky angle beneath the doorway. But they're using the shield combined with the Solid Snake gadgets to just clear top floor in no time at all. 50 seconds in, they got full top floor control and they locked down the staircase. That's a good pace.
That's the real value of the Snake there, is just the time that it gives you. Like you say, even when Solid Snake isn't finding a kill, the value that's generated by allowing Shifters to get in the building so quickly is immense. Hashom, though, down below, gained plenty of information and did a little bit of damage onto Robbie, but I really like what you were saying there, Nick, about how the shield just doesn't matter as much on this bomb site. You know what I think about this bomb site is I cast my mind back to that first half. This is actually the only bomb site that an attack hasn't won yet in this match. Because yes, it is to a lot of people the tertiary bomb site, but it is very challenging. If you want to go for a horizontal take, like what Robbie and Nafe want to do here, it's really hard because there's so many hallways. The Nate tries to clear some util. Nafe takes a bit of damage. There are 2 players here for Twisted Minds. This is nigh impossible to try and clear these positions of these defenders. A good kill from Robbie. It cost him a lot of HP. Nafe is now trapped in this position, and there are 2 players from Twisted Minds watching him. It just feels like the wrong call here for Shifters to try and flush out these positions inside of Hammam, to try and go for a horizontal roam clear. It ain't gonna work one bit, and Twisted Minds run a clean sweep of 3 defenses. They're up and on to match point.
It's another really well-played round from Twisted Minds. They pretty much have players in Hammam, in Kitchen, in Laundry, in Medic Bay. They're holding all like the strong areas of the map, but they're not necessarily strong individually. But then they do stuff like they impact the wall in the back of Hammam to enable a third angle. So you have one person in the middle of the room, one person on the far left-hand side from Nave's point of view on the window jump in, and another angle to the right of Nave with the impact grenade. So it's like, hey, this is clear, come here, Blackbeard. He jumps in, boom, no longer safe, and he's trapped. He cannot turn his back to the enemies and jump back out the window. He's stuck in that room. And Robbie, who was behind Nave on the Solid Snake, was stuck outside the window because he can't get stuck on the vault animation jumping in. So it's Twisted Minds saying, hey, we want you to go over here because it looks kind of free, but it wasn't. The Solid Snake tracker only really saw one defender, but there were 3 people. Because again, long angles, like I said, doesn't favor the shield and doesn't favor the scanner that has a limited radius. So his Twisted Minds doing a great job of setting up traps around the building, and Swift is just making, I don't even want to say the wrong decision, because to them it looked like the right thing to do. And they naded the traps in the window, the Solid Snake scanned it, they had a Blackbeard, they had all the right tools for the job, yet it's a dominant round victory for their opponent. We'll match Simonte here, would much rather see it here for Nave here on Shifter's side, and it's also a much stronger bomb side for a shield operator. So hopefully, they'll get a better result.
It's going to need to be 3 in a row for Shifters to break what has recently become a bit of a devilish head-to-head between these two teams. Twisted Minds has had Shifters number every single time they've played each other with these rosters. 3 in a row now needed. I like the very early map control here from Robbie. He's been popping off 12 and 6, but he's tasked with a very big job of entering the building solo with no support and clearing a lot of util. Plus, he's, like I said, the top fragger for the team. He's expected to punch numbers in the next 3 rounds.
Oh. A jam, a bit of a barbed wire, a bit of Denari laser. There's so much happening in these hallways. But in the end, Lastmo's fish drone doesn't really get much more than just information that's outdated already because it's been shot, they've retaken the position. Now they know monsters on the board, they can toss out a 2-3 bait and just stall for time. Trick's probably gonna be stuck, but no, nobody dropped all on the tower side, so he can actually fall back. They
oh my god!
Somehow, hello? It's falling apart. I mean, this is match points against Shifters. They need this round victory, and Robbie's done. He's a top fragger, the IQ for counter information, and he's dead first.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds have played it perfectly. Having Trix be the smoke on that stairway position means he can burn as much time as he wants, and he's enabled J-Lad to go for that flank. Another smoke, I should say, here from Trix, just to continue keeping Nath at bay. You mentioned that shields are necessary, but it has been unimpactful in this round. J-Lad has crawled back up the ladder and into tower. He can go straight back in and out again. Trix, as he escapes, is going to get away with yet another kill. Twisted Minds are getting away with murder, and Shifters have nothing to say in response.
They're looking for it. Here's the monster though exposed, and J-Lad can just hold the ladder drop, or the platform drop, whatever you want to call it. Lastmo is stuck in this tower position the entirety of the run. He cannot help his teammates. Finally, Navis in there to push back J-Lad, and they take him down.
Perfect.
Finally.
About damn time. Not a moment too soon. Blaz also to find a kill. Dover's on the floor. Potentially could be finished off. Essentially, this becomes a 3 versus 2. Now confirmed. 35 seconds. Plenty of time left on the clock for Shifters to finish this off. Harsham has 1 impact. Well placed. That could finish off Nath.
It'll be enough. They know where Nath is, but they're waiting for the guns. Impact. Once Nath starts planting, that's impact though, and now the Muncie can just bring the team in the bomber side. They can start planting.
And Harsham has already burned his 1 impact. A good coverage position from Lasmo is all that they need. And Shifters will stay alive for yet another round.
And the Muncie was the saving grace. I mean, it was a bit of a struggle getting into the building and getting the staircase control, but once they ran out of toxic babes and they figured out that Jayla was playing in that tower by the ladder, Nave turned his attention to him, and they just ran him down. 3 people, finally enabling Lastmo to play the game. That's the most important thing here. It feels like when Twisted Minds were attacking, all 5 attacking operators and members of the roster were actively doing something. Almost every single round that I've seen so far, Lasmo was playing Twitch and he's trying to support his teammate, but he's being stopped by somebody in the map. That round, it was JLab holding the drop. He was just holding a useless angle or being on a drone that kept dying. That's all he could do until Nave helped him. So for these upcoming rounds, we gotta see shifters communicate, hey, I'm stuck, I need something. It can be a nade or a flashbang or a shield like Nave running in and saving the day, something. We cannot have Lasmo or anybody else stuck on an island where they cannot play the game, because you need everybody together against Twisted Minds.
That's right, and TM are taking their tactical timeout. All they need is one of the next 3 rounds, and it's a full point game for the MENA roster. Now, for those who don't know, a lot of these players were also playing in the MEA qualifier for the ENC. We talked a little bit about ENC before, Pengu. Now, the Saudi team, which 3 of these players played on, actually had a very tough run through those ENC qualifiers. Yeah, that's right. They got knocked down into the lower bracket and then eventually managed to come out on top, but they really had to go for quite a lower bracket run. Nonetheless, it was impressive, and I think no one is surprised to see Saudi Arabia end up making it to the ENC through that qualifier. But yeah, it was very hard. I really enjoyed casting MEA, actually probably one of my favorite regions to cast. Turkey ended up winning it. That's of course Solotov leading the way with that team. Saudi Arabia got knocked down to the lower bracket by Algeria, who had an incredibly admirable run, but ended up getting toppled by Saudi Arabia in the lower bracket final. Of course, we had Hashom, Trix, and P9 on that team. While Dove and JLad played for, Dove played for Kuwait. I'm not sure if JLad played.
It's been nice seeing ENC happening because it was announced like the Siege like World Cup kind of thing with the different teams and regions and whatnot. It was announced, I think, before COVID days, right? Like 2020-ish. And then, yeah, it just wasn't feasible for a long time. And now it's happening. And people are loving it. And it's been so fun to watch the different mixed teams that we're seeing.
Yeah, very exciting. And it's also just nice because a lot of these players, of course, had quite an extended off-season. I mean, to be frank, Shifters had a larger off-season than Twisted Minds because Twisted Minds were, of course, at the Salt Lake City Major. That off-season, of course, was kept a little bit more interesting by the fact that they got to play in the ENC quals. This is quite a crazy moment where we see the Flores drones coming through, this little cat and mouse game back and forth between the Selma and the Impact. And the smoke grenade does not protect the Selmas. There's one remaining for Blaz. No smokes left from him. He'll need Robbie or Nave to come over and support. There's no guarantee that that would still get that wall open.
A bit of an awkward spot. Also, the impact grenade of Trix actually destroyed the C4 of JLad. They were both trying to help each other and they ended up kind of equaling it out, but they protected the mirror with the in, so job well done. The mirror stays intact, C4 gets tossed out, should be fine. He actually gets shot mid-air by Nave's teammate, I presume. And they have him away in the building now. Nave can extend and just walk down this hole and start applying pressure. He needs to be the one to lead the charge for his team because he has that shield covering his face.
Countdown on!
Robbie needs to have a big impact from down below. Oh, beautiful!
I'm reloading.
A little tap and Gelad is down. There's a top fragger from Twisted Minds. Eliminated. Shifters pounce onto the bomb site immediately. 5v2. Twisted Minds now just Tricked and P9 trying to hold down the forward, but there's about to be a world of pain for Tricked as he gets minced by Freck. A 3k on the round with the AR-33. P9 now MP9 in hand, needs to find fight after fight. Lasmo with the pre-fire and another chance for Shifters to go the distance. They close the gap. One more round and it's OT on the docket.
I mean, when Robbie's hitting shots like that and Nave is on the Monty, all of a sudden these rounds are very winnable. I mean, that was basically a flawless round. It was very, very close to it. I mean, so many things. Entry, the follow-up, the trade game, the flashbang with the peak, the plant coming down, the cover. Beautiful round from Shifters. And this is the gear that they've been missing. Look at this. The C4 gets thrown. Hit. Oh my god. So it hits Nave on the shield side. It's gonna bounce right behind him, and depending on the timing of the C4 blowing up and Nave getting past that corner, he might have actually died to that C4 just like that. But we're not gonna know if that's gonna be the case because his teammate hits it in the air before anything can go wrong. Beautifully called there by our observers. Thank you very much for showcasing it. It's again, when you play the shield and you work around it as a team, and this is the big thing. When shields first got reworked, everyone's playing them. And it's like you're playing solo queue, like you're playing the shield, it's a strong operator, you're gonna do your thing. That's not why shields are so successful. It's about playing the shield, a strong operator, but your teammates understanding what that shield needs to thrive. Sometimes it's shooting the traps with a Twitch drone. Sometimes it's covering a C4 being thrown out. Sometimes it's swinging together in a 3-2-1 counter where Monty can like ADS on extend with the teammate swinging behind him to go for like a 1-to-1 trade. But it's not as simple as like, oh, shields are strong, play shields. It's shields are strong, but they are enabled further by good team play.
So when you're playing against a team that is so good with those shields, Pengu, what do you do? What operators could you possibly bring to the table? Let's say you're on match point. It's your third match point in a row, and you want to make sure that you get your maximum value out of this game. You don't go to overtime. Would you bring something like an Echo, perhaps?
An Echo, an Ella, a vertical C4, all those things are really great at dealing with the Muncie, but I like the Echo in particular because it's such a niche operator. Very few people, unless you spot the operator in the prep phase, are even going to consider the fact that there might be a Yokai drone somewhere. And even if you know they have an Echo in the middle of the round, that Yokai could be in any room, any ceiling, at any time. And even if it's actively waiting for you, it can drive into your area and then go for a stun. So there's a really big counterplay here from JLad. But again, just like the Muncie needs coverage, the Yokai needs a gun behind the Yokai drone timed with the stun to get that kill. So now it's a matter of who can play better together.
Also, the Yokai does make his presence over a brief moment. Wow, P9 has been allowed to continue roaming with Yokai drones on both sides of him, supported as well by his own Dread Mines with the Fenrir. He's trying to take these fights one by one. Freck will take him down. Good kill for Shifters as the Yokai from JLad tries to keep two more roam clearers at bay, but he loses the drone with it. Dove now feeling a hell of a lot of pressure as his phone is ringing. He's probably just gonna, no, he actually does decide to hang it up. Won't take the damage, but it does mean he's vulnerable to another call later on. Robbie still has two in pocket as Shifters inch closer to the bomb site.
I'm gonna say word for Twisted Minds. They fall back, they stay alive your first show at one single point of HP. They reinforce the back portion to bathroom and meeting, so they're kind of fortifying the bomb site for round 2. Combine that, timer's running low. Almost no drones here from Shifters. They have Goyo Fire on the bomb site, Melusi Banshees, Ella Mines potentially, and I believe still one more Yokai drone. So Twisted Minds are surrendering map control and playing utility on the side. You gotta run away and stay alive, so it does just that. Nave has to be the one to do the lifting. He has to get inside the building, share the information, and call the shots correctly for his teammates. He has to lead the way once more, but Robin the gun behind him.
This position could be everything as a player. That actually goes down. This is so awkward now for Twisted Minds. They can't afford to make any mistakes, otherwise it's going to be overtime here for Shifters. But the time is ticking away, and the fire is keeping Lasmo at bay. Nate needs to get into the bomb site. He needs to start planting the diffuser. Trixt and Dove are still alive as Trixt goes for a big kill onto Robbie. Dove! You just need to deny the plans! And the game is Twisted Minds to behold! What a finish! They pushed it so deep that Shifters, but they cannot shift the tide from Twisted Minds.
He knifed the shield, he hurt the metal, and I'm gonna try again, and he gets it. With just a few seconds left in the clock, Shifters, they fought so hard to took us all the way to the 5-6 scoreline, and then a barn burner of a final round. Twisted Minds, another top, one Fortress.
An unbelievable clutch up from Dove as well. The last one standing completely in the smoke, just blindly going for the knife. What a way to finish it, and a well-deserved win for Twisted Minds.
Banger.
What an ending. What an ending.
What an ending.
You can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out.
what an ending to our second game of the day. I thought we were going to go into overtime, and Dov with his knife said absolutely not. It's not happening. What a crazy result and a crazy way to end that game. But we have Dov on the line, and we can ask him a few questions about this game. Dov, congratulations on the victory here today. But first off, what happened in that final round? What on earth happened there?
To be honest, it was a very intense round. We decided to play on time and see what happens, but it was very intense. We reached the point like I was praying to kill the Monty.
You heard the melee on the shield, I guess?
I heard the first time when I was shooting. I heard the metal sound. I tried to get close at knife.
Yeah, I could see the relief on your face.
Yeah.
When eventually you managed to get the kill. I was looking at the time and I was like, he doesn't have time to reload. He doesn't have time to pull out the shotgun. He has already knifed one, so I was like, is it gonna be enough? It was so close. Honestly, Dov, I bet it was special for you to watch your teammates, play the Salt Lake City Major. I think for you and your region, I think it was a massive moment. I mean, you guys reached semi-final as a team. I wonder, like, what was it? How did you feel, looking at you guys, playing so well and doing something so historic for your region?
To be honest, I'm very proud of the boys, especially Guard. He's subbing in and helping the boys to reach the top 4. And winning the major, it's a matter of time for us. We know we are good. We know we're gonna win the major sooner or later.
Do you feel like your teammates, when they came back, they had that confidence boost, and with you could have went even further at the major?
Yeah, sure. All of us, we are believing in ourselves. Even if someone is missing, Guards joining, we know. The sixth player here is top tier players.
In terms of EML then, Dov, how did you prepare for this game against Shifters, and how's the preparations been for the entirety of the league after coming back?
Yeah, after the boys got back from Salt Lake, there was an ANC, so we don't have time to scrim with Twisted Minds. We only scrimmed 1 week before the 1st of June.
Wow.
We decided, we are a good team. We don't want to scrim a lot. We just care about the faith and the belief, and we go.
That's impressive. I mean, with preparation as little as you say, because of the ENC and everything as well, you still got a really good result on the board. How's that going to go tomorrow, you feel like, against Falcons?
To be honest, we Twisted Minds, we don't see any team as a competitor to us. We are 100 times better than any team. We know ourselves a lot, and we believe that when we qualify to EWC, we're gonna win EWC. We are a LAN team, not online team. The show we are giving in online, it's 50% of our performance because of the ping and this things,
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the pre-show by chance, but the guys are really echoing what you're saying as well right now, how you guys come alive on the stage and really play off that with the crowd. So they agree at least with what you're feeling about EML and LAN and everything as well. So thanks so much for your time, Dov, and good luck with the game tomorrow.
Thank you.
I believe the title of most entertaining team of EML, I think
that's crazy.
Really belongs to them. I think in the playstyle, but also in their attitude, in the way that they're so free-flowing and happy, and they're just happy to play the game together.
Manifesting it.
Yeah.
I really respect that.
It's funny when you're a professional athlete, you'll know this as well, Leo, is you've got to back yourself to be better than anybody else in the world, because as soon as you stop believing it, is the moment it stops being true. So saying that you're going to be 100 times better than, any of your opponents and you're not scared of any of them, that's some insane confidence that can almost come across as delusion, but you've got to be that, to trust in yourself, to trust in your teammates. And yeah, it was, I do also agree with his assessment in terms of the fact that online Twisted Minds versus on LAN Twisted Minds is a very different team. This game was actually quite scrappy. It comes down to what? 2 versus 2, knife in the ground, smoke in the 12th round. If not, we're playing overtime. They may even lose that game as we go into overtime, but they managed to get it done. And what you actually need when you're a team that's in the top 4, when you're a team that's expected to go to EWC and expected to do all this, if you actually need the results above the performances at this point in the stage, you want the performances to be good much later on when you're down in playoffs territory. So the fact that they got the full 3 points here, in my mind, is what matters and is what is important.
Yeah.
Focusing back on the game here, I'm quite happy about Shifters. I'm happy about Shifters for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, I think Robbie had an exceptional game. He carried that team a lot, incredible multi-kills, bringing back the momentum in certain rounds, across the whole attack, but also defense, and masterfully playing the new Dokkaebi. I think on top of that, Lasmo was showing up as well, and I think that Nave, despite being at the bottom of the leaderboard here, or the scoreboard rather, I think he brought a lot of value with his Monty. He was the one creating movement, enabling for Robbie to lurk around the Dokkaebi and get kills. Nave was the one grabbing the attention, and he was leading the whole team as well. Their comeback in attack was almost there. They almost went to overtime. So yes, they were weaker than Twisted Minds.
Yep.
But I can see the potential.
And again, as the context, that's the top 4 team in the world, a team that's on the up and up right now. And a second started planting earlier, they'd have been in overtime right now, and we could have been talking about Shifters that's actually won, against Twisted Minds. So it's a game of fine margins. Every game at this level is, but there is reasons to be optimistic.
Yeah, that confidence must have really helped Twisted Minds out today, and I feel like everybody at home can echo it as well, right? When you feel confident in your ranked games, like, it makes your performance so much different going into these games. But that was our second game of the day. We're moving on to G2 versus GK as our third game of the day. Yeah, I see that smile there. It's again, I feel like a bit of a baptism by fire. I mean, GK have really changed their roster and go up against G2, who might feel like they're really hungry after what might feel like to them a failed major, right? We had really high hopes. We hold them to a really high standard, and where with Virtus Pro, everybody was happy they would make it so far, and we were happy that they made it, even not making it to playoffs. But for G2, we hold them to such high standards that we might even view this as like, oh, we expected even more from them.
Yeah, we do. And it's almost insane standards that we hold G2. I think it is worth saying.
Yeah.
But that's because the insane standards, because of the caliber of player and the caliber of people they've got around their operation. I think ultimately they fell a little bit short in Salt Lake City, especially considering they brought back Benja, especially considering they added Shaiko as well. And they looked so hot. Like, the very first game that G2 played, they beat Dark Zero in terms of the Swiss stage as well, quite comfortably. I remember Doki coming on the interview afterwards and said, they're not a very good team. That's the level G2 are operating at, because Dark Zero even won the major, They've got it in them, but they just fell short.
Yeah, it's always good and great to be a lower bracket team, but it does not work if you don't have a lower bracket. And I think that's what happened in Salt Lake City. In reality, G2 always will have that some kind of inconsistency, I believe, that will always punish them. They can lose a BO3, and they lost that BO3 in a certain fashion. I think, yes, the 7-5 was close on Bank, I remember, but the 7-2 on the other map was just an actual stomp. And I just think, it's always going to happen with that team, that they're going to have that one game where they're inconsistent. And if they don't have a lower bracket to save them, it's going to be rough for them.
It comes to their playstyle, I think, because their playstyle very often will put 5 players in an individual position and rely on the fact that they can frag out, they can win their ones, and they can find a gap. And when teams sometimes don't give them that, or if the 5 players, or even a couple of them are off on that one day, then it can look really, really bad. And that cafe against Shopify, it did look really, really bad in the end.
Yeah, and I want to speak about their opponents as well. When we talk about GK, there's a lot of roster changes that they made, and what I feel like when I read on social media, like, there's maybe some confusion with some of the roster changes that were made.
It's a big one. I think I'm just
we're confused a little bit.
I'm confused a little bit because I look at that lineup and I think, okay, you have Ask that's coming from Brazil, you have Yoga that's coming from NA. Okay, cool. You got rid of Hungary Packbull. You got rid of Rexon.
Yeah.
Ask is still there. You got Upor and Grubby from the previous team Heretics, who played so well at SI.
Yeah.
And it looks like a mix of returning players, a mix of players that were let go in certain regions, and it feels like patchwork.
And this is where the confusion kind of comes in. And we will wait to be well, I'm not saying right or wrong, but we will get proven on this roster by their results. But in terms of the 2 players I'm going to focus on first that go out, Hungary and Packbull, I can kind of understand it from the point of view that those guys aren't necessarily going to provide the numbers in terms of kills. So when you're in a 5 versus 5 against a G2, who is our opponent today, that's a big ask of their fraggers. It was a big ask of, Sarks. It would be a big ask of Rexon in kickoff as well. So I can understand wanting to replace them. Rexon, though, played so well in kickoff. He was really, really good in his rookie stage. So to take him out of the roster doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And then bringing in the players that they did, if you're going to replace those 3 players, I kind of expected that to be 3 established, big name players.
Yeah.
Really, really go for it. And they've grabbed 2 guys from tier 2. Grubby and Upor are great players, don't get me wrong. And they've proven it, but they're not necessarily proven tier 1 talent yet. And then Yoga from NA as well. So it feels like a real mix and match roster.
Yeah.
It could be great, but it also could not work as well. We don't quite know at this moment in time.
The big question for me was Rexon or Ask. If you have to make a third change, why would you remove one or the other? And I think many people would have answered the question by saying, you know, looking at the performance from Ask, despite his experience, Rexon was an amazing rookie.
Yeah.
Out of all the players that had their debut in the stage, Rexon was playing in a team that collectively did not have the best results. And despite that, drops 37 kills, 106 EPS. Jack, I would not, on paper, have thought that Rexon would be the one to be let go.
It was such a strong showing as well. I don't really fully understand it. If they win this game, and I hope they do, that we get to speak to them and ask them about it.
Yeah.
What I will say is our assumption is that Ask is now going to be the IGL of this roster.
Yeah.
That he maybe wasn't before, with Packbull and Hungry being maybe more prominent voices in the existing team. Ask came into it. I'm assuming now that Ask will be IGLing, and we've seen him have success on that IGL role in the past, so maybe that's why he was retained above others.
That is something exciting to look forward to, but we need to keep in mind they are playing against G2. It is going to be a best of 1. It's a rough match eventually for the side of GK. I want to look at the map, Vito, and see where this matchup will be taken to. What map is selected for this? Oh, we're going back to Fortress.
Yeah, good luck with that. G2 last played it during kickoff.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you remember, it was a 7-0 and a 7-2. All right, 14-2 in round count.
14 in, okay.
Yeah, at kickoff. I don't know if you remember, it was some of the most one-sided matches that we saw, including a certain Shaiko eating popcorn in between rounds after dropping multiple multi-kills.
And GK are on attack?
Yeah, and again, it's the similar thing. We said it about Twisted Minds. The map's big. There's so many, you know, really big areas that you can hold and you can exploit when you've got the individuals to do so. G2 have that, and they will be starting the defense as well, which is, you know, the preferred side on Fortress.
For GK, it's the map that they usually like. They did not ban it, but I would not trust any stat that I have on these guys because they've replaced so many players that it's an entirely new roster with an entirely new strat book and a big question mark for us now.
Yeah. That's what I like about these first days of EML, right? We have so many question marks, but so many of these will be answered as well. A big test for GK, but the third game of the day is ready to start.
It is. I'm so keen for this. It's time for the king to take back his crown, to take back his place in the EML. Yeah, for ADP King. But guess what? I thought you moved back to the EML, Pengu, but I noticed there are a lot of Americans in this game. We've got Zomban versus Yoga. What region are we casting?
I was in the bathroom, right? I came back and I just see Yogg on my screen. Like, am I watching NAL? Like, what's going on right now, man? This feels so wrong. Like, we've never had NA imports the longest time in EML. We were the ones getting imported over to North America. Times have changed. Okay, and NA have started to win. So maybe that's what we needed in Europe, you know? Get a bit of that better region vibe going our way.
Look, it's not every day that you get imports from North America to the rest of the world. It's typically the rest of the world that goes to play in North America. But like you say, if there's any time to take a look at what the Americans are doing, it's right now, right after we had an All-American final at the Major on American soil in Salt Lake City. But of course, with EWC coming up, we're going to have to turn our attention back to Europe, and we're going to need to see which teams are the best in the world for that event. G2, they love to be in that conversation, but they've dropped off a little bit recently. This new super team, when they brought back Benja, when they grabbed Shaiko from Falcons, they looked unstoppable, untouchable, and for many people were one of the favorites going into that major at Salt Lake City. But as Leo said, and the guys on the desk, they just did not quite hit expectations. There's something about this roster, as they're very low definition today. I don't know, when do we get G2 HD? On the flip side, Yogg and the GK boys are looking as spiffy as ever.
Yeah, it was a heartbreaking morning for me when I woke up. You know, I did the thing that you should never do. I checked social media first thing while I was still laying in the bed, and Hungry has said, I didn't think I'd have to make this post. And he was like announcing he got, you know, bans from GK before the official announcement from the organization, and how like he disagreed and things changed and whatever. And I was like, Dude, Hungry to me like made GK. You know, him and Packbull and Rexman as well. Like they were grinding in tier 2 for so long together as a 3-man core, and they made it to tier 1. They made that path that so many players end up giving up on, or just end up failing because it's so time-consuming, so difficult with like no salaries or very little salary, etc. And they made it to tier 1. They get one stage together, and they get so close to making it further, but eventually they just get ready for the breach. They were like a couple rounds off, I think. It's a bit of a bummer. Although I'm excited nonetheless for the new iteration. We got some imports, like we said, in Yorkdog, and also, of course, in Ask, coming from Brazil. So whether you're an NA, Brazilian, or European, there's always someone to root for here in GK.
No, of course, GK made the most roster changes of any of the teams in the EML, I believe. Bringing in Yogg from NA, also bringing in Grubby and Upor, who have had a stint in Tier 2 and Tier 3 in their off-season. But at the moment, Upor's having a stint watching cams as he gets Nitro celled by Doki. Really gnarly one. Long arm for him. And GK fighting very early with the man disadvantage.
Okay.
And Doki quickly shuts down Yogg, tanks the air jab. Not a worry in the world. He's now trapped in this position. Doesn't matter. There's not really much to be done. He can try and run outside, but he'll be caught. Still big ask now for Ask and Grubby to find this.
Dogi hit Yogg with the welcome to Europe, buddy, as he kills him mid-air, unable to fight back. And it's a classic D2 round. Leo said it well, you know, D2, they're one of those like super messy teams. It works in their favor sometimes, but also they can also lose rounds that they have no business losing. Benta, amateur mistake right there, buddy. If you're very close to an angle, they can see more of you than you can see of them. You gotta get further away because perspective. So he couldn't see Ask, but Ask could very clearly see his head. He gets one-tapped. But D2, they have this playstyle where they can just do crazy stuff and individually just be better, right? And they can lose Benja and Doki in a silly way because they've already gotten 3 kills between them. The round is statistically over favoring D2, but if they keep taking these 1v1 gunfights and Ask keep winning his individual fights, this round could turn, and they should never lose a 5v2.
Especially with the Dokkaebi in play here, Shaco has to answer his phone or take damage. Big thing is Stumpin has this 90-degree angle with the shield, and there's no explosive utility to try and clear this position. Nice kill from Shaco, and that makes it pretty much a done deal. Try and bait out the kill from Stumpin, but you can't bait out the king. And Stumpin claims his first kill, G2, to take the first round.
Benja's webcam got trimmed on as well. Very nice. He's getting more curly every day that I see him. Very lovely. There you see, he's got the big curls out.
I love it. I love it.
He's such a simple
Are you going to have
player.
a word with him about not joining Team Denmark, or is this like a mutual agreement from you guys to abandon your country?
Country. I feel like I've
got a cold, all right? Go easy on me.
Cold in Australia.
Winter in Australia.
It's
a whole 10 degrees.
So, Benta and we were obviously in conversation about playing EW or ENC together for Team Denmark, and we had like the manager guy reach out to us, and we're like, you know, who do we think we could play with, and who do we know who's Danish, like please help. And I told Benja like I'll consider playing for sure, but it kind of depends on like if I end up playing the qualifier, could I cast it potentially in the future? And the answer is no. Either you're a caster or you're a player or you're a spectator or a coach.
So you did it for me. That's what you're saying.
So it was like either I pay my mortgage or I don't. I was like, it felt very silly to play with a really subpar team. No offense to Team Denmark, but like we don't have any players, man. Okay, it's hard out there. It was me, Benja, and basically 3 bots. No offense. And when I said no, I think Benja said hell no because he's not doing it with 4 bots. So I mean, Team Denmark is not meant to be.
Benja's played on that space station roster, so surely he's used to it.
Okay. Okay, that's a low ball. Yeah, I want to say,
the thing is, everyone knows it's a joke because that roster just went and won a major with Dark Tour. So everyone knows it's a joke. So I can make
timing
like
matters.
That's not hurting
Timing
any feelings.
Good. Yeah, no, that's good.
Shout out to those Dark Zero boys, by the way. I know I shill this bloody podcast a lot, but I love listening to Parker's podcast. Parker and Mint have the Down But Not Out podcast. and I was listening to 2 of their episodes today, actually. They did an episode with Citizen that came out just a few hours ago. But they also did one with a couple of the Dark Zero guys. It was Faults, NJR, and Callout. Incredible episode. Really have so much respect for those guys. Not that I didn't already, but after listening to it, really interesting time. I don't get too distracted. There's, in classic G2 fashion, a lot of action happening so quickly as GK try and make their way in, but there's a lot trying to meet them. Alamau on the clash as he eventually will fall. I like that play from Ask. He's used the Sophia and he's finally taken down Alamau. Yogg wants to try and go for a hunt downstairs. Has to shoot that C4. It does allow enough time for Doki to get a little bit further away. Low HP. He's likely to try and just get back to side safely.
Yeah, there could be a play here from Ask. He has a gap on the bump side, knowing Doki's downstairs. If he finds the gap on the side itself, they can just rush that instead and say, you know, the roam clear, we don't need it. But now Schalke knows exactly where Ask is. They were exchanging bullets back and forth, and Yogg is also by the rotation. So GK says, we don't care about Doki downstairs. He's immune without a C4. He's not a danger to us. We're watching the flank, we're working the side itself. A plant is very possible here. The only thing is, low-key you want Grobby to give the defuse to Yogg. They do that right now, actually, because Sniper can walk in towards the bomb side safely with that shield covering him. Once they start planting, they gotta watch that flank on the staircase and try and get that freebie.
Plan faked for just a brief moment, but I think it was heard. Benja not sweating too much as of yet.
Work.
It happens again. Benja is actually making a lot of noise himself, trying to bait it out. Doki wants to go for a flank here. It is being watched, but Grubby to take down Shaiko. That is a big kill. Grubby to go big for a double. Benja's out of it, all up to Doki now. No Nitro Cell. He used it to try and bait out Yogg before. This will need to be a miraculous 3K, but not to be big round from GK, and without a doubt, they are on the scoreboard.
We see the Sophia buff coming into play from a 1-speed to a 2-speed, now played in 2 of the 3 EML games today alone, and counting the clash Alamau in that particular round with the stuns and the shots coming through. Really well done there from Ask. Is specifically just getting hallway control, and then Yogg saying, you know what, it's not worth chasing Doki downstairs. He's a low health mute out of C4. We shouldn't just like chase down these hallways where anything can go wrong. Let's play close together. Grobby's in the outside breach, finds 2 kills. It's beautiful, and it's well disciplined. And you know, we talk about a roster like Fnatic in the opening game today against Virtus Pro, and that was a new roster that did not have a ton of coordination. And then we're seeing GK already in the first 2 rounds showing us a ton of good communication and coordination. And I mean, a lot of this about experience. The players that you're getting, like Ask, you might not know him in EML, but he's played for a fair bit, you know, with a good experience back in Brazil, like the best region in the world of Siege, basically. Yogg, and any old school veteran himself, you can import these kinds of players and get a lot more immediate success, at least for like your baseline expectations. Maybe a young gunner who's inexperienced is going to have a higher ceiling and higher potential, but the initial starting point for a veteran is usually a lot higher than a newcomer.
Yeah, you need a good foundation as well. Yeah, to complement the firing talent. And let's not forget, of course, Upor and Grubby did qualify through the 6th Invitational through being a Tier 2 team and then making it through the open qualifiers, beating so many different Tier 1 teams to make it to the 6th Invitational. The Team Heretics. Previous roster, of course. I mean, it gets very confusing with how much things change these days. They were called Project Zero when they qualified, but they got picked up by Heretics when they played the event themselves. Unfortunately, immediately after, got dropped / left. Very different story. This is where they ended up. Grubby and Upor are here to try and make a statement. Grubby's been in and out of EML for years now. Played on Fnatic for a stint. And now he's here back. And yeah, true. Now he's here back to make a statement. Oh, Doki just doing what Doki does. SMG11 doesn't matter at all. A trade eventually by Grubby, but it really doesn't matter at all. You've taken down the Grim and the Blackbeard. That is a plethora of utility that the Scott has just swiped away.
Doki is 2-0 versus Yogg as well. Both of Yogg's deaths were Doki with a headshot, so that's how the tally is going. And when Doki died, he just like sat up and started smiling. He's like, I got my 2 kills, I don't care. Like, he literally got more value than he should have gotten, and he knows it too. Super worth. The thing about, you know, Shaiko or Doki going crazy on these like opening engagements, or even Benji at times, Stompin and Alamau has gotten to be a bit more of that backbone foundation that if they start trolling and dying, they got a strong backline that's always reliable. Stompin has been such a phenomenal and consistent player that's been bringing G2 a lot of stability in some of those chaotic moments. He's got a tank to Doki be called, take 40 damage, now he can't get caught any longer. He's got a shoddy close quarter, Warden glasses for any flashbang potentially, and he's gonna be pretty safe for this position.
Yeah, but you never know. Grubby's dealt a lot of damage to him already by calling him on his phone. Might go for another... Can't go for another call because the phone is destroyed.
Hello?
And in fact, Stompin tries to take the close range fight, but Sarks just baits him out just enough to get that headshot. Well played.
He forgot to shoot back.
Two are in a world of strife. Yeah, he did. I mean, just the reaction time wasn't quite there for the young guy.
But he's young. He's supposed to be fast, James. That's his whole superpower.
I guess he is not flawless. Nobody is perfect, even the Prodigy himself. Now, the old guard, the maestro himself of Alamau takes matters into his own hands. He's got Shaiko to support him, who goes big for a double. That is why G2 picked up the GOAT. And they're back on top again. Big start from Doki with 2, big finish with Shaiko to follow.
It's so ridiculous, right? Because like you talk about super teams and big names, and it's like, okay, you shut down Doki, but he takes down 2 people with him. You get to the bomb side, Stompin's waiting for you. Okay, he didn't shoot back. Then you got Shaiko, who's also by the like doesn't matter who you clear, there's still like another, oh my god, what am I gonna do type of player right behind them. And it feels a bit like G2 and Twisted Minds have that same similar style of, we're just gonna fight you. And we don't care if it's on your terms or our terms, in a good position or bad position, we're just gonna fight you. And there are so many teams and so many players that they can beat reliably with that mentality because they truly believe that they are the best players in the server. And you need to have that inner ego, not the outer ego, but the inner ego to believe that I am the best, I am going to win. And that's what Doki did right there, getting that 2-piece.
I don't think he even reloaded the SMG-11 between the 2 guns, which is insane because it only has 17 bullets, even with full magazine and one in the chamber.
Green outside horse arcs for me, please. Green? Yeah, green.
Grim? Classic bit of G2 hype at the end of that round. Yeah, look, I don't know what you do against a team like G2 because the way, like you said, it's the way that they like to play the game. You know, the lovely saying, so poetic, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. That's kind of the G2 mantra in a way. It doesn't matter what you've got prepped into a game. It doesn't matter what operators you brought, Grim, Blackbeard, whatever. Doki's going to punch you in the face. It's what you do after that initial encounter when G2 throws a spanner in the works.
I hop on a shield. But you just banned 3 of them, so it's fused or it's no shield at all.
I like how Hungry gets dropped and they're still banning the shields.
I think it's a matter of like the playstyle, right? Like if G2 are playing this way, literally the first thought that I would have is get me a shield right now because I'm not having fun right now at all. They banned 3 of them and no one's in their right mind except for like 2 people in the world maybe are gonna play fuse shield against G2. On Fortress. This is not gonna happen. So G2 can take any fight on quote-unquote equal terms. There's still like your Deimos, your Dokkaebi, whatever that can like get some information or some cues. But in terms of like the 50-50 gunfight headshot battle, G2, that's where they want to be. So I like the banning style from them.
Honestly, if I'm up against G2 in a game like this, I'm running Dokkaebi, Deimos, Snake, Lion. I'm getting all of it. Every last one. Throw those nades in. Follow him up, and then hope that you don't get C4'd, but Upor can't hope, and in fact he's got no kills so far. 0-4. Look at this jump over from Doki, balls of steel! He's ready to come in and support Stompin', and the King will still control the stairway. Nothing for GK to do. Look at them. 0-3 for Yogg, 0-4 for Upor. Finally a kill for Grubby. Is the only one to stand up tall for GK, but G2 surely will look for a response. Dark joins the fray. Stompin' immediately to reply. Ask back into it and gives GK a real chance now. Benja must 1 versus 2. He's got the DMR at the ready. His phone is ringing. He's about to take 40 damage. Reveal his position. Forced to move by the fire. And indeed, GK will pounce on the opportunity. Big rounds on the board. A much needed one for GK.
I got a bit of a quote here from Doki on social media this morning. He said, "Good luck to all the newbies playing their first EML stage. Don't be nervous to play bad or underperform, and having fun is the most important part." I feel like the last bit there, having fun is the most important part, it summarizes Doki's performance right now. He is flying out the windows, jumping over staircase railings, just getting in the action every single round. And it was all off of Stumpin's positioning on top Eagle. He was juking the grenades, getting demos cracked. Doki tosses out the C4, perfect bait from Stumpin, jumps it over, gets another. Really well done from G2, but they lose the round. Because, you know, after that, it's a bit slippery. It's a classic case of, oh my god, we're so good, and then, okay, we're kind of trolling. Because there's a bit of teamwork in the beginning between Doki and Stumpin, because they're that duo that live together. And after that, it's 1v1v1v1, where GK are so beautifully forcing the 2v1s to their advantage.
10 seconds left. That's the thing about playing against G2. You kind of have to meet them where they're at.
You do.
Give them a little bit of the taste of their own medicine. You know, the gap is found by GK. There's no one holding horse. We find that one kill. Okay, great. Let's see if Grubby can make a bit of a play. After he dies, it's Sarks that kind of takes that position. Oh, I think it was Ask, actually. Takes that position up. You kind of need to just embrace the chaos.
You do. You absolutely have to. And that's kind of one of the things, I think when you play ranked, it's similar, where when your enemy is like jumping out every window, going for every spawn peak, and just like throwing their brains in the trash can, you kind of need to meet them in the middle somewhere, because there's nothing worse than trying to drone and do the right thing and strategically pick apart a round, and they're just running into you. You kind of need to just hold your gun up and expect that to happen and then just fight back. You know, if GK wants to play a slow methodical game of Siege, G2 won't allow them. Like, Doki is always seeking to do the disruptive play. In this case, it's Bented doing the disruptive play, peeking the window outside on the balcony. Does he need to do that? No. Is it risky? Yes. But it's what they do almost every single time, and once again GK are starting off with a man disadvantage, playing 4v5.
And it's one of the power-ups that GK needs to take the free map control and find those gaps. The Solid Snake that goes down. It's also the top fragger in Grubby who goes down. You know, Upor and Yogg still have not found a kill, either of them. Both of them have really struggled in these last couple of rounds. We need confidence from GK. That's what won them their last round. Sasks and Grubby, and Ask to some degree, deciding it's time to get into the building, force the issue. I know I can beat these players. Doesn't matter if it's Stompin or Benja or Shaika. I can take these guys on.
So let's see it. We gotta see just everyone get into the battle together. I feel like GK are lagging a plan A, you know, a clear sign of what the execute is gonna be. They're kind of fishing and lurking around individually. They need that opening. Benja's one's gonna blow in a second. He's so low on health now. One bullet will take him down to the ground. But you gotta win that initial fight. Another call goes down towards Shaiko. Looking to tank it as well. Now Benja's mission exposed. He gets that again. 2v1 forced by GK. Very nicely done.
Yeah, but there's another 2v1 to come because Doki is still here in position at horse. He has a Mew Jammer to support him. Wants to go for an aggressive peek. He actually loses the fight. Little bit of damage onto Upor, but doesn't land quite enough. I like the pace here from GK. They've actually done the opposite of what I said. They've gone really slow. They're trying to corner and hunt these players down like the rats that G2 like to play in the style of. A drone hole to kill Shaiko, and now there's surely no way GK can fumble this.
GK versus D2 here. They're on the doorways looking for the gunfight. The shotgun close quarter should be winning it, but no! Edelman goes down instead, leaving just Stumpin, top of the old tower with 1 kill to be found, but 3 more to go.
Hold the phone, it's possible, never mind. It's American versus American as Yogg takes his countryman down and gets another round on the board for GK. It looks like just maybe the underdogs have figured out how to have a dogfight.
It was very nicely done. Again, I really want to just like emphasize how GK are able to win these rounds and make them believable. It's how well they're getting the 2v1 gunfights every single time. You know, they're fishing, they're lurking on the staircases, just looking for who could become an isolated target. So they call Benja Master, they hear he rotates top Eagle, and then 2 people fight him together. One guy taking the fight, one guy holding the fallback, and they get that free kill. And they just kind of ramp up the round from there. And the thing about certain operators like your Deimos and your Dokkaebi, your Solid Snake, with every kill that you get and the more map control that you gain, you get to get stronger because there is less people to track and there is less people that can cover angles. So like if you're in a 5v5 and you Deimos track someone, getting to where that guy you're tracking is can be challenging because he's got 4 people helping him out. But in a 4 versus 2 and you track someone, there's only one person that can support them. It's a much more lethal operator. So when GK can get down to those like 3v3s, 3v2s, etc., that's where they're gonna shine the most with these kinds of operators. But getting in the building and surviving the first 60, 90 seconds without suffering a loss, that's probably the difficulty for them.
That's the big benefit of having both Deimos and the Dokkaebi because they're both operators that target very specific players on the other team.
Yeah.
So if you know that you want to isolate, let's say a solo roamer like Doki, let's say someone who's playing aggro like Benja, you can target them so specifically with that util and then just spam it over and over again. You can combine the two if you really want and then have someone enter the building. For example, the Solid Snake take the free map control. But it looks like this time around, they're cooking up something a little bit different. Yogg on the glass. What's the idea here? Is this going to be a direct attack onto Cafeteria?
They've only got Capital, but they have like no verticality and no real breaching. Like they have some cannabis, that's it. So they must be cooking a direct attack from Laundry, from Courtyards, walking on in, firing off the strong positions. Medbay, there they go. They get information. C4 goes out. Jogg takes a ton of damage, but most importantly, he's still alive.
Yeah, but they don't know that Medbay is actually clear. If Yogg was aware of this, he could throw his smoke a lot deeper and make his way forward. I believe that's what he's going to do now. Perhaps the drones have come out. Grubby is playing such a passive angle, however. Good shot from Shaiko, or onto Shaiko. And Grubby, together with his teammate, have opened this up. Alabama very low on HP. Newport wants to get aggressive. Benja trying to hold down the line. Stomper tries to make his own play. He only finds one on the Warden. Now he's taken down. Benja needs to re-aggro, reactivate the gate. Needs to find the kill, and he is getting called over and over again. One kill, but Newport eventually kills him with the phone. Dokkaebi is calling, and you better not ignore her. It's a 4-2 first half for GK.
That is impressive. It really is. I mean, we said GK on the attack. It's going to be a rough test for them. The way they're working this out, I would be annoyed if I was G2. Playing on top of the spiral stairs, Deimos, Dokkaebi, everything they're throwing at G2.
The recipe for success. And it was clear. It was a trap. G2 are banning all of the shields away. And what does that enable, Jack?
Dokkaebi. Enables Dokkaebi, it enables Snake, it enables Deimos, all of these operators that you've got to play against all the time.
And look at this, in a clutch situation, Benja cannot do anything. He's getting the KD cold, he has to let it explode, it's taking him half of his HP, and then they double swing. And even during the round, look, 4v5 GK, 1 minute left in the round. The roamers are still there. They call Benja, they know where he is, they get a free pick on him. And what does that enable afterwards? The rest of roamers try to fall back, and they're cutting cutoffs. And so if you look at that round, it's 2 rounds in a row that they win because of that.
Look at it.
And the last round, it's the same thing.
Round.
Again and again and again, it keeps on happening. So many Dokkaebi calls, so many players that choose to not answer the call. And then in that scenario, not only do they have full information on them, it takes damage, and then they can just kill G2. Because G2, the playstyle has always been, we overextend, we fight for every inch of the map, but we're isolated. And so the combination of Deimos, of Dokkaebi, you know what it reminds me? It reminds me when Falcons was unbeatable, and Team Secret arrived with the double shields meta. They brought 2 shields, and they were able to beat them. Well, right now, the meta is bringing Deimos, Dokkaebi, and maybe sometimes the shields behind it, have multiple cutoff, and use Dokkaebi for pressure.
It makes it really tricky when you're G2 and you're playing those positions where you are solo, like you say, because if you get targeted by the Deimos, remember Lion's a thing as well, you could get yinged, but also then Dokkaebi, and you either have to take the damage, which we saw lots of G2 players doing, or you have to not have a gun up and then can get walked on. It's such a tricky operator, and yeah, they maybe got those operator bans wrong, because actually GK was able to win so many attacks off the back of Deimos, off the back of Dokkaebi, and off the back of Snake.
now GK get to go on the, so to say, easier half, I guess, as well. What do? They pencil on Snake. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, given what you just put on G2.
Did they follow it up?
Yeah, we forgot to mention that it's not only the KB and Demos, it's the KB, Demos, and Solid Snake. I think it's the three of them. The combination is absolutely insane. There will need to be some kind of, I guess, some kind of way to either you choose to fade the shield, either you ban all of the crowd control operators. It's kind of the gamble you have to take in the defense. Looking at this though, it looks like on the side of GK, they don't want to have to face it. They remove the Solid Snake. We'll see. The KB is still there. They can still face it as well.
As of right now, not selected, but we do see a demo. So let's see how G2 plays out these attacking rounds on Fortress.
Well, what started very dangerously for GK ended up being a blessing in disguise. G2, they didn't stop swinging until the half completely ran away from them.
That final round was like just a heartbreaker if you're watching Benjamin's point of view the entire time. So when the execute first happened, he was getting called and he actually went to answer the phone. And because of that, they didn't have a crossfire, so his teammate died. And after his teammate dies, now he can't answer the next call, so he dies to the phone going, like, it's just so tricky how to navigate playing as a Dokkaebi. Hear me out. Thunderbird, okay? There's gonna be a time and a place where Thunderbird will just completely nullify Dokkaebi. You let the call go through, you take a little Thunderbird station, you get full HP in like 5.5 seconds, and you're happy as ever. Or Rook. Rook has the highest win rate rank, by the way. Just saying. It's not quite Pro League level, but there's a stat there.
All right, man. Stop trying to make Rook happen. Rook is never going to happen, all right?
Hungry would have tried. That's what I'm saying. He would actually attempt to do something like that, and he's gone.
When are you going to stop being butthurt about Hungry getting dropped from GK, man?
Still mad about it, but they are winning. You know, they're winning me over slowly because they're 4th up against T2. That's pretty good, man. It's pretty good.
Can't deny the results from Grubby. That man is persistent, and he has been for his entire career. And really, there was a moment where this game flipped for GK when they got up by 3-2, and it was because several players on this team decided to just take matters into their own hands, and even if the plan wasn't perfect, you just have to send it. Now it's up to G2 to do what Alamau does best. It's all about finding gaps on this attacking side. They are not the structured, methodical team that's, you know, we've seen plenty of other rosters perform in the past. These guys are all about the mid-game adaptations, being slippery little snakes and finding ways inside. Benja, though, all he's found is an early demise. Then immediately Doki goes aggressive, tries to look for one, but he doesn't realize Ask is still playing in this hallway, supported now by the fire extinguisher. Gonna go for a second one, and they clean house. Big round for Ask. And Stompen now has a 1v5 before him. It's an impossible task, even for a player of this level of talent. It is a 1v4. Upor gets picked back up again. This would be a miraculous clutch, but I don't think he's got it. I'm not convinced.
Everywhere. They're just waiting for him, right? Every single doorway, every hallway, looking for that kill. Gets a second, though. You first low on health. One bullet is all he's gonna take. He's still got 2 flashbangs and every terror drone. He's got tools to work with.
Can he isolate these fights? 1v5 slipping to a 1v3. You've got to wonder if you're one of these GK players. When does it hit the mental? What are you doing, Grubby? Where are you looking? This is now winnable. 30 seconds to play. Stompen's got the diffuser. Uport still 1 HP. And he can start planting the diffuser. He needs to try and bait this out, but the thing is, GK, even in a 1v2 retake, this is not going to be easy for them. Stompen can play this well. Impact doesn't find anything. Stompen doesn't want to play post-plant. He wants to try and take these fights. He knows where both of them are. Sees both positions, but doesn't land the shots. He wanted to go for the kills, and it's not the right call in the end. GK recompose and extend their lead even further. 5 rounds to 2.
Oh, it's such a shame because he played that so well throughout. And I mean, you saw GK in the 5v1, they're peeking, they're going down the hallways. And as those numbers got closer and closer, 1v3, 1v2, they're playing almost scared up against Stompen. And it came down to a split-second decision that was wrong. You know, he flashes the left, pushes the right, but just gets nullified in the gunfight. Unfortunately, not that 1v5 clutch. But they should never happen. But damn, did it get close. G2 will call their attack timeout, and maybe talk through how they can... Doki was actually gone. Maybe there was a bathroom technical time inside is certain, but he's now returned and missed every single word. Oh, sorry. Wireless headset. He's heard every word that was said. No mind. What a smart man.
What do we think about using tech that you can use on game day versus tech you can't use on game day when it comes to like a big LAN, right? Obviously, you've got to use in-ears when you go to LAN because the over-ear headphones just go over the top for noise cancellation. But a lot of people want to use proper like gaming headsets rather than in-ears on when they play from home because that's hard when you play from home. But like, I feel like it's always a risk when you try and use tech that you can't actually use on a LAN environment. You're practicing for the wrong thing.
Yeah, so I feel like there's definitely more than one like side to this, and it will come down to TLDR, personal preference. Generally speaking, when you're playing every day for like, 8+ hours for scrim, for practice, and even on Pro League days, comfort and performance will top everything else. Because what's the point of playing in subpar conditions at home and then not qualify for LAN? It's better to play well at home to then qualify for LAN than do worse at LAN, because qualifying is always better. What a lot of players will do, and what my experience was as well as a former player, was that you play with what you're best at and what you're most comfortable with throughout the entire online stage. You then qualify for the major, for a Pro League final, for SI, for whatever LAN event that we're talking about, and then you bootcamp for like a week or two. During that bootcamp, you take your LAN stuff, your in-ears, your different chair, your different, keyboard, your, table setup, and you have a week or two to acclimate to the LAN environment. That way you're playing your best performance at home and then kind of slowly transitioning into the LAN. And I feel like that's the best of both worlds. Because if it hurts your ears to play with in-ears like it does for a lot of players, you shouldn't be in pain every day for 8 hours because it's the LAN way, right?
Loading concussion!
I like that. I like the idea. Well, it would be a miracle if GK made it to LAN. Of course, EWC is coming up in less than 2 months, I believe. Very exciting. And that's what we're playing for a spot for here in stage 1 of the EML. 3 players from GK were actually at the 6 Invitational in Paris not long ago, in Grubby, Upor, and Yoga, all for different teams, all for not GK. Grubby and Upor were on Heretics, Yog on Oxygen. The G2, of course, will be expected to make it back to Paris to make history again, or at least give it their best shot. Already, though, quick exchange. Ask goes down, as does Doki, and Alamau is keen to try and continue fighting, but the Italian Sarks is waiting to hold the line. A lot of confidence he's got.
Doing a great job at playing that middle line for as long as possible here. You want to fall back when it's necessary. Not too soon, not too late. Now, in a perfect world, I was going to say you can reinforce the wall, but they had none left because they just started doing it, so it disappeared from the UI. So that's good. They surrender map space, but that's also going to give a sound cue to G2 that, hey, meeting room where you see Summer right now, it's completely clear. They've fallen off. So they actually speed up the attack from G2 with that sound itself. And they are looking to advance towards the bombs at walls. The issue is, this is a vault hole, so getting in as a Blackbeard player of Stompin is very challenging. And you're up against the Thorn Traps, the Fenrir, the Mayor, the Tashanga. It's a full-blown lockdown here for GK, saying you can't plant and you can't get in for free.
This is the right play, though, here. You get the Blackbeard on this door, you take care of that bulletproof camera, and you start to put some pressure on from multiple angles. The GK, they're doing a pretty solid job of holding G2 back. They found a second kill now onto Alamau. 3v3, but still, the Shanker's fire makes it all kinds of difficult. In through the vault hole.
What's in the corner?
There's still a player hidden in the corner. They didn't realize. Upor's been waiting, biding his time for this moment. Plant denied. Benja has to replace. Yog has still some more utility in the Tachanka, in the Shamika, but he's not going to be in position to use it. He goes down, Shaiko! He makes it rain for G2, and he staves off match point for yet another round.
Oh man, it's one of those moments where you're thinking, if Fortress is a little bit of an older map, you've played a bit more Tashanga, surely you can just safely get a fire Molotov off the door frame into that plant position and you don't even have to go for a swing. It's those small details, right? You're up against Shaiko, one of the best fraggers the game has ever seen, and he will not just find one pick and cover, he will find the injure and the second kill after as well, and securing a round victory. while Stompin jumped in and got sold because they never cleared the corner. Well, that's what we keep saying. There are so many individual star players on this T2 squad that at any moment's notice, they can step up and make that round-winning play. Animal actually had a great attempt there for a backstab, but it was read well into by GK, so they shut it down immediately. You see 6 Molotovs in pocket of York on the jungle. That was a chance there for denial.
Nice, guys.
You're right. But in the heat of the moment, it's hard to get everything perfectly right.
It is. And GK's a new squad. Don't worry about they haven't played like this. They've been doing so well as a team and individually that you kind of forget that these guys only just flew in York to like play together properly. So
remember, they only need 2 more defenses. They went 4-2 on their attacking split and then won their first defense. That's a dream, especially for any team that's got 3 roster changes and going up against a mighty roster like G2.
I'm seeing Shaiko and Finger. And he's going to be boosting Alamau on the Blackbeard. I like this. This is something different that we don't see every single day. Dogi goes down. Dogi has the first step or gotten the first kill himself, I swear to God, almost every single round. He is just in there, and now people are out of there. You forget Major Master as well. We see the injury, that spearhead of Shaiko, Alamau, and Stompin finally injuring Hammam, but there's 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. It's already a 3v5, heavily favoring GK.
Stompin almost had a chance to get a freebie. Saw Yogg for a second. There's just something that's so cursed about any attack that tries to clear these cheeky little hallways around Hammam. I have literally never once seen a team successfully roam clear that part of the map. So GK are playing into this well. They have a numbers advantage by 2 players and they intend to keep it. They don't need to make the first move here. They can hold their positions. The roamers don't have to force their way back to site. The anchors don't have to overextend. Everyone can just bide their time.
All about timing right now. Ufer can't make a single footstep noise because if he gets hurt, he's going to be getting run down by the Blackbeard. It's all about timing. If he finds the flank here and Stompin Alamau, it's going to be a huge moment in this round. Toxic comes out. They have the information now of exactly where these attackers are from. But they're not going for the play. They're just waiting. Expecting a bait, perhaps? They don't want to risk losing this round of a silly mistake.
Oh my God! Stompin!
What did I just see?
That is a 1-tap and a half.
Good night.
Last will go down. Upor did not reveal his position. He is still waiting patiently. And I think that's the right move. They still have the numbers advantage. You're right. G2 Stompin has the read. GK don't need to make the move as of yet. Eventually, Upor does. He takes down Stompin and asks to close the round. It's match point for GK. 3 opportunities to take down G2.
It's one of those rounds where, like, you know, GK won it, but the 1-tap alone, it felt like the round-winning moment. It was beautiful, nasty. And despite you starting off on such a rough position, it looked winnable for a small moment there when the 1-tap occurred. But Ufer, individually, Ask individually, they've been so strong at shutting down the initial push. And right now, the biggest person to look at is gonna be Doki. He's first dead on the attacking sides more often than not. On defense, he's the guy opening up the round with a kill or 2 usually. On attack, he's been first dead playing operators like the Ace on Heartbreach, dead in the first 20 seconds, and then you lose so much utility. Look at that attacking lineup. It's Ash, Twitch, Shaiko, Finka, and Blackbeard. The only really utility you have for destruction is gonna be the Ace, and it dies first.
Let's go, guys. One more, boys. Let's go.
Dude, they're so hyped up. I mean,
I'm loving the energy.
You wake up this morning, first play day of stage 1. You're a team with, you know, rough expectations, a lot of, you know, roster changes, imports, maybe some controversy because you've departed ways with like some really big names in Hungary, as I keep referring, and you go 6-3 up against G2. Probably should have won the round prior, so that could have been a 7-2 for all we know. It's been a phenomenal showcase of skill, and a big upset at that if they would have closed this out.
Absolutely. The last time that GK and G2 played each other, it was actually not this GK roster. It was the old Saudi GK roster. So we haven't really seen this matchup before.
No.
And even if you look at the individual players, like Grubby and Newport, like I said, played for Heretics at this most recent. SI, Yog played for Oxygen. Neither of those teams played G2. So this is like, for these GK players, it's kind of like this mythical G2 roster that you hear so much about. Maybe you've scrimmed before, but you've never really had the pleasure of meeting them at the server. These guys are meant to be nigh unbeatable in this region. And look at what they've achieved so far. Only 3 rounds against GK. And yeah, I mean, a very apt reaction from you there, Pengu. Alamal losing half of his HP on the Monty because of that gas pipe. It's not a great start for G2, and now a mirror window popped. Okay, maybe something back for them. GK clearly spreading their utility very thin, and their players very thin, because that Twitch drone was able to get both of those mirror windows.
Alamal was dying just to fire the canister and the Goyo fire shortly after, but a play being attempted punished by Shaiko. Grubby gets shut down the flank attempt. Shaiko, Alamal low on health, Stompin just about half. The round is not won just yet for G2, but they're in a damn good position to try and close this one. But there are impact grenades, there's a single C4, and there's Goyo fire, as well as the Nari lasers. There is so much chip damage that could alter the tide of this round very quickly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, you look at the HP from these 3 G2 players that have already taken a bit of a beating. Especially the shields. 1 shot to the leg and Alamal will be in a bunch of trouble. 2 shots for Stompin and it'll be the same. G2 need to make sure they convert this numbers advantage. They've got 2 players. Both of them are shields. They need to make sure that GK do not get away with murder.
So right now, I mean, the safest choice is go for a bathroom plant, right? Monty gets in, gets a bit of information, and try and get it down. Even if you get C4, you can now plant with Stompin and Blackbeard in the 4v3. And now there's not a second C4 follow-up, so the plant should be good to go. The question is, do they trust the coverage being good enough, or do they want to try and get 1 pick before attempting to plant? Because we're seeing York right now. He's getting very active in the server, looking for that pick, plant being attempted.
That's going to go down. Impact goes out. The Nitro Cell needs to come in as well from Yog to try and deny that plant. I believe it has missed, but Sarks has found 1. We need the plant to be denied somehow. Upor has 1 impact grenade left, but I don't think it's going to be enough to deny the plant. Yog is the one in the prime position, but it's being covered very well by Benja. He's standing just above Alamal. The fight needs to be won by Benja. He gets the first. Needs another one, goes deep, the plant down. Pistol comes out, but Sarks finds 1. Traded back eventually is Upor. And Sarks now, the Italian, must do everything for GK 1v3. Alamal on the shield can fall back. G2 do not need to overcomplicate this, but Benja, he looks for the kill and he finds the final nail in the coffin for GK. G2 are not done yet.
A much better round. What I really liked in particular from G2 is that they got the first 2 picks, and then often G2 will just speed up the round and they'll go really fast and then things kind of fall apart again. But they slowed down the game like crazy. They are using all the seconds available, really leveraging the Monty and the numbers advantage, the fact that there are 2 shields available as well, and they didn't take any massive risks in that server. They waited for the plant, they baited it out, the C4 got ripped, they stopped planting, ran away, they heard the explosion, they plant again. Now they know there's no plant denial, so it should be a done deal. The only way they lose is if Benji Master misses that gun down to York with a much superior positioning and gun, and then of course York gets both of the kills. But even if that were to happen, they do have Benja and Stompin still making a play elsewhere. So solid round from G2, good fundamentals, and most importantly, Doki stayed alive. They got their early picks. That's the big thing. If they get that 5v4, if they get the 5v3, G2, they can take it. But what happens if G2, they lose that player and they start 4 versus 5? That's my big question. So I'm really watching for these upcoming rounds and who gets the opening pick.
I think G2 have realized if they lock in a little bit at the start of the round and keep that numbers advantage, like you said, with a shield, that's the secret to their success. Alamal knows he's got a lot of gunners on his team. He doesn't need to be one of them. He can just focus up on staying alive, making sure that no matter what, he can get info fed to him, and he can call the win condition, which is typically the plant. That's what happened last round. But what are GK doing in response? Well, you talk about chip damage. We've got the Ella and the Echo as well. So add to the chip damage of the fire from the Goyo, from the damage from any C4s or impact grenades, plus the Thorn Traps, we've now got a way to concuss and then look to try and kill that Montaigne.
That is the big thing. Like, we always talk about shield operators being so impactful. just to kind of bring into how effective this Monty is, right? Alamau is 1-7 currently, and that's not me being, oh, he's bad. I'm just pointing out that on the guns, Alamau has not been super successful individually. And when you're done having a lot of kills, all you can do is breach or drone for your teammates. But if you go on the Monty, you're now the best planter in the game, a permanent droner, and when you're an IGL, you know, a very vocal player like Alamau, you can call the shots in the best way possible because you're safe. You don't have to worry about gunfights and timing and taking the fights in a certain way. You just walk in the building extended and just calling the shots as you see them. So Alamau has now found an operator that is highly valuable for him when before he wasn't getting a lot of value. And this Twitch from Benjamaster is ridiculous. He has seen almost all the Thorn Traps, shot some, pinged the other, and now also removed the Yoka drone this round and both mirrors previously.
Massive big kill from Shaiko as well. The Flores drones came in handy at the start of the round to clear the util. Now he comes in with the gun to clean up.
Plant again.
GK have to be careful because the plant is going down. It can be denied by this Yokai. He needs to make sure it sticks to the roof.
Doesn't matter.
Does manage to get the first one, but it's not going to matter if the kills come through. G2 look to flood the side. Yogg has to get off. G2 not able to plant though. Yogg is actually able to get into position before he is taken down, however. G2 now look to reattempt the plant with Stompin. Upor from down below. He is cut off by Shaiko, and it is an exemplary take from G2 once again. They are taking no prisoners now. They saw that 6-3 deficit, and they said it's time to lock the hell in.
Okay, so there's a big issue right now, right? The Monty is going to affect. One thing you can do, you can play the tertiary bomb set of Kitchen downstairs, where Monty is a lot weaker as an operator. Secondly, there's two other options in terms of playstyle. Either you're playing plant denial, like your smoker to Shange, and you're kind of letting them get in the side, then you remove them from play. The Yokai will stop the plant from going down, but it's not going to deal with the problem of the Monty. It's going to just buy you 7 seconds of spare time with every stun. It's not going to fix the problem of the fact that Monty's alive. So the other option you can do that's not plant denial based is you play like kind of Twisted Minds earlier. You're going to stop G2 from getting in the building. You're going to fight them on the tower drop, on the staircases. You know, you play the smoke with the barbed wire. You stall for time. You play Goyo by the bomb site. And now you make the clock your ally. Because G2, they pick the Monty, they drop straight down a skylight drop or one of those tower staircases, and they walk towards the bomb site. Nothing's gonna stop them because they're fighting against, your Ella, your Kaid, and that's not gonna do a whole lot in these raw gunfights. The Elements are great. Didn't see a single one pop that round. The Echo Drone is great. Didn't do anything that round. It's not really influential operators with how they're playing. GK is called their attack timeout right now. That's what's been happening in the last 45 seconds. We gotta see a big switch up. I'm not seeing a big switch up.
That's the concern, isn't it? I mean, even down to the mirror placement from Ask there. It's exactly the same story we've seen before. What are you going to do? Just shoot the Twitch drones this time? Is that your hope? How are you countering the Twitch? How are you countering the Flores? How are you dealing with this Monty? Exactly. And now the Blackbeard is being brought back. Double shield. I don't see the solution here from GK. Even a mute would have been nice. Just slow Benja down a little bit. Slow Shaiko down a little bit as well. I'm not convinced here for GK. They had one last chance to get it done in regulation, Pengu, and they're not making a very strong case at the moment with their operator picks. I sure as hell hope that they can do something a little bit more impressive than that once the action phase starts.
Given the tag timeout and the current bomb set and operators, I feel like one of two things happened. Either the players deemed that a very small mistake happened from like an individual decision, like, oh, I died in this spot and me dying is like why the round was lost. Or maybe they say, oh, the Twitch drone got both mirror windows, that's why we lost, let's run it back, we killed the Twitch drone. Sometimes it's that simple. Or it's lack of confidence in making a risky play. TK's been winning this game for the majority of the time. Now it's slipping away. You start choking, you start losing your confidence. You're not playing safe, you're not playing not to lose, as we say, right? So you make the safe choice, the easy choice, instead of playing to win and making that risky play. The risky play is going tertiary bombs and doing something completely different out of the norm. But that's also high risk, high reward. The safe option is what you're used to doing, but what T2 will also know how to attack against. They win with the safe choice, they see if they can back it.
Oh no.
Flank with U4 takes down the first shield. And Doki
That's a big mistake as well. Oh no, this is a critical error here from G2 and it could cost them the rounds. Benja had already droned Uport as well. His Twitch drone was taken down inside of games, and yet they didn't expect that crossfire. G2 got a little bit too far ahead of themselves, and Stompen has lost his life because of it. The rest of G2 are going to have to make up for that lost fragging capability.
NML wasn't in the hallway towards Games Room with the Monty just yet. We saw his point of view after both Stompen and Doki died. You gotta get that Games hallway control right behind NML first, or at the same time, so you can shut down that flank on the rotation. So just 2 seconds, 5 seconds of mismatched timing, and this is the situation for G2. They lose bodies absolutely for free. Ufer is down the grave, but he's Goyo. He's placed all those canisters. He's already gotten his passive value of utility. The rest of GK, they gotta play kind of smart now, right? They gotta play the crossfires. They don't know this, but we do. Anima brought secondary EMPs. There is no hot destruction for this attacking round. This open mirror window is the only angle. There's no way in, and they're peeking it. And they shouldn't be.
Shaiko! This is the only way that G2 win this round, is if somebody pops off. And at the moment, Shaiko is taking that upon himself. Now numbers disadvantage for GK. Grubby and Sarks need to do everything in their power to get it done in regulation. But Alanau is marching deep into the bomb side. Shaiko's covering it. It's a 4K. And Benja to send G2 into overtime.
It's a classic story for this organization, and in particular for this 5-man set of players. They will go down 3 versus 5 into a 3 versus 4, an unwinnable position for most teams. The Monty brought EMPs, the Ace died, there's no destruction, there's no win condition, there's no stability in the server, and yet it ends up becoming a flawless round from that moment forward. 3v5, 3v4, 3v... They just keep going. Shaco getting 4 of the 5 kills. Alamau just being a drone again, walking in. But he does it so well. And this is TK losing their confidence. Now they go tertiary. Now they go kitchen.
Oh, it's too
now
late.
They make the big change. It's too late now.
Last round, this would have been the play. I'm so on board with what you're saying, Pengu. That would have been the perfect moment to just have a drastic change. 3 match points in a row fumbled by GK, retrying the same top bomb sites over and over again. And G2 immediately had the read. Their confidence is back, and they say, oh, it's downstairs. Well, that's fine. We use the Monty to get out of our rut. Now we can go back to doing what we know we can do, which is attacking this bomb site in a fundamental way. We're going to get the vert with the ram. We're going to hunt these players down with the Dockerby. We're going to clear Util on site with the Twitch and Flores, which they have picked every goddamn round, it feels like. And then we're going to finish off the round with a nice plant. We're going to find the kills. That's all that matters now for G2, is getting the job done.
And this is why I wanted GK to go to that tertiary bomb site earlier, because there's a very, very high chance that they're gonna bring no shields, and especially Alanon's gonna get off the shield for this particular bomb site. We saw this earlier and we spoke about it in the Twisted Minds game. It's a very weak bomb site for shields, this kitchen defense. There are so many crossfires, long angles. You gotta do the verticality strat usually and get top floor control into a plant attempt and a bomb site execute. Shields just don't work that well here. And if Monty is your biggest struggle, you can counter the Monty, or you can go to a site where he's kind of bad. They do it now, it's in overtime, it can still work, but Alamau is gonna, like you said, have regained their confidence. G2 are fired up, they got the momentum. And TK, this feels more like an act of desperation than a calculated play at this point.
Stopping gets to work on the vert, all the boogie drones are out, and now GK need to be a little bit more careful on the bomb site. And Fortress, the newest map to join the Pro Pool, these teams better know exactly where they aren't and not exposed to vert on the bomb site, because, I mean, the vert on this bomb site is not as intuitive as you would think, as we can now see exactly where these attackers are peering down at the defenders.
Again,
opening have to balance this perfectly, because they don't want to sit back too long and give up too much free ground to G2, but they also don't want to fight when they don't need to.
Exactly. All about the opening again. But TK has been playing so confident, right? Since the very beginning of the round. But now with that, the last couple of like 2 or 3 rounds, you gotta question their confidence going into this one. They're fighting back towards Benji, doing a bit of damage, forcing out a smoke grenade in the staircase somehow. They're looking for an active flank from U4. So they can't play to make it, but the Toast is sticking out. Ask stays alive. If only Stumpin had a DMR there, that would have probably been a kill or an injury at least. But his damage done, and any damage counts. Shut down the flank immediately. Benja Master from across the map.
Oh, now Shaiko's found one. Surely not like this. Element will go down, so no more Dokkaebi, but G2 still have a numbers advantage. And Ask is still low HP after taking a lot of damage to Stumpin on the feet earlier. Starks is in a bit of an awkward spot. Maybe he can go for a flank, but if G2 form up, they surely won't leave a gap, especially if they find their own. Ask goes down. Sars soon to follow. Doki goes big for the final kill. G2 have strung 4 in a row, and now they claim their very own match point.
And it's hard to believe that anything will change at this point forward because it has just shifted in the server. And G2 with the confidence, with every play working out, reading every flank, getting every opening pick, and just solving all of the weaknesses that they were showing just a couple of rounds ago so fast. And again, if they want to, they can go on Munty if they need later on when they go into the attack. Or they can crouch something. Like, they just have so many strong operators up and available. So many different playstyles. And it feels like unless GK just get a kill or two out of nowhere, it doesn't feel like they have what it takes anymore. Which is crazy to say because they were, you know, the favorite to win just 4 rounds into the past.
Look at the faces on those GK players as we scan through the cameras just before the round started. For the first time, they look completely deflated. There is nothing left in the tank. We're back onto their attack now. Pengu, they were phenomenal on their attacking rounds. They got 4 out of the 6 attacks. And they managed a successful attack onto every single bomb site.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Now G2 have one last chance to get it done. And they go back to this command office bathroom bomb site where they started this map. We've had a long 14 rounds so far, 13 in the past, 14th one to begin. And G2 are dialing back the clock all the way back to round number 1 to finally get things done.
They're hiding the Clash in the bathtub as well, so they got that, you know, second kind of win condition. The thing about the Clash is that when you don't know that the operator is being brought out, you're not gonna pick your niche counters like your Sophia, your Kali, your Nomad, etc., or maybe even Capital in this case. And I don't think they've seen the Clash because they've played operators that don't really work that well against it. Recruit Striker, Twitch, Deimos, and Glass, they don't do anything. I mean,
this is beautiful.
Something.
And the call, look at that, the call! Finishes Stumpin off, that is perfect, so well played from Yog. He even brought the EMPs to make sure he would not get impeded by the Taze from the Clash. This is a little bit of life back into it for GK, but Doki immediately responds! He shuts him down, he reclaims control of the Eagle Stairs, and now GK needs to get back onto it. Yog is down. Someone else needs to fill his shoes.
Nope.
And Benja will shut down Upor. Krabby needs to get active, but straight into the Fenrir mine and take it down. But the stall has been completely in effect here from G2. Sarks now obliterated into the corner. It's all up to Grubby from a 6-3 advantage. They take a shot at the King, but they do not land it. G2 are back in action, baby. 5 in a row, and they take their first win of EML Stage 1.
Oh man, classic fashion G2 as well. Phenomenal game, went all the way to OT. Quick break, and we'll be right back with more games and of course the endless test.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the ghost, breaking it right to the
That game ending up a lot closer than we maybe thought, but G2 take the victory in the end, and we get to speak to the victors as we have Doki on the line. Good evening, congratulations on the first victory. Doki, did you expect this game to be as close as it turned out to be?
No, I literally think I lost like 10 years of my life playing this game. I'm not even kidding. Like, wow, I was so stressed. But yeah, got the win. Thank fuck. Oh shit. I mean,
oh wow.
Scare.
Oh, the vocabulary is on the level of your internet right now.
Yeah. Okay. About the internet, like I need to move house. I'm not even kidding. Wow. I'm actually. Just
we can barely see you, Doki.
Is that why the case is packed in the background?
I'm moving. Jesus, I need to leave. I'm leaving.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack. You alright?
Yeah, I am alright. Are you alright? Because you banned the shields when you was playing on the defense. You banned all of the shields. In response, GK played a lot of Dokkaebi. Actually, we want to show you a couple of the rounds. What's your opinion on the new Dokkaebi? Is probably worth asking, because they actually used and abused the Dokkaebi and the Snake and the Deimos against you quite consistently in their attack off.
Yeah, it's just a bit crazy to me. Like, we get all these operators added to the game that like have no counters. It's just I don't really like that. I don't like that part of the game. It takes away the strategy. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm not a big fan of the change. I think the operator itself is very, very strong though. Like, Dokkaebi is very, very, very strong. Just the nature of the ability, I'm not the biggest fan of. Due to the not having any counters, but it's just another thing added to the collection of Grim, Deimos, Solid Snake, now Dokkaebi. You're just exploding when you roam around the map. Like, yeah, like just get me back on site, please.
Does it give you guys a real decision to make in terms of your operators that you ban? Because like today you went away from the shield, then you have to play against that, but then if you ban that, you're coming up against double shields in theory.
I mean, they banned Thorn today against us, and I don't know why, but I was so happy because I got to play mute every round, so I could at least save myself a bit from the hell that was coming towards my teammates. So I don't know if you've seen in the ban phase, I was like, yes, come on! So yeah.
I think we've seen quite a lot of resilience from you guys because it was like a 5-round streak for you guys because it was. I think you were losing 6-3. I'm wondering, like who was the kickstarter of that resilience? I saw some incredible rounds from Shaiko, but it's quite impressive that you guys always manage to have these crazy comebacks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an honest guy. Like the mood in the team today was really down, to be honest. Even from the get-go, I don't really. I'm gonna join the debrief after the interview and see what's going on there. But like, yeah, I think really slow start to the game. Weren't playing like we were in scrims at all. And saying that, we lost like 5v3, 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 5v3. So like, that's also kind of a big yikes. But yeah, mood wasn't so good today. So I think like that kind of puts things on the back burner a bit in terms of our like flow state kind of play. But after we turned that around, kind of was good to go. Shaiko was being pretty motivational, going, "Come on, guys, we got this," in his little French accent. So yeah, it was good. It was a good comeback. Proud to get that because, to be honest, sorry to interrupt. I literally was getting flashbacks from kickoff, the first game against VP, like winning all these attacks 5 in a row and losing the defenses on like the most defense map ever. So it's like oh god, I was like, not again. But we actually won.
I mean, that was going to be my last question. I mean, you mentioned that the vibe maybe wasn't really there today. You posted about it yourself earlier today, right? Having fun is the most important thing. How do you turn that around in the game, like you say?
I should take my own advice, it seems, then.
Yeah.
To be honest. Yeah, I don't know. We just kind of this. I mean, honestly, Shaiko was king. Come on, guys, let's go. Benja, Carl, like everybody was really saying we got this. We were. It's weird, right? Like when you're in a team like ours, like you're not tilted because you're tilted. You're tilted because like you're losing rounds that are free wins. Like that's why like things are mad. So it's like we weren't mad at each other. We were more mad at like the situation we were in. So it's not as if we're angry at each other that we're going to be fighting with each other. It's not like that. It's just like the situation we were in, we're really mad about. So we just had to keep that mentality next round, right? So like it actually worked for once. So yeah.
Thank you for the wise words. You have a debrief to join, so I won't keep you here any longer. Thank you for your time and good luck tomorrow.
Yep. Have a good night, guys. See you later.
See you.
Night. A lot of wise words, but
he's always so honest.
Yep. Yeah, I like that as well, because you really feel like you get an idea of what's going on inside this game, and I feel like it reflects the way this game went as well. The slow start, the poor start, and then the kind of comeback that G2 are forcing with a big round streak.
Yeah, a mood and a gameplay that matched his camera. Very blurry. Honestly, like it felt like it felt like so many rounds they were in the lead, and then yet an example of that was that defense where they're in the lead. There's 1 minute left. They're in the 5v4. They have everything to win, and they just throw that away. I felt like, was it a discipline issue? Was it a problem of disconnect between the roamers? I felt like there was something that was lacking. I'm glad that we see that G2 has the potential to come back, but most importantly, I'm glad that we see that GK has the potential to upset big teams. Should they not be in a good mood, should they not be at the level that they're expected to be, then GK can be there. Most importantly, looking at the scoreboard here, Sox being one of the best performers is not a surprise. However, we spoke of Ask before. We said that he was struggling throughout kickoff, and he delivered today. Whether he is the IGL or not, we can ask him later, I assume, because with the level they've showed, I think he will be one of our next interviewees. I expect DK to take some few wins, and I think they deserve the spot in the dark horse category.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one thing I picked up on, and we started playing out a little bits of audio for the teams at the end of rounds. I absolutely love it. One of the things DK said when they got to 6 rounds is just one more round. Yep. I've been in a team that gets to 6 and freezes, and I feel like that's what they did a little bit. Because at that point, when it was 6-3, they had the game in their control, and I think they switched a little bit. They started playing not to lose rather than to win, and they've played 9 rounds to win so far in that game. They've done so well, and then I think they just froze a little bit. But it's still 1 point. It's a point they weren't expected to get, and they put in a great performance, which maybe shushed a few of the doubters, maybe including us, with what we were saying before the game about them. So
how much of that was the element of surprise from a team that had changed 3 players that no one knows about? We'll know. It will get.
They might not be allowed to play Dokkaebi tomorrow.
Exactly. It will get harder and harder when the playdays come through, because teams know how they play now.
Point might make a big difference in the end when it comes to upper bracket, lower bracket, making it into playoffs at all. And especially if we have contenders like we have a Falcons, for example, as well, who is up in the next game of the day, going up against Rebels. I feel like we'd like to describe this matchup as big brother versus younger brother, right? With how much French at least there is inside this matchup and the the history between all these players. But in kickoff, it was a 7-1 for Falcons. When we look at Falcons after that, at the international event, right, and we kind of want to grade them as well, like we've been doing with our teams, I feel like we have to be strict teachers for Falcons with their performance.
Yeah, you have to take into account when you're a good teacher, what's the base level of your student and where are they at. You have huge expectations for Falcons and they did not deliver. Yes, they beat the major runner-ups, Shopify Rebellion in a BO3 Jack, but after that, they went from being a super team, a heavy favorite, to a top 8 very quickly, and we were disappointed. To be fair, they did face FaZe. They faced the 2-time world champions, but still, it's a tough one for Falcons because we have much better expectations of this roster.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be on the ground in Salt Lake City and speaking to people, and it was very, very different vibe when you were speaking to people about Falcons from what it had been over the last 2.5 years. Go back to most tournaments previously in the last 2 years. Everybody was scared of them. They were the team to beat. In Salt Lake City, nobody was really talking about them, and then they didn't really live up at any point to that dominating performance that we've come to expect of them that made teams scared of them. I think they were still bedding Doom in. I still think they're figuring out who they are, how they want to play without Trico, who was a big part of that roster, and then they're going from there. That being said, they will now get into the rhythm and the rigmarole of EML, playing twice a week, and I think we'll see Falcons go back to that level, even if Salt Lake was a bit of a disappointment.
It's a completely different story for Rebels on the other hand, though, because they did make it to playoffs. They didn't win a single map inside those playoffs, but despite that, they don't feel like they need to make player changes. The only change that Rebels made coming into this is a new coach on the roster.
Yeah, and honestly, I understand why. He's Brazilian, he's got, lots of experience, 30 years old, and I think that was maybe something that they were lacking, a little bit of vision, a little bit of depth, maybe in the staff, because they were not, they didn't have the biggest amount of staff in the previous stage. I like and I respect the fact that they decided to stick together.
Agreed.
Compared to a Fnatic, compared to a DK who changed so many players, I think they chose that they had the potential and they deserved more time. They grinded their way to tier 1. Why not give up right now?
And I think loyalty is a big word in esports. We don't see it very often. Like you said, some of those teams that you talked about haven't necessarily been loyal to some of the guys that got them there, but all of those guys in this Rebels roster got them to this stage, and I think they deserve more than just a condensed kickoff stage to prove that, to develop as a team, as one unit. So I like the fact that they've stuck together. I like the fact that Alems is still spearheading this roster. They've brought on more experience, and we'd expect them to improve off the back of it.
Yeah, looking at the map Vito now, I'm looking at Cafe. It is a map on both teams actually beat Team Secret during kickoff on the map. I will say though, the last time I saw Rebels play on it, I thought they lost 7-0, and that was during kickoff. I wonder I think it was against Shifters. They got absolutely destroyed. So interesting to come back on that map. Two guys that I'm looking at on the side of Rebels to really step up. Players that I felt were not delivering what they should have. Marto as the IGL and Linko as a fragger.
All right, well, lots to prove for these players. The game is ready, so without further ado, we'll send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, and yeah, it's going to be a crazy time to see the French going. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a bit of a phone call. Who's this? I think I'm just going to leave that over there. I'm not going to pick that up for now. Sorry, Team Falcons. Yeah. One of the most hyped up rosters that we've seen in a long time. They did pretty well at SLC. I think my dog is now panicking. I think there must be something going on in the other room. Let's focus up on what we're cooking here on Cafe though, Pengu. Falcons, there's no question. They are the big brothers here. They are very much favored in this matchup against Rebels.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, it was very fitting a little bit there because Dokebee's presence has skyrocketed ever since we stopped seeing Fnatic play the game, okay? Teams are picking her a lot. Surprisingly enough, not a ton of Dokebee banning. Zero, in fact, so far. I feel like with time, going on further and further into stage 1, I can't tell if we're going to see everyone just playing Dokebee and tanking the call, taking 40 damage, because that's been kind of the theme so far today, or if we're going to start transitioning into target ban the Dokebee because people realize, oh, it's not just scrims that she's strong, she's actually really good also in Pro League games. This is the thing, when you play practice behind, closed curtains, like not playing under pressure and stress of winning the same way as in Pro League, you might play operators and with a certain result. And you go into Pro League game day, and it's not quite the same. So I'm curious if pro players expected Dokebee to be this oppressive. I'm sure they did because everyone's been complaining on social media about it. but slowly starting to see it more and more as we go on. Even here.
Of course, it depends. It's the nature of the game right now. Is we have so many different ways to play a round of attack, whether you want to lean into the shields, whether you want to lean into the info gatherers, whether you want to lean into the operators that really deal with Hell in a Cell positions like your Capital Grim. There's a million ways to get the job done. It's all about what matters for this specific round, the specific bomb site, the way that your opponent is playing. Dokkaebi we saw a lot of on that Fortress map between G2 and GK. I'd love to see it here, especially in the hands of some of these Falcons. Fraggers, they start on the attacking side, which on a normal day would not be ideal for Cafe, but you never know. Times are changing, and in the current meta with the number of aggressive attacking operators, I mean, Solid Snake into Dokkaebi, we've had so many good attackers join recently. We've had some buffs on the attacking side a lot. We talked a little bit about Zofia, probably my most excitable sleeper change in the new season is the Zofia change. So yeah, we'll see what Rebels can do about it, because they are going up against a very formidable opponent, and they've got Doom cross-mapping Marto from the other side. Out exterior park, he's on top of the bloody shed, and he's already found a quick pick.
He was shooting the window, man, and because the DLR 2-tapped in the chest, even from that distance, is absurd. And it's Scopos as well, active gadget, trying to roam, technically has 2 lives, sort of, a 2 health bar, should I say. And now we're fighting, we're a bit desperate. Feno trying to take down Solotov, almost succeeds, but he does have 1 point of health left remaining on that ace. He has both flashbangs and still massive bucket, doesn't want to die, but will get taken out eventually. Great vault boost there from Feno to get the angle correctly. And let me help him from the top as well. So Falcons, even now, 4 versus 4. But with Lemish low on health, it is still technically the advantage. So Breedy back on shields. He's been very happy to play the shields the last, what, like 6 months or so. He's really starting to get better and better and better at it. Falcons didn't really have much of shield action for most of Shaiko's days in this roster, and when they made a shift towards shield being shield heavy, it kind of made life harder for them. Just starts a skylight of the Dokkaebi phone call information, gets a freebie as well, and they're in the middle of the building, but it's not the bomb site. Second call goes out, new player. Alem is targeted, hurt, and shot down, leaving just Asta left alive in a 1v4 against Dokkaebi with a call and a blitz.
Oh man, it's
Lion.
Time to put Asta under the pump. He's about to get called by the Dokkaebi. He's going to have to answer his phone or be very vulnerable. Nitro goes down. Does it kill the blitz? Indeed it does. Goodbye to Breedy, but Asta's taken 40 damage, and he'll get wallbanged by users. That is Dokkaebi in a nutshell. Massive round from users, tearing a new one for Rebels with that new operator rework.
Kind of disgusting, to be honest. I mean, the SND-12 is doing so much work in that round, and I mean, no surprise, it's Falcons, the confidence, the saying, 3-1 is pushed together, and it's sharing top. The way Doom got that opening pick, just like window banging, the Scopos of Marto is just, it's such a rough way to start off a cafe round. You know, you're defending, you're feeling safe, and you can't even leave the bomb side, man.
Yeah, look, we knew that this was going to be a hard time for Rebels. Last time these teams met in kickoff, it was a 7-1 domination for Falcons. And, I mean, a replay of that kill from Doom really just adds insult to injury for poor Marto. Didn't get to play this round. Users had a stellar performance on that Dokkaebi as well. And it's funny, that second kill he got, when he was upstairs in bar after dropping the skylight, he got that kill not because of the new part of the gadget with the Jago payload, right? Not the damage, not the fact that the defender had to answer his phone, but just the fact that the phone was ringing. I mean, that was the value of Dokkaebi back in the day. That was what we all picked her for, so that you could get the audio cue of hearing a player was nearby. That's still there. Yeah, you got the damage, but just the basic, already fundamental ability to make someone make noise, that is so valuable in itself.
Also, the way he got the kill beneath the skylight vaulting down was like my earlier point, where when the defender's getting called and answering the phone, it shows in the UI for Dokkaebi. So users knew that they were answering, they couldn't fight back, they get the freebie, another freebie right here. Solotov holding the angle from Snow Door into towards Pillar, takes down a Lemch. And they're kind of baiting for Marto, who's hiding top floor and Scopos, but It didn't feel like it was worth it for a second, but actually it's gonna turn up to get 1-for-1 trade with Fenno getting the kill. He falls back towards White Staircase, and Mato goes back into the washroom on top floor, trying to bait the Scopos. So that really is playing for the roam game on the second and third floor here.
For Falcons, though, it's a lot of dry peeking. Solotov's guilty as that. Just inside of reading, looking for something. He's actually going to get a Nitro Cell. That's, I believe, a blind Nitro from Fenno. He's just tossed it onto the wall of laundry. He might not realize Solotov is down. Falcon's going to waste so much time trying to pick him up. User says he might be salvageable.
They entered from the middle floor, right? They skipped top floor controls. They're attacking the middle of the building, but they can't clear, you know, the top floor portion from the staircases. So this position from Fenno on White Staircase, baiting for Mato behind them in bathroom, it's a very strong position. Rebels, though, have to be careful. If they lose a player at red stairs, it's access to the bomb side. They cannot afford to lose that.
Problem is here, like you said, they're tunnel visioning on Fenno. They don't realize Mato's up here as well. If Fenno can somehow fall back, make them think it's clear,
run,
then it might actually lend Mato the ability to go for a flank in the late round. And indeed, that's exactly what happens. Mato finds one and immediately goes back to the bomb site.
And this, my friends, is why you almost exclusively attack top floor down on Cafe, because if this ever happens, you get sandwiched from top floor, you just can't play the round as an attacker. And now it's gonna get even more awkward. They sprinted past the, the mute on top floor, and they're gonna go all the way down towards the basement bomb site. But now they're gonna have defenders above them. Marto continue back top floor. Fenno is already there. The flanks are wide open, and the attackers are down the player already in this 3 versus 4 with low health member of Solotov. It's gonna get worse. They keep falling. A good trade though, but 20 seconds left to go. They gotta push right now.
Yeah, and this is when Fenno can start coming back towards the bomb site, threatening these last two players. Solotov is low on HP because it was Users who went down. No skeleton key to unlock that garage door into Freezer. Linku easily has the position. He'll get traded, doesn't matter.
Beautiful.
Mato is there as well after teleporting back to the bomb side. That's a very solid round from the Rebels.
I'm curious if Falcons had pre-placed drones top floor and thought top floor was completely clear and had just like missed Fenno on the floor on like White Staircase, and obviously they missed the Marto on the Scopos, or if they just kind of made a play in the spur of the moment. They had the drone, the scanner, they checked, they rushed into library, and then they get stuck. And this is why I was saying you pretty much always clear top floor down, or just ignore the floor above the bomb site and just go for a direct attack. Because if you start entering library, mining and train directly with skipping top floor control, you gotta go all the way back outside the building, go to the roof, open the hatch, or rappel in a window, and all of that has a ton of sound cues. Rappelling makes noise, rappelling in the building makes noise, dropping down the hatch makes noise. It's very predictable what you're gonna be doing as an attacker, and it's why you start 5 people on the roof and you work your way down. Now there's no flanks to worry about. By starting in the middle, flanks open.
That's why typically I think teams are trying to use Solid Snake a little bit more on Cafe, because in theory it can expedite the process. You can be rappelling outside the building and run around using the new advanced rappel. I mean, it's been out for a year now since CGX came out, but you can just sprint around the outside of the building and say, oh, clear, 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 and pretty much clear most of the top floor without having to pre-place drone, because pre-placing drones is very hard on Cafe. Are you kidding me? Where's Fino found this early kill? That was from the piano windows. Rebels are really bringing a lot of fight to Falcons.
Oh, that's a bummer. I mean, this is a pretty common debate in my rank stacks. It's like, if you spawn on like Christmas Market or Back Alley, you're kind of like low-key trolling, because like people get spawn peeked there all the time.
Dude, people get spawn peeked everywhere.
You can, but I still think going like docks is by far the safest. You go docks, left-hand side, there are 2 angles to worry about. Snowball runout and the double window next to the main door. That's like less angles in the other positions, if you ask me. But regardless, like playing Canal back in the Pro League, back in year 1. Like Sisu, European team, their whole playstyle back then was a 5-man spawn peek everyone on defense, and you just couldn't make it to the building. And if you want to be oppressive at that on Cafe, you can totally 5-man spawn peek and just make it hell to get to the damn building in the first place.
We're back alley enjoyer personally.
Nope, never spawn back alley. I personally, of course. I did it once,
I
but died.
Christmas
never
markets. Christmas markets the scariest for me.
It is
Too many
scary.
mistakes on Christmas
Those
markets.
damn piano windows, man, and like red window jump out, and bakery double door, impact run out, and ugh.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And the garage door prone pig. Oh man.
Yeah, don't get me started on that one.
Too much. Too much. Too much. Well, it looks like Falcons starting to fall apart. Good info here from
they pinged this E4 earlier, so
cameras. Yeah, I think Falcons aren't going to fall victim necessarily to a pre-placed.
Ooh, they are.
The cameras are still going to give them lots of info. C4's gone, right?
I guess it's gone, yeah. I thought it was still there, to be honest with you. Locational. Oh, it is still there.
Oh, no, there is a C4. Okay.
And they were on the camera.
Well, it doesn't matter, I guess, because Brede has gone down to Theno anyway.
What's happening this round? Like, this is a jammer.
Yeah, I mean, this round is pretty irredeemable here for Falcons, and as I say that, it becomes a 1v5.
My friend.
Yeah, he's not going to be long for this world. It is not fun. Finally, the C4 comes out. Flawless for Rebels. The tables have turned, Pengu, and we see little bro take the lead.
It feels like Falcons are experimenting with a different playstyle from the usual norm. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it feels like they're trying to play a bit looser, a bit more on the field, and a bit more like unpredictable, in-your-face, off-pace style. I feel like League Effect has always been an individual who liked playing this way. Like, he would go for backsteps and solo plays and try and get in the middle of the building out of nowhere. But this is more like the whole roster being a bit more careless and carefree. And when you're up against stuff like Mussy, Valkyrie, they're gonna know what you're doing. I mean, they literally had information on 3 attackers the entire round. And mind you, one guy got spawn peeked. There were only 4 attackers left alive when they got to the building. When you're up against a ton of information, like traps, you typically want to slow down your own gameplay and, you know, get like the IQ involved, or in this case, ban the Valkyrie, get rid of it. Because the issue is, if they know where you are constantly, it's not going to work in your favor. So like, get Twitch in there, get IQ in there, get a shield in there again maybe, because like things are open. Curious though on this like second half of this attack for Falcons, if they're gonna do like a big change up and approach the rounds differently, because this current style is not really working. It's being well punished by Rebels.
It makes you wonder, is the play to go for a really methodical, no stone left unturned play style? We're clearing everything. We're starting from step 0, and we're doing every single little thing that we need to do to make sure we have map control. Or do we play a little bit of risk, a little bit of gap finding? It's a tough call. The big things here is, well, primarily the traps between the Thorn and the Melusi will make it hard to rush, and there'll be fewer gaps. But also the clash means if you choose the wrong space, you're going to be essentially trying to fight movable objects. Wow. Who wants to peek that?
Yeah, see the pressure though. I mean, Rebels is just saying, you know, we're gonna make you get into the building difficult, we're gonna fight you in the windows, you shouldn't feel safe anywhere. Really has to consider also, like, could he get C4'd out here if he drones in the wrong location, for example. And when you're on Capital, you're always in the back of your head being like, I can't die, I'm so valuable, I gotta use my gadget first, then I can die. So they're trying to play the min-max, the nade, the fire, the candelas, the smokes. Are they gonna do anything with this? Yes, we're playing piano and the white hallway. They're in the building, but there are no enemies to be found. Where are they?
I like the rotate hole created by the shotgun from Solitov, but like you said, there are no defenders to be found. Rebels continue falling back. There's one C4 from Asa as Marto's just swapped shells again. I don't know where his inactive shell is. Here's a nice nitro cell, but unfortunately it misses. I don't think Asa's going to be able to pick it back up again. That would have landed perfectly.
It's stuck on the middle portion. If it's on the soft wood panel itself, you can actually shoot the wood and it falls back down. But when it clips the metal, that's not breakable, so C4 is lost. There was a drone in Leaky Fag as well, so he would have been dead for sure. Good read, but doesn't land. 60 seconds to go. Falcons still in the weaker position of the two teams. They gotta do a bit of vertical. We're gonna walk down the wide staircase and attack dining. Do we take reading on control? Do we do a fast take on mining? Like, what's the plan gonna be? Because the problem is, There's gonna be Thorn Traps, we lose Banshees, and also the Clash. That doesn't really have any counterplay left available here from Falcons. With a single grenade left in pocket and flashbang. Are we retaking? Oh, we are retaking.
This
okay.
is awkward. Linko goes straight upstairs, but is immediately covered off by users. Who's watching from washrooms, quick on the trade. The Lems went straight back down again. The Clash difficult to take down, but I believe that's the inactive shell from Marto that's been finished off.
Oh, hell.
Meanwhile, the active shell gets very active indeed, and Falcons slip the numbers. Elems is still up and alive on this Clash. That makes it very difficult to execute now for Leakafak and Brede as the last two of them try and execute into mining. Asta out of ammo with the SMG-11. The shotgun comes to life for one, but Leakafak, no HP and no chance of getting that plant down. Rebels 3 in a row. And Elems is very happy to fire up against his old team.
Going on? I mean, this is Rebels playing Chaotic Siege in a good way. Right, they're that round, for example, they start strong top floor, they immediately sprint downstairs, then it's a late round right stairs retake. They're like just throwing a curveball at Falcons. They're thinking, oh, the round is stabilized, we can go for our 1, 2, 3 execute. No, you can't. We're flanking white staircase, we're hiding pillar, we're going for fights, and Falcons can't find safety anywhere in Cafe. They gotta worry about the C4s downstairs, the window peaks, the retakes, the flanks are open, but they also need information, right? So do they play information attackers like your Solid Snake Demos? Do they play execute like the Yin Capital? But they also actually need soft breach, then they need hard breach, they need flank watch no matter gridlock. It feels like they need like 8 different attackers to play the game, and they only get 5. Is that a Lem's mic peaking like crazy?
I don't know if you saw, but Elems had a big reaction after that round. Very, very excited.
I mean, he was the captain of this roster once upon a time, if you go far enough back to the BDS days.
Of course, back long-time teammates with Brede, teammates with Leakafak for quite some time. Raised a major championship trophy way back in Jönköping before he and Renshiro were replaced by Solotov and Users back in the day. And that was 2024, after missing the 6th Invitational in South Korea, that the, at the time, Team BDS roster finally made changes to what had been, up until that point, a full French roster. They decided to bring in a Turk and a Brit. And only recent... Exactly, and only after this 6th Invitational, 2 years later, did they make their next roster change, which was to dump Shaiko and bring on Doom.
You make it sound so... They dumped Psycho and picked up Doom. I don't know what happened because that closed doors, right? But from the documentary that Falcons put out, they actually knew that Shaiko was leaving after SI, I believe, or after the event.
Yeah, well, there was a great moment. I think we talked about it on the show before, maybe in kickoff. But there was a great moment in that documentary that Falcons put out where Shaiko actually was the one in one of their post-match debriefs that said, "Hey guys, you know, I've been thinking, like, what if this just doesn't work? Like, what if we just..." It was sounded like he was talking to, like, you know, a partner of 10 years, you know,
basically
ready to serve the divorcee papers. Like, it was like saying, look, we've tried everything we can. You know, we've been to marriage counseling. Maybe it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to realize that you've tried everything and it in fact is not working, because they ended up with Falcons, you know, going to grand finals and losing, which is phenomenal to go to grand finals, right? But they want to win. That's what they're built for. And then instead of like slowly bleeding out and hating your teammates and, you know, getting frustrated every single day, you depart with all that resentment, and now you're both in quote-unquote better places and everyone's winning, right? Shaiku's never seemed happier and more engaged in social media and content creation and interviews than ever in just a few weeks in T2. So I say win-win.
Well, maybe not a win for Solotov, who's just copped a bullet to the back of the skull. Thanks, Leakafak. Thank you, Cap. There was a moment where it looked like Falcons were going to get back into the game, get their heads back into it. Instead, Leakafak put Solotov's head in the ground. This is a very important kill, much needed one. Another missed C4 from Asta. That's twice in this game so far. But a big flank from Marta. I can't believe the slow-boss play we're getting here from Rebels. And I can't believe how sloppy this looks from Falcons. Leakafak, 1v4. Good luck. You're going to need it. Marto has just TP'd all the way back upstairs, but his inactive shell is still, I believe, aggressive in small bake. He could go back if he wanted to, but a C4 from Elems will not miss. That will land again. A lot of energy from him. 4 rounds to 1 for Rebels. And the younger sibling is starting to make a big statement. 1 more round. If they get a 5th in a row, surely Falcons are in dire straits.
You have to definitely question the mental state of things, you know, from getting spawn peak to team killing to not getting the building to not getting to execute. Like, there are so many small things that are happening and going wrong for Falcons that would never be the case. It's not like, oh, they've been great in entries, but they can't execute. Oh, they almost planted, but they didn't get the entries. Like, they've been falling short almost every single step of the way. And I will praise Rebels. I think this is Rebels playing well, more so than Falcons playing poorly. But this is not the Falcons level that we're expecting and used to from the many previous seasons. But it definitely feels like Rebels have come to this with a clear game plan and they're sticking to it.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, dead set. And look, they're not changing things that are still working. You look at, you've got Mato on
Go Boss, man.
Go Boss for the 5th time in this half. Meanwhile, we see for the very first time the Pulse come out. Yeah, I think this is the most Go Boss I've ever seen in a single match of professional Rainbow Six Siege. Maybe the most Go Boss I've ever seen in any game, including any casual or ranked game. But I just want to shout out the Pulse. First time we're seeing it. Now, Nick, you mentioned... Oh, look at this. That was peaky. He faked out the barricade. The Pulse, you mentioned to me before we started the show today, micro buff. A 1.5 meter increase in the Pulse range, but add to that the fact that Pulse got the Reaper not too long ago, and it's a very attractive pick these days.
Yeah, it's one of those operators like, you know, your Sledge, your Frost, your Pulse, very like old school operators. Same with Castle before it got the buff, we can put the Castle barricades over regular barricades. It's operators that just need a little bit of quality of life increase. They're very simple operators, do a very niche thing, but they do it very well and they feel very good to play. Pulse getting a 1.5 meter increase to his scanner is not gonna make or break the game, but it is gonna give you a couple of new spots where you can now get information that you couldn't do before, and it's gonna make it a little bit more lucrative. And with Valkyrie being banned, what better operator to kind of substitute that ban than the Pulse? It is kind of like one or the other. And then they're doing more information and denial with Mossy, who also got buffed. The Mossy Pest radius is now larger and covers much more of a single door window, so you have a much higher success rate of capturing a drone.
Talk about small changes that make a big difference. It's only a 25 centimeter increase in the radius of Mossy Pests, but it makes a big difference. Solidov on the entry, talk about operators that have had changes. Gridlock's also had a small change, buff and nerf. And she's trying to make her way forward, but she gets nuked out of this world by the other Aussie. It's Fenno on the Mozzie. And Falcons just again looking stalled out.
Remember what I said, like, they need flank watch, verticality, shield, entry, like, they need everything, right? They play double flank watch, Nomad Gridlock. Now they have no IQ, they get C4'd again. It's like, they're always missing something and then getting punished by Rebels. But it's the attackers who have attacker retake where they can change the operators. The defenders are locked in from the beginning of prep phase. Bonchap goes out, June barely survives it. He does get a kill as well to Linko, but again, how do they push the bomb side? Can they get the verticality? The answer is yes, because the Ram is so extremely fast at getting that job done, but the flanks are open, the post has information reading corridor, down goes into the laundry hatch, has to make a play.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Asta's made his way up from the stairs. He's about to find Usus. Usus is watching. I think he might have the read. He's let the shot, but the timing is off. Doesn't matter, he still gets it. However, Joom has fallen. Now on the bomb side, Bride goes for the plant. Marto finds a double. Usus now in a 1v2, but there is no hope in this world of him getting to the bomb side in time. And the clock will be his worst enemy. It is 5 rounds straight for Rebels Gaming.
There's getting away with a... We said big brother versus small brother, but at this point, the small brother is getting away with a lot. You could pose that question two ways, though. Is this a good job from Rebels, or are Falcons doing a pretty poor job on the attack here?
I think Both. I think both. Good job from Rebels. Last time we saw them play against Falcons, they really struggled. It looked like a big mentality thing. It looked like they were really just respecting Falcons too much. What do they do here on their defenses? They get out, they get aggressive. They're playing a lot of operators that allow them to be proactive rather than reactive. They're not giving Falcons space, and then when they do, they're eventually layering it and falling back. Really, really good, solid game plan and the right attitude to turn up with.
I think it's a mix of two things. I think it's a mix of, on one side, we have a Falcons that is trying to go step by step, trying to be methodical, but they're not necessarily going for the easy takes. They're always trying to problem solve what is in front of them.
Yeah.
And that is, in part, the problem, because they're going through a layered defense.
Yeah.
And I think that Rebels are especially good with this because of one player, and that player is Marto. He's been playing Scopos 5 rounds out of 6. He's been the first layer of defense, burning time, or even better, getting an opening pick. In fact, they got 4 opening kills in a row right now. And so when I look at this roster, I look at a roster that has found a recipe for success. Part of the team is trying to burn time early on, whether it is with the C4, whether it is with the Pulse or the Scopos. And then the rest of the team at the core, it's Mute Shotgun, it's Tuberao, it's utility-based operators that are there to burn time. Marto, I said he needed to step up as the IGL.
Yeah.
He was the worst performer on the roster during kickoff. And let's be honest, jumping into Tier 1 is never easy. Right now, first game of Stage 1, playing against Falcons, a team that attended 4 grand finals in a row. He's stepping up 6-1 and playing the pivotal role with the Scopos, and that's beautiful to see. But they were in defense. They abused legitimately the best side here, Jack. And so what is going to happen on the second side? That's my main question.
Yeah, and they've still got to prove that to us. Just very quickly on Falcons as well. It's almost... Cafe is now considered somewhat an attacker-sided map by a lot of people because you can bring all of the cheese operators and just take, you know, path of least resistance. You can bring the Dokkaebis, you can bring the snakes, you can do all that type of stuff and just quickly execute onto site. Falcons did none of that. They tried to play traditional and they got absolutely punished. It looked like a Cafe of old that was considered the most defender-sided map in the pool.
So what Falcons are doing right now makes a lot of sense. Banning a Dokkaebi, banning a Grim, for example, kind of disallowing Rebels to play that playstyle that could really lead into an attacker-favored Cafe. They're gonna need it though, because they're on a round deficit so far, going into the second half for Falcons.
Bit of a surprise to see the 5-1 half, but honestly, the upsets, the storylines, the potential, and the competition being higher than ever feels pretty good. Because going back to just a couple months into the past, I think if Falcons are gonna win 9 out of 10 times, we'll just close their eyes, their opponent will just guess, Falcons wins. This is gonna change the story a little bit. Is Falcons gonna rot? Are Rebels, you know, top dog, dark horse material? TK shoulda, woulda, coulda taken down T2 just a few moments ago. It's shaping up EML to be a bit of a question mark, which I, for one, quite enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Falcons, obviously huge pickup with Jim just for kickoff. They go into the major, they do pretty well. As the desk highlighted in the pre-show for today, they were one of the only teams to actually get a best-of-3 victory over the eventual finalist, Shopify Rebellion, and that was a very solid 2-0 in Phase 1. You move into Phase 2, they look solid over teams like NIP, like Virtus Pro. They only end up losing to the reigning world champs of FaZe Clan. And they nearly got a map off of them as well. Coming back home domestically, we expect them to go big. And June finally fires up a little bit for Falcons. Takes a bit of damage on his escape, thanks to the Ram. But at least he's taken down that oh-so-crucial operator before it can deal too much utility damage.
Target acquired.
As far as I leave Rebels, they lost their Vert operator, they lost the entry duel, and they're just going to like fight these kind of odd angles outside the building, main door, wedding window. They're, I guess, expecting Falcons to keep up the aggression and hoping to punish them on one of those kinds of swings. But what you really need on Cafe is a foot in the building, because it's so hard to get that initial control to work off of. This right here can give them that. They get the first pick, in they go, work the window, try and lock down those angles. When they get a couple of rooms like they do right now, they can start droning and working out the crossfires and using their utility. And they can find a player long disc, and they can find a player in VIP in the back portion, or a player in the side.
Yeah, this is great. I love how quick Rebels are to spring, pounce on the control that they have gained for themselves. However, they might have gotten a little bit too ahead of themselves here. And Brede, inside of VIP, is able to do a hell of a lot of damage. So Falcons restabilize a little bit. That doesn't mean that they'll crack a smile, though. Look at Brede, very serious. It's so funny, isn't it? Right after watching G2, you talked a little bit about how Shaiko looks like he's much happier now. I feel like G2 and Falcons almost could not have more opposing cultures.
Yeah.
What different environments for these teams. And for Joom, I mean, coming from the old Secret team, what a different environment for him as well.
Yeah, that's what Doki spoke about also pretty commonly in interviews. Like, he really loves the current team atmosphere in G2 and how much fun they're having and how they can like be losing a game but it still feels like they're winning because mentally they're not like booming out. And this is a common talking point, not just in Siege Esports, but across our entire team of great players. When they lose a bad round or a bad moment or somebody makes a mistake, it kind of blows up into a much bigger problem and mental boom. You start arguing or fighting, or you lose your enjoyment in the server and everyone's playing worse and communicating less and less willing to help each other. It goes a long way to have the right team culture, which is why making roster changes is so much more than just, oh, this guy went 1-9 or this guy has bad stats or whatever. There's so much behind the scenes that we'll never truly get to witness unless we get to one of those rare moments, you know, documentaries behind the scenes that some teams are doing, like for example Falcons last year. Super insightful. But you're right, it's a stark contrast between Falcons' seriousness and how they need to be the best in the world and how G2 are the biggest memers who end up being one of the best in the world.
Two very different mentalities, two different philosophies to reach, in theory, the same destination. Yeah. But at their worst, we've seen where it takes them moments like, are we pushing white or Lumba?
That clip is like,
we've all seen those moments.
The biggest League Effect fan.
Oh, that Nitro Cell may be the biggest League Effect fan. Asa is taken down. He himself failed his Nitro lineups time and time again, and now he gets a taste of his own medicine. Rebels, for what feels like the first time in a hell of a long time, severely on the back foot.
Maybe it's just defender diff right now, keeping that pressure and shutting down the injuries. And here we see Marto creeping on him, but he's being hurt, pre-fired, injured, and confirmed by users. This Rebels playing very much like the lone wolf kind of game. Solo into pillar, going on the window repels, but they do find one into 90 towards the white staircase. The Lems find solo tough. They've lost the sledge. They've lost that majority vertical player, and Joom is hiding but struck down. No drone, no intel, just seen by Linko from long bar.
That's how you slip a 5v3 lead, by the way.
Oh my god.
Trying to repeat. Oh, peel away.
No way.
A Lems quickly gets a kill as the wall was being reinforced.
Disaster.
And now another player to fall for Falcons. Surely not a 5v3 to a 2 versus 3. Likafak and Brito feeling a hell of a lot of weight on their shoulders. Now Likafak will win his fight with the TCSG. Much needed. Now he'll peel back behind the bomb. Create an escape route down the hatch. 2v2. And another missed opportunity. Feno almost had a free kill. Him and Linko need to link up now. That nade is certainly not going where it was intended to. This is very winnable. 50, or rather 30 seconds for Rebels to get it done.
You gotta tag mining here, I think. The issues with crossfires are so nasty with those holes in the floor and the walls. League finds that deep angle. Now the issue is how you get in, Linko. I don't think you do, but 20 seconds. Now watching both of these entryways with those nasty lines of sight. It's easy in hand. League waiting for that right moment to strike.
Ooh, that's an interesting play. Shooting the fire extinguisher, but of course it doesn't work. The angle is easily held by Falcons, and thankfully they do not forfeit their 5 versus 3 lead in the end. 2 rounds of defense in a row for them, which makes 7 rounds on the defensive side in a row. Only 1 round of attack in this game so far.
If you want to get very specific there for the 2v2, right, there's actually a really simple way that I think Rebels could have, like, guaranteed won the round, more or less. in the 2v2, they had about 40 seconds when they're kind of figuring out what to do. If they take Linko with the gridlock and you actually walk into reading, into pillar, and you go by the soft wall leads to red, you actually shotgun the back portion to avoid the crossfire from Legifak and his teammate. And then you're in the red hallway. Then you shotgun the red hallway wall behind the mining engine, and now there's no lines of sight. They can't shoot you. Instead, they walk through the double door, they walk into those like nasty angles, they die. There was a world where they could just shotgun the soft walls and kind of avoid all those angles because there was an air jab placed earlier from Fenno above the mining double door, meaning that nobody from Falcons could push into them. Then they're forced to like flank around Danny and go into the hallway and all that kind of stuff, and that's just a bit of a mess, and it's in the wrong position. So again, like, very specific problem solving is possible in those 2v2s. The issue is having all that knowledge and foresight while you're playing the game in the server, call-outs, getting shot, etc. And that's where an operator like Monty changes the game. Because you can make those decisions so much easier and so much clearer when you have a shield in front of your face and don't have to worry about dying in the server.
Still plenty of time here, and Rebels have not fully let go of their lead.
Slow and steady.
Like, it's time. Yeah, slow and steady. Let's just start from the very top of the map and make our way down. I think that's the right call here. Now, we've talked about the gridlock changes. The most notable change, if you're playing gridlock, is that you no longer have 4 track stingers, just the 3. Now, technically, they are a little bit more powerful. They add the limping effect after you walk into them. They're also a little bit harder to shoot now, have a little bit more HP, but the big thing is you have 1 less. So you have to be a lot more selective with where you place them. Can't just spam them everywhere all over the map. But I love, again, we saw this from Falcons, it didn't work, but Rebels are going for the double flank watch operators, the gridlock and the Nomad together.
Oh my god, I haven't seen the cigar angle in ages. So you shoot the hatch, and then in that same, pillar software, you can like shoot through the hatch into the angle into deep cigar and get almost a counter month. That's huge. But Zoom goes down. C4 up in the window frame is beautiful and takes down limbs as well. It's a nasty C4. But they got the glass Monty working together, and plant could be possible.
This is very risky. We have this. Mato wants to go for the plant. Doesn't have his chance as of yet. The smoke likely to subside in a brief moment. Fenno has found another pick from his rappel. A C4, yes, in the wrong position though. It does find a player, but not the planter, forcing users into a very awkward spot. Plant down and a Monty still up. He's got 3 Zoto canisters, which are nice in theory, but he's not going to be able to do a lot with them. There's a free kill onto Asa, but as you say, the Skylight still to be dealt with. And realistically, not a lot of good ways of dealing with this Monty. Now he's going to be limping. He can't sprint anymore because of the track. It's going to happen again. So much damage. What an awkward way for users to find himself. And up above the hatch, Alems is lying in wait. See you later, and Falcons, you gotta be careful because you've just let the lead slip. It's 6-3, match point for Rebels.
Oh man, I like Rebels' kind of like unorthodox playstyle there. Monty Glass into Cigar. The Cigar double door to piano was castled off by the defenders, and it gave them so much coverage because they can kind of skip taking piano and worrying too much about it, despite having, air jabs and stuff like that could help them take control. And they just simplify the attack. They go in with the smoke grenades, get the plant down, the glass becomes the entry, and they had a post-plant player on the Skylight. So even if Monty died or whatever, it is basically unlosable unless you really mess it up individually. And the C4s were great. They got 2 C4 kills, but they probably hit the 2 least relevant players in the server, and therefore the result not what they wanted.
New camera feed up and running.
Attackers have located a
What would it mean for Falcons to lose their first game to the little French team that could? The Rebels after...
Wake-up call?
Yeah, I think it must be.
I mean...
Obviously, Falcons expected to go deeper at Salt Lake City. You can't blame them too much when they lose to a team like FaZe, but again, kickoff was dominant. It's 7-1 over Rebels, 7-1 over Twisted Minds. A lot of big wins.
5 seconds left before insertion.
On the flip side to that, Rebels really struggled Got absolutely obliterated by Falcons. Obliterated by Twisted Minds as well. I saw a lot of things that they did all right, and they can take into future stages, and clearly Rebels came back with a bit of a vengeance. Oh, here we go. Speaking of vengeance, look at them go for it. Uses with the pistol, finds one. Likely to get traded by Linko here. No, never mind. Uses jumps straight up and finds a kill. Doubling down, he holds on to Bakery and puts Rebels in all kinds of strife.
It's not a case of like half a second difference here from Rebels and they get a 2v1, but because they're just a little bit behind each other, they couldn't both get to the same gunfight, and therefore it's two separate 50-50 gunfights, both of which Juices ends up winning using the cover to his advantage. But I like this from Rebels, right? You're 6-3 up. You're, Falcons are talking about how they gotta lock in this round, they might lose, they gotta do this and do that, and you play here, I play there. While that's happening, they're rushing a Bakery. Had there been a clean-cut kill onto Uses, they get Bakery control, waiting control, prep control, and now they can just kind of slow down the round, get the Ash upstairs, do some verticality, then use the glass blitz later on. But because they lose 2 members, it's time to go for broke. They're desperate, they have to go for a crazy play, and they miss all their shots, leaving just one player, Matsu, on the blitz, left alive in Bakery.
I'd be impressed if he gets this done. 1v4 into a 1v3. Gas keeps him at bay. 2 more Gas in pocket, and the impact for Leakafak as well. It's not a good day to be a blitz player, that's for sure. He's worried about cameras, he's worried about any gadgets that might be giving an advantage to Falcons. The plan here is going to be nigh impossible.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. He has no smoke grenades either.
They know exactly how to play this, don't they? Long angle. He tries to contest it with the pistol, but Brede gets him. And that's the round. Another step closer towards overtime. Look, if G2 can do it, then surely Falcons can do it too.
It's not a matter of can they do it. It's more a matter of like, should they need to, right? Like how the rounds have been playing out has just been Rebels being better, which is the thing that we're not expecting. But since the side swap, things have slowly started to shift. There's a bit more life there. It still feels like Rebels are winning and losing rounds based off their own game plan. Like it wasn't like they got outplayed by Falcons in that previous round. It's that they ran in Bakery, they took a gamble, and they lost it. That's it. They lost 2 players. Round ended right then and there because Uses got 2 kills. That's Rebels going for a push and Uses winning a gunfight. It's rarely Falcons making the play and being the ones in control, and that's the thing that's curious to me. Rebels have called the timeout. It's the tail end of it right now. They need to just talk about one more round. They can talk about what they think the next bomb site will be and tailor a strat. They can talk about general habits, things to look out for, maybe an operator shift to change into the lineup. They can talk about, just one round, or they can talk about the general term in case they go into OT. That's the kind of decision you gotta make right now if you're having a tactical, because you might need to go to overtime.
Yeah, you never know. It's a problem. I think GK might have got a little bit too ahead of themselves. They let that jitter creep in their game against G2 earlier. Rebels cannot afford the same thing. I mean, an overtime loss is so far cry from what you think you're on the verge of achieving when you're at 6-3. That said, if Falcons are able to bring it back just like G2 did, I think that I would be more impressed and have more faith in Falcons if they are down 6-3 and then bring it back and win 8-6 or 8-7 compared to if they had won 7-1, right? Because let's be honest, winning 7-1 doesn't actually tell you a lot about a team. So if they had a good day, it might tell you that the other team had a bad day.
Yeah.
It might have told you that they just prepared really well for the veto of the specific map. But if you ever come back from a 6-3 or worse, that is damn impressive. Because it's not just about the gameplay, it's also about your ability to overcome these big mental hurdles that you have to deal with when you're down by such a deficit.
Yeah. I mean, I see your point there. It makes a lot of sense to me as well. Also, starting side, some maps are just attacker or defender favored. You can win 7-1, but just having like a 5-1 half on the much stronger side. Like Skyscraper, back when that was in Pro League, or Theme Park, Villa when it first came out, they were oppressively good for defenders. So attackers often had a 5-1, maybe a 1-5 or 0-6 start side sometimes. Doesn't tell the full story at all. And I also just want to see what Falcons can figure out, you know, round by round, what Rebels are doing well, what they can counter, what fixes that they can implement themselves. Because historically, Falcons have always been a good team when it came to problem solving. Like, Leagueifag is one of the greatest IGLs of the modern era of Siege, and he can play so many different styles of the game. We saw how they started attack and how they finished attack. That was two different kinds of teams, but it was still Falcons.
I got a question for you, because obviously we're going through our technical pause, our rehost at the moment, so maybe we can podcast a little bit. Obviously, Europe, they have a lot of influence from the way that Brazil has kind of engineered and pioneered the way that Siege has played over the last few years. We've got IGLs like Alamau and coaching staff in the region, of course, Julio, for example. But both Europe and Brazil fell off quite significantly in Salt Lake City compared to North America, who kind of took center stage. The meta in Siege is ever evolving. It never slows down. It never stops changing. Are we perhaps moving a little bit further away from that gap-finding meta that we were in for such a long time? Obviously, we used to talk about split theory and the split meta or whatever, and then we kind of just said, oh, that's part of it. Now it's about gap-finding, and it's about abusing all the meta-ops while you're gap-finding and using shields. But now there's just so much in the game, and North America has traditionally been a little bit more structured. Not always, but a little bit more structured. Is this kind of, are we starting to see a peek into a new meta that might not favor teams like Falcons and G2's playstyle?
I honestly haven't given this too much thought. Since I stopped playing and became a caster instead, I try and just kind of see what the current teams are doing, and then see like what would I change from this if I could. I think the meta has become so much more like whitewashed. Like, it used to be like heavy util meta, think LMG meta, upnate meta, like very specific things. And then, like you said, we had like the gap finding meta, and then we had like the utility operators that like power ups, as we say, like your Dokkaebi, your Grim, your Capital, etc., shields. I don't feel like there's a ton of different distinctions from like NA, EU, Brazil, this team in Europe and that team in Europe. It feels like a lot of like the same pool of really strong operators, and then you pick the ones that you like most, or the ones that aren't banned, rather than Hungry made a tweet about this recently. I feel like I always bring up Hungry today, saying that he wished more teams were experimenting and cooking up new stuff. And when I'm jokingly mentioning like Rook, Thunderbird and things like that, you know, banning Warden, playing Glass Ying, small stuff. It does feel a bit to me as a spectator these days that a lot of teams have a very similar identity, because there's a lack of like really big distinction. You know, we had Supremacy back in the day that would always play to the last literal 5 seconds of a round. We had Darkseer, which are Canadian, the most structured team in the world, right? There was all these distinct teams. And now I'm like, well, this team is a little bit better with shields, or these guys are a bit faster, or these guys are more aggressive or confident, but they all play the same operators, more or less.
Yeah. There's just so much more different things going on. It's so much more complicated than back in the day, where every single round you're playing Goyo, Wamai, Smoke, and Valkyrie, right?
Think of like just 2018, right? And 2019, we had what we call the 3+2 meta on both attack and defense. That was, you had 3 defenders and attackers that you would pick every single round, and you had +2. That could be any operator in the game. So some teams love the Glass. They play, like, think of NIP, for example. They played Glass before and after it was meta. Some teams, they played Capital a lot when no one else was doing it. So much freedom. But today, I feel like you just have to pick 5 of the 8 giga broken operators, and just kind of, you work with that. And the only influence is like if they're banned or not, or what map or bombs that you're attacking.
When we talk about the meta, we almost always are talking about what are the broken operators, what are the really good operators right now, who's been nerfed, who's been buffed, who's been released. I don't think it's a hot take, but I have an interesting thought. I think the biggest thing to ever affect the way Siege is played has nothing to do with what operators have been just released or buffed or nerfed. And can you guess what I'm going to say? What single change has been made to the game that isn't an operator getting buffed or nerfed or released that has changed the meta at a pro level?
Attacker repick?
Exactly. It's attacker repick. Because what you were saying about the 3+2, right? As an attacking squad, you always just had to pick 5 operators that would be good enough at whatever you had to deal with, right? And you don't know if they're going to pick Bandit or Cade. So you just have to bring Thatcher, or you have to bring Maverick. You don't know if they're going to bring XYZ. Now you see that they've got an Echo and a Maestro, and you're like, okay, maybe we bring Brava, maybe we bring Twitch, maybe, okay, maybe we won't bring the Shield this round, they have Flash, and then it's would change the way that people attack, which then change the way people defend, because you can't just play a certain defending operator without knowing, like, you can't just pick a cheese pick that can be countered easily by an attacker, unless if you actively hide it in prep phase. It's made the game so much more complicated.
Think of Maestro, right? Like, we all know that if the difference between Maestro and attacks like Brava, and now Maestro is like counterproductive because it works against your team. If Attacker Repick wasn't in the game, or you only had, let's say, 6 pick like back in the past, it would be very expensive to go into the Brava if they also brought a clash with Maestro. Because now Brava is good for one but not the other. I'm with you. I think Attacker Repick has changed a lot about the game. And in some ways, it takes away creativity and risking of trying new stuff. Because you might play a weak strat on paper that will work if they're not ready for it. Or with Attacker Repick, you can technically have the best 5 attackers every single round.
But it's also the opposite, because before Attacker Repick, you would never have seen an operator like Spence or Rayora or Amaru almost ever pick. Like, back in the day, if you wanted to go for an Amaru rush, you had to just decide before you knew what they were going to play.
I guess we're doing it, boys.
I guess we're doing it, even if they've got a Frostmat under the window. I guess I'm still playing Amaru.
That's a good point. For this one, though, Rebels choose all the 5 attacks they would like to play, and they pick the pretty vanilla lineup, but they trade 1 for 1 in blows. Feyenoord gets a kill to League effect, but use trace with a C4 right back onto him. So Nomad is no more in the server. That's active utility, whereas League effect on Melusi is passive, right? All those Banshees are pre-placed. They're gonna keep hubbing on Falcons for the remainder of this round. We still got a minute and 30 to go, so a ton of time.
Yeah, if you're Falcons, you are more than happy to take 1-for-1 trades here. You want to whittle it down into, if it comes down to it, a 1v1 with 10 seconds to play, you would take that gamble any second of the day when you're on the defensive side. But Rebels are the ones with match point and only 2 chances to lock it in before Falcons push OT.
And they called attack time before the technical rehost, so they're talking about what they want to do in this round. Right now, they're fishing for a Kite Claw, and if it's positioned in the wrong corner or right on the hatch, it might be very hard to clear, but they do find it eventually. The second one pre-placed right after. This hatch is not gonna get opened up, James, and that is gonna change plan A into plan B, because they needed that hatch.
It's a huge loss there for Rebels. Big play from Brede to trick that hatch actively with the Electric Claw from the Kaid. The devil's in the details when it comes down to 30 seconds and a 4v4.
No diffuser in hand right now either. It's dropped from the red stairs top floor, and if they don't realize this and no one picks it up, they're not even gonna have a chance at planting. Look at this, he's creeping right below the vertical hose, the balls of steel, looking at the angle. This might just catch Rebels by surprise, and they just picked up the diffuser to go for a red stairs execute. They're inside the bomb, so they could just go for a plant quickly.
Oh, this is so risky from Acid. There's no smoke coverage. He is so vulnerable, but there is some help from the rest of Rebels to try and make sure the plant will be confirmed. But now in a 1v4 into the post plant, it's all up to Marto. As so many players from Falcons flood into his position, one by one they take him down, and they get on that diffuser. Linko might get the kill on the Solotov with the track stingers, but it doesn't matter because Falcons take another stride towards OT.
Oh boy, the comeback is happening 1 round at a time, but the rounds are getting closer and closer. So while the plan was being attempted there, 1 player got injured and 1 player died. And once you know that happens and you get down that diffuser, you're in the middle of the bomb site with only 1 teammate to back you up, and you're getting attacked from 4 different positions. So you're as good as dead unless you're a Monty, and he wasn't, he was a Sledge. So the postman is Mato downstairs in a pretty bad angle. You know, had he been upstairs in Piano, maybe that's winnable. Had he been asked the window and Rappel, maybe with some air tips or claymores that's winnable too. But when you're in the bottom of red stairs against 4 defenders, you're just not gonna win. Not realistically speaking. And Rebels, much like TK earlier, when you've had this massive lead and we heard the player comments when they were winning the rounds, they were screaming, they were so fired up. That smile on their faces, it's slowly fading. And the confidence, the ego, is fitting into questioning yourself. A bit of doubt, thinking, oh my god, we're throwing it, we had it, we could have done that, should have done that, why did we make this mistake? Meanwhile, Falcons, they're just building into peak form, playing a little bit better every single round.
Here's some momentum.
All it takes is one attacking round from Rebels. That's all it takes. But like you say, Falcons are brick by brick building their way back into this game. Last chance for Rebels to get maximum points out of this game and get it done before OT. They're dealing with the Solas. That's something they haven't had to worry about as much before. I believe we're at Fireplace Dining for this bomb site. Yep. So Falcons are kind of repeating a little bit of the same interpretation that they played it last time around. It was quite a hard attack for Rebels the last time they played it. Likafak ended up being the instrumental player for Falcons. Into the top floor, Rebels go, uses, jumps out for one, but he is immediately traded back. Could argue that's a worthwhile trade for both teams. Depends on what happens next. And next up is Solotov trying to get out of dodge, falling back deeper and deeper towards the site as Rebels look to take the top floor.
They're inside piano, but no information, trying to shoot through the smoke, wallbanging, softballs. They have no knowledge of where these defenders are playing from. But Lingo might have the opening of a lifetime right now. Oh no! Right before it happens! Oh no! They found two! It's Martin and Lemsch outside the building, and top floor and third bar has to make the play. And Lemsch Candelas has to be to the same pocket.
This was so close to being perfect for Lingo. Likafak all the way outside a garage. Important kill here to come, but Joom is the one to send us all the way for Falcons and into overtime. They saw what G2 did earlier today and they look to repeat the cycle. Rebels have let their lead slip through their fingers.
Oh man, what a slow start Falcons had today. You know, G2 had some life, just some unfortunate moments and Twisted Minds playing a hell of a game. But Falcons, they were getting destroyed the first like 7 rounds of this game. And now it's shifted. And the thing that's actually stayed the same, it's Rebels controlling the pace every round, right? This is like Feno getting a kill and traded by a jump out. Then they rappel in, they push the long bar, they take the fights. It's Rebels making the first move time and time again. But Falcons started to shoot back. And now they are fired up too.
You know what? At this point, is it just a game of who plays defense?
I mean,
who's playing defense right now, Pengu?
Well, it's Falcons.
It's Falcons, isn't it? It's they're gonna do it, aren't they? They're gonna win 8-7.
10 seconds left before
Or it's the other story where it's like they fought so hard to get to OT and they lose 8-7 or 8.
They lose 8-7. They lose the final round. Rebels win an attack.
They could have lost like 40 minutes ago, but they wanted to go the distance.
Swapping backs!
I mean, there's two ways to play this, right? Either you keep bringing out more and more pocket strats and just like either you're very creative and good on the fly, or you have a big strat pool because Rebels keeping out new operators is super interesting, or you just do your basic ABC and you try and do them perfectly. It still feels like to me the Rebels are the ones trying to control everything. They bring out the flavor operators, they bring the push, they try and control the pace, whereas Falcons are doing more or less the same thing the majority of the rounds. Similar operators, similar positions. So I'm curious if this Sin splits can work out, or if what happened last time where they just forced Bakery and died will happen again.
So what I was saying before about attack and repick, it enables creativity from the attack. You can say, okay, we see what bomb side it is, we see what operator, we see this stuff. We can play the sense. We can play the blitz. But I like the way Brede is using the Tuberow's Zoto canisters to actually stop the blitz from sprinting at him. That's why he threw one so deep. It stops the blitz from making that first move.
I like this as well. Speeding out is right. Toxic Babes, C4 in the smoke is quite nice because it's actually shrouded. But they're baiting our utility. This is good. Like, they're doing nothing technically speaking right now for Rebels, but they are getting something out of it. It just takes a while to get there. There's two more Toxic Babes in pocket, actually. But do they have the balls to go for another push? They could just win or lose the round off the rip. Well, Doom goes down, so it pays off for now.
That's a big gap. I don't know how Joom has allowed himself to get overexposed like that. It's such a pivotal position. Outside is Fenno. He's opened up a wide hole onto Bride's position. Bride is really a hell in a cell. He's trying to hold on for as long as he possibly can. The death mark will fail. But a rotate from Minko. He wants to try and find an opening inside a bakery, but the rest of Rebels needs to sell it on this side. They need to show that it is a push on this rear angle. And the Lems is the one pushing. Solotov bait into peeking. A second kill. And Rebels have fought their way inside of the building. Oh. Another one. As Leak of Fact will fall, the pistol gets active. It's Usus up against the world 1v5. 30 seconds to play. He sees one, takes Fenno's head clean off, finally puts it to rest. But the job's not done yet. 25 bullets remain in the Scorpion. He needs to push deep for this kill. Is about to get tracked by that Deimos. The Lems will take matters into his own hands. The script is flipped again, Pengu. Rebels have won a round on attack.
And they got the momentum. Again, they always control where the play is happening and when it is happening. And unlike the previous rounds where it's 3-2-1, it's full sended, it was 3-2-1, fake it, 3-2-1, fake it. And they find the first pick on Joom overextending, and they found a second later on as well with the DMRs from outside the building. And when they had the 5v3, that's when they actually did the push. They sensed, they smoked, blitz pushed down the hallway, and it also burned all the Soto canisters from Greedy with the Deimos Packers previously. So Aster could get the blind for free, because the freeze works like a, you know, it slows you down and makes it a little bit harder for this to work.
Nothing quite like the sounds of the excited French. Nothing quite like it. One more, and all they need is a defense. They won 5
defense now
in a row. Yeah, and look, the only attack round Falcons won in that first half was their very first attack. It was onto Reading Room Fireplace, not Kitchen and Cooking, like we see Rebels taking us to now.
Hiding the Clash as well at the minute, so they are trying to just have that surprise factor. Look at the attacking lineup. Not a ton of things right now are being attacker repick that deals with the Clash. Like, wow. Like nothing directly engages besides the Capita, but Glass could be good. Deimos could be good, like grenades in general. But Clash is a very big stopping power for this kind of push operate lineup that they have.
Yeah, you need, ideally with what Falcons have got right now, you need to take Rebels by surprise, because if you give Rebels time to rotate their Clash into position, your Glass isn't going to have the impact you need.
Glass shooting the window also shows exactly what's waiting for them, right? Like a lot of teams will try to hide the glass by not using the primary DMR at all, and just have other teammates shoot the windows for you and such. Now there's, oh guys, there's a Clash. If you see a smoke grenade, hide from it. Like don't even try and peek it. Hit a whiff on the Twitch stream. That's alright, Lem. You've done a great job so far this game besides this very moment. And yeah, Clash is gonna be pivotal. Where you think the main push is gonna come from is where you gotta put a Lemch on the Clash to just stop that push from happening. But that's also where Falcons can try and do what Rebels have been doing so well. You fake it, right? You fake the push. Oh, guys, look over here. The Clash rotates over, but the actual attack happens elsewhere, and the Clash can't get there in time. That would be the perfect scenario.
Well, thankfully, Alems is finally able to take down that first twist round from Solotov. A lot of value there. Of course, we've got Vulcan canisters from Goyo. You need to take down, ideally. Ground can that be taken?
Oh, that's timing.
Oh my god, good spray from Fenno. This might be the way. The Falcons let it go by. Joom wants to go deep. He gets sprayed through. The peak from Fenno again. He finds two, finally put to rest, but the damage has been done. And now desperation starts to set in for Falcons. Out comes the final Twitch drone from Solotov. What can he find? A little bit of info. Spots out the Clash, spots out the Scopos. Any util to speak of, it's done. No more Twitch drone, and so can go all the way back up to the top floor. Again. The most Scopos I have seen ever in a game of Rainbow Six Siege, and it seems to be working out just fine for Rebels.
I think they have an inkling. Soldier finds a kill onto the bomb side as well, beating that area. Here comes the push. Oh, Private suddenly does.
This could be it though. The player going for the flank. Usus goes around, stabs him in the back. Hold. Mato might just be able to make this work, but Solotov's in the perfect position.
Imagine.
If he gets done this time, surely not! Oh my god! The plant is down. Can he stick it now? Usus has to play this perfectly. Otherwise, Mato is gonna clip bomb all over him. goes for the shot! And it's the most unbelievable clutch anybody could ask for! The little bro has stolen the show, and Rebels Gaming have toppled the Falcons!
You can't see me! I'm teleporting right in front of you, but you can't see me! The most scopos. Marta played almost every single round of defense, and somehow in a 1v3, that is how Rebels will win this game. From top floor, literally next to 2 separate attackers, right here, the TP of a lifetime, and it wins them the whole game.
Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. A 1v3 for the ages.
That is a crazy way to end a game if I have ever seen one. In fact, we were still talking about it here when the countdown hit almost 0. So let's roll it back one more time. That clutch at the end with Skopos. An absolute incredible play. We jumped up from the couch in the green room with our hands in our hair in absolute disbelief.
Do you know what? It was such a good play. Rebels set themselves up so well. They got a massive double kill. They were denying Falcons walking into the section. Then they nearly threw the round away. And then a 1 versus 3 where the Capitao is planted, the cover is coming in, and there is no cover. They didn't hear the sound, and then Marto gets 1 kill, gets 2 kill, and then finishes it off in the post plant to then defuse. And you've got to speculate at this point. My speculation would be that maybe Falcons comms were... Maybe Falcons comms were just way too crazy.
I think he's the. I didn't decipher the words. I just heard all the excitement from the guys and just the realization of 2 things. The realization that these guys who got beaten up 7-1 by Falcons, who looked up to Shaiko, to Bride, to Liquefact for years, who now got to play against Bride and Liquefact for a second time, their idols, and managed to beat them. The realization that they did so with a 1v3 clutch from Skopos.
Crazy.
A very honestly, I've never seen that before. A clutch from Skopos who's just standing next to the guy.
It makes a noise, by the way, when you...
It makes a noise, and you can see it, actually, when he does the thing. He fakes it at first. He fakes the transition.
Sees no reaction.
Because he wants to see if the Twitch in front of him will hear him. And Solotov does not hear him. A nightmare of a game from Solotov, who was the worst rated player on the side of Falcons, by the way. He maybe was hard tunnel visioning on this one. Does not hear the fake. So then Marto is like, okay, maybe I can do it. Does the full transition and then gets the double kill. Even 1 second before, by the way, he does that 1 second before, he kills the guy who's still defusing and wins the round straight off that.
Yeah. It has to be team comms. It has to be clustered.
Insane.
That they just haven't heard it at all because everybody's speaking at the same time in a high pressure scenario. It has to be that.
What a way to close it.
Yeah.
But wow.
It's incredible.
And I mean, do you know what? Let's not worry about Falcons. Let's worry about Rebels because they were so good. You know, they got such a good defense half. They limped to attack. I think it, you know, it limps to overtime. I think it's worth saying. But then they managed to see it out. They had a great attack in round 13 and then a big clutch in round 14 to win it.
So I think you should do before we continue talking about this game and really review it. We should talk about, or talk to rather, some of the brains behind this project here. Speaking to Kizzy, congratulations on your first victory here. Talk to us about that last round because what a way to win this game in overtime that was.
I mean, to be honest, like I called this on my timeout on the 6-4. and I'm so happy because the guys remember about the clash. But whatever, like we lost the round in Fury, but Marto make a history. Like to be honest with you guys, like I was just praying to God, like I closed my eyes and pray, and I just heard like oh my God, oh la la, bro. Like, but like what's crazy, like I already revealed, and yeah, thanks Ubisoft to buff Scopus, right? Like few months ago, I think they changed the mechanic, and now you TP more fast, you know. So thanks Ubisoft.
Kizzy, the guys last stage, I know you weren't necessarily with them last stage, but the last stage they got beaten up by Falcons, like really bad, and we maybe speculated that it was a little bit of mentality. How was the mentality going into this game? Because when we saw them in action, they didn't really seem to respect them all that much.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot the last week about the mental things, because like when I joined in this team, they talk to me, like they say me like what's the problem, and yeah, you're right, like the mental was being a problem. So LMZ have a great mental too, like everyone in the team. I think they just need someone maybe behind the scenes, you know, with the experience. And I mean, I'm doing that for 7 years, so I know the fundamentals of the team, you know, like to be strong on the game day. I try to help him, and I want to say thanks for them to trust me, and we did good fundamentals that week, and we did a really good game plan for this game too, and I'm happy for the victory. I hope we keep doing well like that.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the game plan from you guys, I actually agree. I thought it was really well put together. You guys win 6 defenses in the end in this game, and all the cafes defender side, that it was still a fit in itself to do it. Looking at the way you guys played, I think you needed a lot of confidence, because you were extending a lot on the bomb side. You brought the Scopus almost every round. You had a lot of intel gathering with the Pulse. You brought the Mosey. What was it part of the game plan to try and be in the face of Falcons, try and have a layered defense and force them to problem solve as much as possible?
Yeah. To be honest, like the game plan was, guys, don't shit in pants. They gotta be scared, not us. Like we don't have nothing to lose, you know. So we play our game like we play every day on scrims, and that's it. Like I mean. We did some things like, for example, when we banned Okabe, like we play, like Scopus is stronger to play, and Valky too. So we just have the info, and when Julio called the timeout, I said to you guys to change the play style too. Like, I was in Julio mind. He's my close friend, so I know him.
Well, Kizzy, I think it was a great game plan and worked out really well for you guys with the first victory here in EML. Thanks so much for your time, and good luck with your other games.
Thank you.
I was good to hear from the brains behind the team as well, and talk so much about the mentality really from this team, and how Kizzy in this case tried helping to change that mentality going into stage 1.
Yeah, I think so. It seems to be so far a very shrewd appointment in the coaching department, you know, really changing that. I mean, night and day, different in terms of the result from kickoff versus the result that's happened in stage 1. How the guys were playing. You know, the very last game from kickoff that I remember us speaking about Rebels, for example, we saw them crashing out at each other, and I don't think there's any of that this stage. They look composed. Even when they nearly threw the game away by going to overtime, they still managed to find a way in overtime as well. So that'll be a big victory, a big way to win it, and it will be really good for the mental and the morale.
Yeah, I think most importantly, their IGL, the leader of the team inside, the one that was struggling hard, Marto, to come up first play day, do something as crazy as that.
Yeah.
Not only was he incredible on the Scopus, but the 1v3 clutch, that's a huge confidence boost. And honestly, a really good showing from these guys.
I've nearly been caught complicit in the Alfama Play Day 1 tier list / power ranking, where I was nearly fully agreeing with it, but I think maybe we've rated Rebels, or you rated Rebels, a little bit too low there.
It's still very early. It's a BO1. Let's wait till we see the BO3.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It was still a massive victory all the same.
Yeah.
Because that is a need a miracle team for you beating a top tier team.
Of course.
Big upset.
It's fair to say that if you look at, their kickoff, it really wasn't easy for the likes of Rebels. And for our last game of the day, we again have two teams who really didn't have a great kickoff if we can think about it. We're talking about Secret, we're talking about Heretics. Heretics, in fact, not even winning a game to begin with. Secret also having gone from being second at the Six Invitational, playing that grand final, to having players leave their roster, not making it to another international event. And now, to make matters worse for Secret, their star IGL has also just left the team.
I feel like Secret is a sinking ship. It just looks like a sinking ship. I mean, you go from having 5 players to Joom leaving, then Adrian leaving, then your IGL leaving. I don't know. Like, it feels like everyone is just quitting the ship. And the most important one, the captain is supposed to stay on the ship, and the captain has just left. And that sends a very strong message. Now, Twister, Noah, Mowgli, they're left with the ability to rebuild. And it's going to be hard because on one hand, you've got one of the top IGL in the world, you've got one of the top supports in the world, and you've got one of the top player in the world having completely left your roster. And so how do you rebuild? That's the big question.
Yeah, I mean, and it is a full rebuild. It's worth saying this. Just 4 months ago, the guy on your screen, Team Secret, they contested for the 6 Invitational Grand Final, the biggest tournament we have. But then this team is a complete rebuild. You've seen various rookies on your screen, Drills, Oscar there, Flexi as well. Complete rebuild, new team, new IGL, maybe the same methodology. It might still be the same Secret in terms of style, but it is completely new. And therefore, it is important for us that we reset the expectations. Yes, Noah and Mowgli are still there and they're top proven quality at an international level, but the rest of the guys are getting their opportunity to step up into this league now.
A couple of good news. We see Flexi on our screen. We've seen Oscar before, and just before that, we've seen Vidrills. A couple of recruits that make sense, in my opinion. Vidrills was doing amazing in Tier 2. And Jack, they're at the bootcamp.
And they're at a bootcamp. That's a big thing to be important to mention, is that when you've got a new team gelling together, we said it for Shifters, we've changed now gelling to Nave. I'm going to say it for Secret as well. Getting all these guys in a room together will accelerate their progression in terms of theory, in terms of that team play and the camaraderie.
It really helped for this roster. Now, for their opponents for today, we already discussed it, not having won a single game inside the kickoff. Dead last for Heretics, but it seems like they are trusting the process, or maybe they are forced to trust the process.
The reality is they're an Italian team. They need Italian-speaking players.
Yeah.
And so, even though they would like to make changes, if they would like to make changes, there is such, I guess, a shallow pool of top Italian players that can contend with the very best of EML that, either A, to show off confidence that they stay together, either B, in reality, it's really hard for them to pick up new players. However, they have the confidence boost of 3 of them having qualified Team Italy to ENC. They were busy during the off-season, playing with Sarks and with Robbie, and making sure they were the top European team coming into the qualifiers. And honestly, a really good showing from these guys, and that should help them have a little bit more confidence going into EML.
Yeah, I think so. And I agree with your assessment of why they've had to stay together, but the fact that, again, it's very similar to the Rebel story. The fact of the matter is, these 5 players got them into this league. They deserve the opportunity to pull themselves out of that position they found themselves in kickoff. Now, write kickoff off. Completely just write it off, didn't win a game. Big learning experience. It's a fresh start now. They get the opportunity to prove themselves and step up from there. So I think for these players, it was worth keeping them together, and they've had a big confidence boost as well. So just like in the game that we've just seen from Rebels, they have the opportunity to cause us an upset and show us what they're actually made of.
Well, our lobby is ready. I don't want to keep you waiting too much longer, but there's still one thing we have to do, the map veto. See where the series will be taken to, what map is selected for this best of 1 lair. How do we feel about that one?
I used to like it for Secret. I thought they were one of the top teams with Falcons and G2 on the map, and worldwide it was like a bank to me, a map on which I think EML teams were doing amazing. On this with this new roster, I'm still questioning how good these guys will be. On the other end, I think from Team Heretics, even before that, when they were Matchco, it was their favorite map. They used to play it a lot. The only ones where they really found success on a tier 1 level. It's not surprised to see them there, and I think with that, Twister has an advantage. He managed to pick that map. He knew they were gonna, if they left it open, that Heretics would go on that map, and so therefore, I think it's a counter-strat.
I think there's a lot of questions from both teams in terms of, not in terms of the map pick. I think the map pick is very fair enough, but I think in terms of the performance, can the Secret rookies step up? But also, what level will the Heretics players show us? You know, Riaz, for example, had a terrible kickoff. Can he step up to be the really promising player that we hyped him up to be in kickoff? And I think there's a lot of answers that will be, you know, shown inside of this map.
Yeah, we're putting pressure on them, but as you said, we will be getting our answers as well. I'm excited to dive into the final game of the day. It is ready.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the analysts. Yeah, it's time to get into our final game of the day, Pengu, and I'm still recovering from that final crazy finish for the Rebels game. Imagine a 1v3 like that. Well, we'll be lucky if we see any clips or games half as good as that for the rest of the stage. But it's EML, so we're going to get them every bloody play day. And I wouldn't put it past us to get a pretty damn good show here today for our final match of the day, Pengu. Yeah, it's another David and Goliath, but a bit of a funny asterisk on that. Can we even call Secret a Goliath anymore? Yeah, they made it to the SI Grand Final, but only 2 of those players remain on this squad.
To be fair, I think in the current form, or at the very least in recent form for Noah, as long as he's on a roster, that roster will be a Goliath team because he has been instrumental to Secret's success for the past many months. Mowgli, of course, as well, but Noah has been just exceptional. I am curious though, like motivation-wise, if you're Mowgli, if you're Noah, having to rebuild and constantly losing players and whatnot, what does that feel like? Like, do you feel motivated to teach these young kids how to play the game? Do you feel bothered that, you know, a star player like Doom is leaving you for greener pastures? I'm curious to see if they're motivated or if they're tired. But they're boot camping, they're locked in, they're ready. I think that this could be, like Twisted said on social media, just simply a new era for Team Secret, a new identity.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret is, funnily enough, like one of the most iconic organizations in Rainbow Six Siege. They have been in this scene for such a long time. I remember way back in, 2018, they had the UK roster. It's been so many iterations of Team Secret, and of course Team Secret Academy, their Academy roster, which was very well known and almost made it to the Six Invitational as well before Flexi, who now plays for Secret on Project Zero, managed to beat them out in that grand final. This current iteration of Team Secret is a little bit all over the place. Yeah, you've got the unbelievable talent of someone like Noah, you've got the experience and talent of someone like Mowgli, you've got the leadership of the coaching staff as well that have had so much experience. Twister going to so many events at Six Invitational, to just name one of his many accolades. And then you've got this mixed bag of Flexi, Oscar, and Drills mixing things up to see whether they can kick things off. In theory, they have an easy game. Heretics failed to win even a single matchup in kickoff, but they'll be determined to change that here.
I mean, also just today has been a bit of a battle of upsets. You know, the GK-G2 matchup, what happened there? We just witnessed some Falcons and Rebels, what happened there? If there was ever a time to be like, you know what I think is gonna happen, it's not gonna happen, it would be right now. And that just gives me more trust in Heretics to make a bit of a spectacle of this matchup and not go down without a fight. So they also start defense on layer. Hey, that's pretty good. And for this opening round, they got a ton of different utility. The Nari lasers, both the smoke and the Tashanka for plant denial. They got Fenrir to lock down some of those fighting areas. And Secret, they gotta make the first punch. And doing that on the attacking side within your roster, that's where you gotta start gaining your confidence. And we're just seeing Drills holding an angle on the bathroom window rappel, waiting for a rotate. But unless you force Heretics to move, they're probably not gonna do so. So it really comes down to problem solving here for Team Secret.
I got to watch Team Italy in the ENC qualifiers actually play a bunch on this map. And of course, Team Italy is basically Heretics and friends. And they were very, very deadly. They ended up going through the lower bracket and qualifying through the ENC. Definitely one of the most terrifying ENC national teams in Europe on paper. They are so deadly when it comes to the fragging capability. Dora goes big, finds one onto Mowgli, quickly traded back by Noah himself. As the Swede makes his way deeper towards the bomb site inside of storage. But Zara is helping out Heretics to keep Secret at bay. Little bit ambitious though. The Goyo goes for a kill with the pistol. Noah wants to try and re-peek. He's not given any time to reload because Zara continues peeking with that pistol. Before you know it, it's left, right, good night, and ciao for Team Secret.
Okay, so Team Heretics, they got hands. A lot more aggressive than I'm used to seeing from them. Taking the fight, initiating it, going for the swings. I mean, Dorwart is seeking out Mowgli in the 1v1 and getting shot down by Noah shortly after, and Sour just answering back. I love that. Despite having a ton of plant denial and utility, they said, let's play the numbers game. Let's just put more guns faced in the same direction and not enable them, or rather allow them to get inside the bomb site. Good sign of confidence.
Deploying acceleration.
I keep thinking someone's typing in all chat when I see the bottom right. Exterior
Because we've
north
been
dot
treated to
spotted.
some really mad in-game banter over the last couple of months. I feel like even the last year or two, I feel like teams have really leveled up their banter. But yeah, it is a little distracting when you think you get bitch baited. You're like, is Doki in the orchard?
Yeah, I was thinking Doki as well. Exactly.
Nope, it's just some things. But it is cool to see. I mean, yes, obviously it's distracting. It's busy. It's a lot.
Just gotta get used to it.
But yeah, I quite like it though. I quite like being able to see an extra little kind of notification of what the players are thinking. You know, as much as possible, we try to get into the brains of the players when we do these broadcasts, right? It's why we love those listen-ins so much. And this is just another layer of being able to see what's going on inside the Discord call for these players.
You know, there's one more thing that I'm very upset about not existing, and I've always been upset about this. And it happens to be played right now. When Echo is being played, there's no way to figure out how many yokais are left alive. And when he had one, then he got two, now he has three. So in the beginning, it's like, oh, we saw the yokai get shot, there's none left. Then when he had two, it's like, well, maybe there's a second. But now there's usually always a third alive, because finding all three is like very difficult. But we just don't know it, way of knowing really. Fun fact.
Oh, hello and goodbye. Lolo finds one, eventually traded back, funnily enough, via the Dokkaebi call. Ends up getting the kill. At the end of it, Secret are quite bloodied, while the Dokkaebi has gone down. There's still the Deimos, and Flexi's all on the Capital. Oh, he's got to be careful. Doesn't have a lot of ammo to work with, and now he's the last one left. 1v3. It's Mowgli after all. Don't put it past him. Crossfire's really awkward. And the Echo drone is going up against a shotgun, a yokai drone, and a three-way crossfire. This just ain't happening. Zara will take him down, and it's another good round for Team Heretics.
Different round, same story. You know, Heretics, they swing first, they're confident, and they don't send one person, they send the whole goddamn team. 4 guns and the yokais to assist. They shut down the push immediately. Team Secret going for very direct, kind of limited and predictable attacks at the minute, sending, what, 4 people in garage and 1 guy upstairs. Not,
Cabana sunglasses? Sorry, I just...
Yeah, no, he's vibing, dude. Locked in, rocking the fashion. Also, if you've ever felt like really helpless, you know, you get like Lion, Deimos, Jackal, Tracked, whatever, try and be injured in the game and Dokkaebi calls your phone. You are laying there, your phone is just like busting in your pocket, and you know it's gonna explode and there's nothing you can do about it, you'll just die. Doesn't happen last round. He was getting called, got injured, and just died to the phone blowing up. You can't do anything about it. You can't even crawl into a jammer.
Yeah, I'm curious what that will do eventually. I'm surely there's going to be enough to come through. Give it a couple months. Give it a couple months. Talking about what you mentioned before, you can't see how many yokai drones are destroyed. That's the same for any utility. I would love to see that, like, you know, anything. For example, you know, Akwi's got ADSs. I'd love to see now it's hit 0 because it's got 0 in pocket. I'd love to know how many are deployed. There should just be a little number next to it that shows the 3, and then as they get destroyed, that number will go down. So if all 3 ADSs are destroyed, it will say 0, 0.
I would love that.
Mirrored windows, you know, any util it applies for, like Maestro cams, anything at all. Even the bulletproofs, for example.
It's funny because the mechanic technically exists on Fenrir. You see 2/2. That's because he has 2 out of 2 activated. You just have to make it so it's like 2 out of 2 are alive, for example, in this case.
It also exists on Mozzie and Brava, because there's one which is how many Mozzie pests or Brava drones they have, but there's another number which is how many gadgets they've hacked. And that number just sits kind of above it. So the UI is there in a way.
Anyway, I ain't no coder. I don't do those kind of things, but I'm sure that maybe perhaps one day it's possible. Because
like ChatGPT to do it for you.
I mean, the most just vibe code it, dude. One of the most like things that is Echo is such a niche because like Echo has like a huge impact on a round usually, and knowing if it's live or not is pretty nice to know. But Moti gets the first kill here. Takes down the Jaeger. Should have all 3 ADSs still alive, but there are ways to counter it. For example, Thatcher can just easily be They're gonna do the thing, James, that every team has done before. They're gonna smoke the ceiling, push in, and try and go for a plant. But before they can do so, they get blanked.
As if he wins that. I mean, in what universe? As if, but it makes it very awkward now for Secret. However, Dora is limping around. Flexi takes him down. Man, this is just so classic Heretics, isn't it? The Italians, they love to get things done. They love to make a game go fast, like a Ferrari. Lolo versus Flexi now. Ooh. Flexi has a pretty good inkling of where Lolo is, but that Vector in close range is a deadly weapon. Flash goes out, the peek happens, and Lolo decides to fall back. He's gone for a big rotate. That gives Flexi the space to get inside and start planting the diffuser. Now, we know there are a lot of bulletproof cameras up, but I don't think any are in position. So Lolo tries to make his way forward. He wants to try and bait it out. Knows the position. Great little peek, and Flexi goes down. Big clutch for Lolo, and a good round for Heretics.
Maybe a little bit of nerves there from Flexi, you know, being new on this roster. He spent so much time kind of looking around the bomb site. Like, he sprinted in and it was like, look at the door, the wall, the door, the wall. If that's Mowgli and Noah, who's a bit more confident here, we see Mowgli right now laying it down as well, you just know that you pick up the diffuser, you hit F in any location. Like, you don't have time to look for the perfect spot to plant. You know Mirror's a one-speed operator. You have time to hold F in the first area you find and guarantee get down the diffuser, because the only way you lose in that 1v1 clutch as an attacker is if you're caught trying to plant mid-animation. And that's what happened. So instead of fiddling around trying to look for the perfect spot and be like, oh, I plant here, I go outside, I win the post, you gotta get to the post first, my friend. So, you know, gotta have that foresight a little bit. Could be nerves talking, could be fake information, who knows. But Secret will call a tag timeout. Mowgli had a lot to say during that operator pick phase. Now it's Twister's turn.
There's a lot to talk about for Team Secret, who are yet to find a round with their new roster. 3 rounds deep into this game against Heretics, who, like I said, did not even win a map in kickoff.
Bravo!
I love to hear it. It's such a privilege to get to hear more languages spoken in Siege, because, of course, we get to hear
NL could never.
English. We get to hear plenty of Portuguese because of the Brazilian teams. And then there have been a few other languages that come in and out. Of course, like French being another big one in Europe. These days we get to hear lots of Japanese and Korean. Occasionally we're lucky enough to get to hear some Thai. These days a little bit of Chinese as well. But in Europe, we don't get to hear many different European languages, because so rarely do we actually have full teams. Obviously, there was Virtus Pro and Team Empire speaking Russian for a very long time, but am I missing any other languages? We've never really had like
7 different French teams at one point.
Oh yeah, French, of course. Yeah. But aside from in Europe, it's basically been French, English, and Russian. And
Finnish if you go far enough back, but that's like a long time ago.
Oh, like the Sisu days. They actually spoke and played in Finnish.
Yeah, they did.
Well, it's nice to have another language in the league.
There's been the occasional one-off, but it's mostly been the few same languages, yeah.
I was also going to say, I was thinking about Europe. I wasn't thinking about MENA. We've also, of course, got Arabic.
Oh, yeah.
I believe Twisted
More
Minds
recent edition.
Playing in Arabic?
I believe they are. I could be wrong, but I think I asked my chat this when I was coaching, and they said that they do, and Twitch is always right, so.
Of course. Look at that, though. A little bit of a spawn peek from Zara. Love to see that. Gotta say, though, Visuals...
Like, this is a whole new look for Heretics. They are in their face, like really in their face.
Man, they went and played the ENC qualifiers, and they were like, look, guys, we're not having it anymore.
You think Robbie and Starks taught them the ropes? You think they're like, guys,
absolutely.
You're playing the game wrong. You're overthinking it. Just do this.
Look, you guys know how to peek. It's called the Ferrari peek for a reason. Own it and just get it done. I got a question for you, Pingu. Have you noticed? I've just noticed it today. Every time a player gets on a drone, it used to be that it would see right now. See, it says rainbow. It used to show the like the squad that they were from, whether it was Ghost Eyes or whatever the other ones were.
Great
Firecracker. I don't remember.
Yeah,
what they were
Firecracker. Yeah, okay. We got
something like that. Green Goblin, the Avengers, whichever one of the squads they were from. Now they all just say Team Rainbow.
I have not noticed that it says Team Rainbow, but I did notice the different units before. Very much so. Did you know when Skullpost uses a TP, you see the actual human that's operating the robot?
Really?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
That's actually sick. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. I
genuinely didn't know that.
Oh yeah, dude.
That's dope, dude. I'm gonna
It used
keep
to
an
be,
eye out.
maybe they changed this patch. I don't know, but it used to be that.
I need to see Mato play again.
Yeah. Get him back. A lot of fun small details. Once upon a time, Sophia could self-revive, aka withstand. That was a bit of a talking point back in the day. Here comes the push.
No. I like this. The blitz gets active. Oscar going C for it. Oh, that's so awkward though, because Zara is just going to 180 and take him down. Big run out as well from Dora. Gets back in the building, but damage is done. And Secret are in all kinds of strifes. Flex is trying to get in the building. Finally takes down the Dread Mine. Secret struggled to breach the wall into the bomb site, and now they've struggled to break through this defense. I think they're about to get picked. What is this? A Dread Mine outside the building. Dora almost finds a kill. He's about to get picked. How does he get away? With yet another kill. Flexi, 1v4. They know exactly where he is. And 15 seconds to play. Heretics are running rings around Team Secret. It is an embarrassment for the SI finalists in their new look with their new roster. 4 rounds down the toilet.
I mean, I gotta say it, right? Like, well done here for Team Heretics. They're playing the best Siege I think this org and this team has ever played, right? They're destroying Team Secret. But I can't help but feel a little bad here for Noah and Mowgli. They go from going to SI Grand Final and being one of the best teams in the world to now getting run over by a team that could not win a single game in kickoff, to struggling to enter in the building, to not getting opening engagements, to not executing or breaching or planting or getting anywhere near successful in a round. With all that being said, I am gonna like indirectly quote Twister and say Team Secret have gone out and said this is a new identity, this is a new team, these are new players, this is not gonna be the Secret that you know and expect. But with that going out there, it's like saying G2's never gonna be a good team. Like, whenever you see G2 as an organization in Siege, you're always gonna think stardom, finals, memes, all that kind of stuff, right? No matter who's in the roster. When you look at Secret in recent history or Falcons, you're like, they're gonna beat most teams in the league, right? Well, maybe not. It's gonna take some time for this Secret roster to gel and figure things out, but it is still crazy to think that Mowgli and Noah are now in a position where they can't get a round off Heretics. That's crazy.
You need a confidence booster, right? It was something that we saw from Furia when they revamped their roster for kickoff. It was so important that their first game was a big fiery one, and especially because for Secret, I hate to say it, but this isn't the first roster revamp, right? Obviously, they made 2 roster changes coming into kickoff. That was embarrassing, what happened with Citizen and Nafe. They bin those 2 players, or whatever happens, whether it's dropped or left, or whatever. They make changes again, plus Savage abandons the ship. Captain leaves, jumps over across the pond to the US. For now, if you're Noah and Mowgli, you're like, look, if it's not working now, like, what are we gonna make another 3 changes next stage? Like, come on.
I mean, the real winner here is Fabian, right? Because he's like the most influential Swedish person in Siege, right? And then he saw Noah kind of aiming for that spot, so he stole Savage to weaken Noah to be the king of Sweden once more, because now people look at him more. It's actually all Fabian's fault when you think about it. Who just recently became a father. Congratulations, by the way, you know?
Yeah, I think he's got bigger problems than trying to...
No. That ego will always exist, man. No. Maybe a kid will change him for one. I'm not sure. I don't know. Well, congrats,
does he make you call him daddy now?
Used to. Now he's got a new one calling that, I guess. It's changed, man. I'm like 5th place. I'm not going down the list every year.
Well,
that's the opening.
Finally, Secret are back onto it. Drills has found a first kill. Takes a hell of a lot of damage, though. Finally, punishes Zara, who's had a phenomenal start to this game. Now on the verge of the bomb site. In fact, in the bomb site, Noah looks to try and plant this diffuser.
Should go down.
Whole minute left to play. Lolo should be able to check it, but not in position to try and use the gadget and find where that plant's going down. Nitro comes out. This might kill the shield. In fact, it does get the down. Now finished off by Lolo. Retake is very much on like Donkey Kong here for Heretics. 3 players getting aggro. They've got the verticality, but do they have that horizontal pressure to try and take some fights up close and personal with Secret?
Oh, they cast a barricade, gotta rip it down. It's gonna be so awkward. Big sound cue. He's not shooting back. Hello?
Ow.
Shooting this one regardless. Yes, he does.
Yeah, it's Noah, so you can't count him out ever. Lolo trying to get back to site. Yeah, confirm your kill, son. See if you get with the shotgun. Find Noah, but it's just padding the stats, and Flexi will pick up the pieces happily. Team Secret finally on the scoreboard.
They abandoned ship there for Heretics. They gave up the bomb site and 3 people fighting. 1 black inside the main lobby instead. That was their priority. Despite having a Solace, I don't think they had any clue where and when that planet was going down. And Team Secret, they found the round victory. They stormed the bomb site and they get in the building without losing members. They got the opening peak from Drills. And I think that's the most important part, if they can keep finding these openings and start off in a 5v4.
Got to credit Secret. I mean, they managed to stretch their resources pretty thin and yet still achieve something. A little bit of a roam clear, a little bit of a sneak into the bomb site. It's not a clear-cut game. It's obviously a lot messier than some other matches, but it's just the nature of how both of these teams are playing, right? Heretics, they want to fight Secret wherever they are. And so Secret are trying to keep a little bit of a low profile. They're trying to sneak in. They don't want their presence to be known.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe the echo will help a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of missing Oscar a little bit, right? And he has been the shield player, so I feel like this Yokai pick is not your conventional, like, we're countering the shields because they're a problem. I think it's just like, it really fits the nature of Heretics' playstyle, where they can just now run out the building with active information that can move around. You know, the Valcams, you pre-placed, that's it. They see 3 rooms. The Yokais, oh, I hear a sound over there. Can you check it for me? Sure. You can keep some for the roam, some for the bomb site, because it's probably going to be 3-4 people roaming.
Yeah, and look, when you get the Brava brought to the table from Mowgli, those Yokais can potentially be used against. Oh my god! No. What was that? What a crisp shot, a quick reaction, and precision from Akwi. That's Noah's head taken clean off. One of the best players from kickoff, and one of the most coveted rising stars in EU, and he's going to sit back and just watch Secret try and desperately win this 4v5.
Speaking of opening kills, it does not go their way. And it's one of those rounds where, you know, we really look at Noah and Mowgli here as like the main fracking power for Team Secret. Well, Noah's dead, and Mowgli's on Brava. This really isn't that entry kind of operator, and he's gonna have to spend a lot of time on drones before he can be fully enabled. But that might have changed now. We gotta, you know, increase the pace a little bit. Oscar and Blindbeard still outside the building, going for another rotation. Whenever you're doing these kinds of things where you're going from plan A to plan B, you can waste a lot of time just running around the map trying to get to your new destination. When you're a 1-speed operator, that takes even longer. Not necessarily like a ton of extra time, but every second matters when you're down against the clock and there's 1 minute and 15 seconds left. The roam is fully alive, the Okas are taken over, and they're watching the bomb side. So Team Secret, they say, let's simplify it. Let's just go for a direct garage attack because the initial entry is free, and attack the bomb site directly. But here comes the verticality, guys.
Yeah, there's also a cheeky little Goyo tucked in the corner, let alone a player swinging you from the side. Lolo has been completely undetected here and will likely wreak havoc on Secret, who are looking oh so very lost. Mowgli can sneak through and find one, but doesn't matter because Lolo is still undetected and he will find Drills, who just tries to walk past him. Flexi might find an opening. Needs to go deep. Him and Mowgli together need to just rely on their gun skill, and it might be exactly what Team Secret need to look for redemption in this first half. Lolo now 5 bullets. as he goes for a reload on the Vector. One impact grenade in pocket, 2 flashbangs for Flexer to utilize. A couple of rotate holes, a couple of options here, but both of these secret players separated themselves. Bit of sound cover masked by that impact grenade, but then the jig is up oh so quickly by Mowgli, who falls back, doesn't want to give up the fight. You're right, Flexy's up on the vert now. Look at this plant position. It is so impossible here for Lolo. He has to win the fight on Mowgli, and then he has to win the vert battle against Flexy. Neither is an easy task. He's going to try and bait it out. It's such a clear fake. Leave Mowgli for a second. First flashbang. It's an easy closeout from the fiery Frenchman. And redemption in the half as Team Secret cap it off with the final 2 rounds.
Thank you very much, guys. We're looking at this first half here, and one thing we're noticing already is, Heretics had a poor kickoff, but we're seeing improvements on this defensive half.
Yeah, I think so. It was so good. It was nice to see a proactive, aggressive Heretics, actually. If we take a look at round 4, you will see this. It's a perfect example, actually, because they're so aggressive. They actually hit a double spawn peak, so the clip you're seeing isn't the spawn peak that happens. 2 Heretics players at the same time getting a spawn peak onto a secret player. Now, whenever you win an entry engagement in a round of Siege, you will very, very often, 70% of the time, win the round. But not even just that. Look at that. 30 seconds left. Fenrir mine outside. Where's Fenrir playing? By the window. When he's actually in the thick of it right there, his teammates are then coming to his aid, rushing into bathroom, rushing to peek the window. This is the team play, the aggressiveness, the confidence that we didn't see from Heretics in kickoff whatsoever.
Yeah, and if you pay attention to the operators, you see Ella, you see Fenrir, you see Melusi, and you see these 2 players. You see, on one hand, trap operators that are there to make it hard for the players on the side of Secret to get into the building. They, Heretics, set themselves up for success by being as aggressive as possible to the outer frames of the map. These 2 players on your screen, Lolo and Zara, at the forefront of that lineup, playing extremely aggressively, full of confidence. Lolo especially stepping up, winning one important clutch with Mira as well. Zara, I was always impressed with him. He was, in my opinion, the best performer on that roster, one of the best rookies of kickoff. He's still delivering. Lolo, one of the guys from the old guard, I think stemming from the confidence of ENC qualification. We're seeing a very different Heretics. However, one pivot I will say, this was defense. It was always the stronger side. Whenever they switched to attack, remember that attack win rate from the kickoff? 1 round out of 12, I think. This is the real moment where we're going to see if Heretics have really changed or not.
But the signs are promising, and I think it's worth praising Heretics. I think the opponent they come against, Team Secret, clearly are still developing, are still learning how to play with each other. You can see it's quite fractured as a brand new roster.
Discombobulated.
Discombobulated, which is a great word that you use, actually, off camera there, Leo. That's exactly what it was from Secret. I think it was disjointed, it was discombobulated, but they will now get to go onto their defenses where they can force Heretics to attack into them.
Now, I'm very interested to see how Secret is about to attack, because as a reminder, we've seen 2 years of Secret on the back of the same IGL, Savage, on the back of one of the best shield players in the world. They have lost that player. And so on a map like Lair, where it's very important you pick a shield, how do you play it without the same amazing shield players that you used to have? Are they able to have someone that fits the big shoes that Savage has left? That's the big question mark.
A lot of fire being bent there on those last operators as well, but we'll see how the second half goes in our last game of the day.
Thank you, Anne.
You're excited to see Secret?
Yeah. It is a crazy day to be a Heretics or Secret fan, because you're watching your favorite teams. And for Secret, man, like what a disarray they have been in. At least they have finally managed to conjure up a second round, but thank you. As the guys on the desk said, I mean, Heretics are looking pretty fresh. They look like they have a much better grasp on how they want to play the game. On that defensive side, at least, it's going to be a very different story now that they're on the attack.
Yeah, and a small personal shout out, honestly, here towards Dora. Dora was a player that I think was rarely mentioned in recent history when he played, for this roster, and was often criticized for having bad stats despite playing a very unique game. I mean, I fell in love with his playstyle when he played Thatcher, Shotgun, and Consulate, and he was winning around from beneath the piano and stuff like that. Like, super unique stuff. He was like very creative player in my mind. And then that kind of stopped and he didn't have good performances. I didn't think Dora would be able to play this kind of aggressive playstyle because he was more of a squad player in my eyes. He has genuinely impressed me today, individually. Like, he's there, trading the teammates, being first in action, and getting good stuff happening in the server and good numbers to back it up as well. So,
really impressed that he can keep up with his new playstyle change, because I know for a fact this is very challenging for a player who doesn't normally have this playstyle to make such a big drastic shift.
Double shield is a big call here from Heretic. He makes his way into ops. Maybe worry about C4. Doesn't want to get too crazy. So they're not too scared of the mirror windows. Oh wow, that's an aggressive peek there from Mowgli. He ends up falling. Very risky play from Mowgli. It does get punished, and that does mean the Secret have now forfeited a hell of a lot of map control. Before too long, we'll be able to see Heretics start breaching into that default plant spot and nullifying that position of the second mirror window as well.
Yeah, there is no wall denial, so they can just use the cell mask. They can cover them with the Monty shield as well. They get the internal and exterior wall. And once they do that, I mean, we're off for a lot of pressure, maybe even the plant potential. 2 Toxic Babes left remaining, being spent on the rocket stairs. Akui has rotated towards the rocket portion instead, though, so maybe they want this hallway control before going for a plant, which isn't a bad idea at all. Impact grenade goes out, disrupts the breaching for now, but there is more Selmas in pocket of Sour. We just go for another one. And with the mirror window being placed on the external wall, there is a world where you pop it, but it does expose you from the new bridge angle from the defenders, so maybe just leave that closed.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that. Depends on how much map control you can take if you want to post someone up outside. Because in post plant, I mean, that is such a big, powerful advantage for the attack. Big Nitro Cell from Noah. Big kill as well onto not only the Blackbeard, but Dora, who you singled out earlier as a big impact player here for Heretics. Team Secret are still on the edge of their seat, trying to desperately hold on to the site, because Heretics do have a way in, and they do have their eyes on a plant opportunity.
There is one C4 that could save the round here. Oscar rips the toss, but they get hurt back quick. He gets injured though by the player sneaking up by the bomb side. So he gets shot, now revived, and they're right next to him. They don't realize.
Oh, Oscar's gone for a peek as well at the same time as Flexi from down below. Riaz is able to take him down. Lolo and Akui need to have a big impact as Akui finds him with the pistol and immediately goes to plant. Noah now, no C4 available, needs to go big in a post plant now. With the Monty still up, despite being low HP, this is basically impossible. Like you said, Buck down below, Noah wants to go for the fight. He needs to try and isolate down underneath. He doesn't know exactly if Riaz is aware of his position, but the Italian has got his number. A quick pre-fire from the Buck, and it's a 5-2 lead for Team Heretics.
I mean, you know, you glaze Dora, he dies like a bot to a C4, but then Riaz with the box saves the round anyway, right? He gets a vertical kill on towards the player by the disc in the bomb side, gets a phenomenal post plant vertically, and gets the final kill. I mean, it's a different player from Heretics that are having these monstrous moments with Sara on the opening couple of rounds, getting entry after entry. So good to watch. And Secret, I mean, they do have like one thing every round I feel like that goes well for them. There was the basement attack where Milky and Bravik got a good 2-piece entry. Noah's C4 last round was phenomenal. But it's like they have one area that's winning, but then they have 2 areas that's losing. And I feel like that's how we arrive at this 5-2 scoreline. They don't have enough areas where they're winning to actually get the right result. And it's really hard, I feel like, to pinpoint where Secret they're falling short at the minute. It seems like it's different things kind of every round. You know, sometimes it's individual mistakes, sometimes it's maybe pressure or nerves, sometimes it's the overall cohesion or missed timings, miscommunication.
5 seconds to insertion.
And when you're on the defensive side, it can be very tricky when you have a new roster. We often talk about how attacking is like most difficult thing usually, but if you haven't had a lot of time to make all the paper strats and test them like, you know, 50 times in this bomb side, you're gonna have a couple of gaps and weaknesses that have yet to be exposed. And you would hate to have that be found out in an active Pro League game because it hasn't happened in scrims yet. But that's again the nature of being a new team.
Even if you have the best coaching staff available, we've seen at LAN how many players print off, you know, 300 pieces of paper. Oh, you know, we're going to this map. Okay, we're going to this side. Okay, we're going to
page 16.
Strat number 3. Yeah, that's page 394. And then, but they banned my operator on this bomb site. I can't play Machanka. Okay, what am I going to play? Like, it's just a million layers to it. It's a lot to deal with. And, you know, obviously Oscar and Flexi have had some experience in Tier 1 level, but, you know, Drill's completely new to this.
And every team is different, even if you got experience, you know?
Exactly.
Like maybe Oscar was the smoke meat player in his last team, and now he's the Echo Goyo player in this team. And it's like, even though he has experience and he's played that strat before, his portion of the strat, his position of the strat could be different from his previous team. So there's just so much that goes into it. And you also want to give Noah and Mowgli a lot of freedom because they do have a playstyle that's very aggressive and confidence inspiring, and you can lock down these people on like your Maestro, your Echo, etc. Right? That's just the criminal.
I do like this setup from Team Secret. The Goyo and the smoke will burn a lot of time on these staircases, and the Echo is there as well to try and help against these shields. In the past, the Heretics have shown that they like to play Monty. They also like to play the Blackbeard. After 2 more rounds, Secret will be able to down one of them if they decide to. Nade comes out, clears that Vulcan fire. Flexi still has 3 gas in pocket. Does he decide to use them on this stairway position, or does he fall back to side?
Did you see Lola almost sprinted right across the Banat hatch? He almost fell down straight into the bomb site like a delivery. Would be bad. So Goyo Fire popped like 50 times now. Now the Toxic Babes are coming out. If they want to push that backstairs portion, they're gonna have 10 seconds left. The issue for Heretics is that unless they drop down the hatch and go for a straight attack, they're gonna be so low on time. And Monty.
Oh, but you can drop down the hatch if you have Monty, but not if you're gonna get caught in a crossfire or found by that yokai. And now Heretics are in all kinds of strife. Team Secret very much in control of this round. And Heretics cannot at all find these yokais. At least Zara finds a pick, but that's only step 1. They need to try and find a way into this bomb site. All of these yokais having a big impact, but so Zara's rifle. He finds another kill. Dora now looking for a plant opportunity. Is it going to be able to be denied? Zara has gone massive. Where is Oscar? Can the yokai win it? Riaz finds the final kill. Heretics have 4 match points.
Such a tough decision to make. You know the last player is an Echo, and you see the struggle there from Flexi. Such little time left. The yokai was just about to drive in and attach the ceiling and win the round for their team. And instead of covering the plan, they're looking for that yokai. They're looking for the Echo. Take him down and all the yokais go inactive, and you will win the round because there's no defenders left. But just look at the time of how close this gets when the yokai comes driving in. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. We're on 0 now. And right there, that's the planter. That's the planter. One more second is all it would take.
I don't know a lot of Italian, but I knew a few words there. Some of those sounded familiar, and they were cries of joy. Expletive cries of joy, but cries of joy nonetheless. 6-2 advantage for Heretics over Team Secret, and after their debut into the league, it looks like they might be about to find their first victory as a team. What a week to be on these guys. Last weekend, they qualified for the Esports Nations Cup in Team Italy, or at least 3 of these guys did, and today it looks like they might be about to get their first win in Tier 1.
Reloading.
It's been the last couple of games, you know? We're seeing these massive leads favoring one team, and then the other team starts mounting the comeback, and we go into overtime.
Oh my God!
I know. Oh, this is different, I guess. This is different. I mean, honestly, looking at what's happening, this also feels different. It's been much more decisive for Heretics, and they've been consistent, they've been persistent. They've been also doing different things. I mean, the aggression and cohesion has been there every single round, but how they find their victories has definitely been sometimes planting, sometimes going for kills, sometimes clutching. But their adaptation in the mid-round when things are not going according to plan has been phenomenal. Whether it's Bok doing the vertical player, the Monty going for a rotation, or just, you know, having a backstep in the middle of the round when the chaos starts unfolding, it's been quite nice. And we're seeing the same thing here. Players rotating around and trying to figure out where can I go next to apply a bit of pressure, changing their plan constantly.
Quietest round so far, though. Yeah, it is. I mean, It's because whenever you're attacking this bomb site, you have such a hard choice to make. Do we hardcore the top floor? Do we do it?
Do we get sense in going with a Munstian plan, or do we sense and take a different operator plan?
I mean, yeah, everyone uses the sense to plan here, but do you...
If you EMP the Solace, it generally might be free, but finding the Solace is the challenge, right?
Well, Thatcher is a miracle maker in the current meta.
It's Dora.
Perfect situation. We also have Akui here on the Glaz.
There's a ward,
the Glaz, the Monty, and the Solus. Surely you've got enough. I mean, you can EMP the ward if you like. Thatcher has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Here comes a flank from Blender. Couple of kills, but Riaz is there to reply. It is mincemeat on the stairwell. 35 seconds. Solo's going to get picked up. No more Solus, no more Warden, and no more drills.
What?
Oscar is the last one standing between Secret and Annihilation in their first game back in stage 1. Dora with the shock. Oh my god! Doesn't matter! It's a shock factor for Team Heretics as they dismiss Team Secret and dominate a 7-2 devastation. As finally they are here to make a statement in the EML.
That's a phenomenal. It's easy their place on them. I'm so curious to see how far they can go. And look at the kitty kitty! Ah!
That's a ciao to Team Secret and hello to Team Heretic.
Incredible result for Heretics as they win their first game on day one of EML. And we get to speak to the winners. We have them on the line as we're joined by Dora. Congratulations. That should be a massive victory. I assume you're feeling really good right now.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling good. How are you doing?
Good, good, yeah. It was a nice first play day of EML. At the same time, I think a nice round of upsets because, you know, the teams that struggled today, you know, you in particular and Rebels, the teams that struggled during kickoff, all caused big upsets. I want to ask you, Dora, after having qualified with Team Italy to ENC, do you feel like that had a confidence boost for the core of the team?
Possibly, yes, because we were all hyped up because of the qualification. So, yeah, maybe we are a bit more pumped, I can say.
Nice. In terms of the two rookie players on your team, Dora, Riaz and Zara, obviously kickoff, you know, well documented, didn't go too well. But both of these two players today, I thought really stepped up and showed that potential that we know that they have. What did you guys work on between kickoff and now? You know, did you as more senior players try and fill them with a little bit of confidence?
Maybe that as well, yes. We've talked about the fact that we can't always let the others play their game. We need to play our game as well. We know we can play. We know we can do some stuff, so we gotta be a little bit more confident about it. But not even that much, to be honest. Like, they're great players. They just need a little bit more experience.
Was there, you know, if I can ask you, I suppose pretty bluntly, to be fair, was there any considerations about bringing new players into the roster, or was you always going to stay with this same five regardless through the transfer window? Because we've seen some teams do some crazy things, you know?
Yeah, to be honest, we consider changing players. We trialed people. We gave people we thought that deserved a chance, fair chance, and we believe that changing was not the right move for us. I think that our roster right now is very good and can actually play to qualify for a major as well, for the EWC, whatever it is.
Wow, that's a very good goal, I guess, to set for the stage for you guys. I'm glad you stuck with this roster because it seems to be working out with you so far. Congratulations on your first victory and good luck tomorrow against G2.
Thank you guys, have a good evening.
Very nice and polite, but also good to know some behind the scenes stuff, right? We don't always get to speak to players and talk about, were you planning on making changes?
Yeah.
But, you know, hindsight, trust in the process. With this first game against Secret, a contender in your power rankings, has worked out for them.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me how poor my
It's a
power
good
ranking
result.
was.
That's what we should be focusing on, okay?
I will say this to the excuse of Secret, they know they're already qualified to EWC, so it's a very different process for them as for all the rest of the
They're on a
EML.
longer journey.
Exactly. Their goal is not necessarily to show the most impressive strategies, to disclose anything special. Their goal is to improve as a team until they reach EWC. And realistically, they shouldn't show as much as the others because they know they will get there anyway. The reality for them is that they just need to appear better, to have better synergy. And today, they were discombobulated. They were not playing as a team. And the cat was the lucky charm. That's all they needed. There we go.
Do you know what, though? That aside, Secret aside, I actually think Heretics would have been a real match for anybody today. I think the team play that they played with... What?
I disagree.
You disagree? Why do you
wish
disagree?
we could have
The
seen
team play that they
Leo's
played
face.
with, they were playing for each other, they were playing with each other. They're two rookies, we showed them. Riaz and Zara stepped up as well. They were aggressive, they were confident. They were playing their own game, you know, as we just heard in the interview. What in that performance makes you think that they wouldn't have gone toe-to-toe?
I think that the main goal of that strategy was them being really aggressive on the other realms of the map. You agree with me, right?
Yeah.
So it all relied on confidence in gunfight.
Yeah.
I believe that against, you know, other teams in these leagues that have incredible individual prowess and were not as stunned as Secret, they didn't have a chance, you know, because that was their only playstyle. If they had to fall back on their fundamentals or play a slower game, they would have lost, I think.
G2 looked shaky at times today.
Yeah, but
Falcons
the
got
team
beat
in front of them didn't play like this.
Only VP, I'll give you VP.
Okay, let's wait and see. It's only the first play day. I'm not the type to get hyped only
Am I
after
apparently
one
all
play.
in on Heretics?
Yeah.
But do you know what? After kickoff, because they were so bad in kickoff, and then even once they got it done at the half, they only had a 31% win rate on attack in kickoff. They managed to then convert it out through on attack. I was really impressed with that performance and that improvement from kickoff.
It would have been funny to see your face at the beginning of that discussion. You did the sassiest eye roll I
really
have
did.
seen
I
in a
stopped.
very long time. But it's what I like, right? We have discussions and we're still at the very first day of playoffs. We can have a look at our results and see where we got ourselves so far today. I mean, there is still all to play for. A bad result on day one doesn't necessarily have to determine that you're going to have a bad run in stage one either. And yes, we saw shaky teams, but as far as everybody, well, it's common that teams have like first game day jitters.
It started off the right way, Jack. It started off the right way, Fnatic being, and then Shifters and Twisted Minds being really close. You know, it started off the right way. And then after the third game, it started going completely crazy. GK with an incredible lead, Rebels beating Falcons, Heretics beating Secret. What's going on?
I thought today was pretty clear-cut, if I'm being honest, like brutally honest.
On paper, right?
On paper, especially the first 4 games. Heretics and Secret, there was a lot of question marks, I think, about both rosters, so we can put that game aside. But actually, the nature of how Shifters got closer to Twisted Minds, of how GK arguably should have beaten G2, and about how Falcons did beat, Rebels did beat Falcons, really shakes everything up in terms of the standings, really shakes everything up in terms of the league. Because I think we set out today and we said there's a clear top 4 and everyone else feels a little bit off it. That feels a bit murkier right now. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Leo. Like, it feels much closer than that. I don't know if that's the top 4 dropping in level or the remainder increasing in level. We'll still see. There's a whole load more play days to come.
Looking at the standings, you know what I like about this? This first play day has set us on a path where it will be close towards all the way at the end of the play days. I think there will be all to play for because you have huge favorites that have drop points. It means that everything will be a little bit tight because the points are better distributed, and that makes our group stage much more interesting.
Now, there's an obvious game in terms of the schedule tomorrow. That's game 3, Falcons against Twisted Minds on paper. The two of the teams that went to the major going head-to-head. But games 2 and 4 now seem a lot more interesting because Rebels' performance today going up against the top team in VP, and Heretics' performance today going up against the top team in G2.
And we'll see if my argument was good, because if Heretics play the same playstyle against G2, I stand by my words that they should get destroyed. They will have to change that playstyle.
Aren't they so much more interested now after today's performance?
Absolutely.
I cannot wait already for tomorrow.
Today seemed like a lot of baptism by fire. Tomorrow's matches all of a sudden seem a lot closer,
It's
which is a good thing.
confirmation for me.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
we're looking for, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Confirmation.
If it was just a fluke or was it like an actual path to improvement for the teams that we were maybe not expecting to show up as much as they did on the first day. It's going to be about, 20 hours, 18 hours until we're back with the EML. But before that, you two actually have some other appointments and some other plans tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's a show called Prep Phase that you're doing tomorrow here. What is this
busy
about?
men. Do you know what? Me and Leo, we don't really like agreeing on much, to be honest.
I disagree with
We just saw
And you
that happen
disagree with
live,
that.
yeah.
So I think we're going to have a whole show tomorrow alongside Milosh and Laxing as well to just disagree on things and have a little bit of fun.
It's going to be a yep. Or
It's
what
gonna
are we doing?
be-
It's going to be...
It's gonna be interactive.
It's a bit of a surprise, but it's going to be a bit of a game show style, a little bit different from what we're used to seeing in terms of Siege, but it's going to be a lot of fun.
For any Siege core viewers, you're gonna enjoy this. It's gonna be gamified. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interactive. Milosh is gonna do his thing.
And I'm going to win and Leo's going to lose. All you need.
Whatever happens, it's gonna be entertaining.
If this is how it's going to go tomorrow, I would definitely tune in because I can't wait to see that drama. A little bit of teaser seems like very fun, of course. Siege in a fun setting, like watching it with your friends, having a little bit of a drink as well during that. That sounds great. So tune in tomorrow for the prep phase just before EML starts to witness it all here with our friends in the studio and have a good time together. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. with our first game of EML Playday 2. That means the first Playday is over. We thank you so very much for watching. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you tomorrow.